Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Home Again by Kristin Hannah, performed by Tanya Eby. Chapter 15. At midnight, Madeline stretched her legs and rose from the couch. Credits rolled across a black screen on her television set, accompanied by sweeping romantic music. She dabbed at her eyes, embarrassed even in the privacy of her own living room to be crying at such a bad movie. Not that she'd ever be able to help herself. It was the strangest thing. She hadn't cried when her mother died, nor at her father's funeral, but let her see a good Hallmark commercial and she wept like a baby. She glanced at the clock on the mantel. 12:15. Francis was late. Nothing new in that, of course. He was always late. She reached down for her cup of decaf tea and downed the last lukewarm, sugary sip. Crossing the room, she went to the front door and opened it. Stepping onto the porch, she flicked the overhead fixture on and stood in the puddle of light. The storm was still raging. Rain hammered the dead grass, forming itself into murky brown puddles in her flower bed, splashing on the walkway. Beside her, the porch swing creaked and rocked off kilter. A distant rumble of thunder echoed, followed by a flash of white lightning. She frowned, staring through the gloom at the wind-swept street. Overhead, a heavy branch groaned. Pine cones fell in swirls of blackened needles and bounced on the pavement below. The streetlights flickered and went out. Madeline sighed. It was the third power outage this fall. Turning, she went back into the house and closed the door tightly. Feeling her way through the darkness, she went to the kitchen and eased the utility drawer open, searching through the mess until her fingers closed around a flashlight. She turned it on and pointed the powerful white beam of light toward the living room. Grabbing a box of matches, she set about lighting emergency candles and placing them on the coffee and end tables. By the time she was finished, it was 12:45. She felt the first prickling of anxiety when she looked at her watch. Taking hold of a candle, she walked over to the window and stared out, searching through the jet-black night for a pair of twin headlights. Come on, Francis. By 1:30, the fear had grown big enough to take a bite. She thought of calling the lodge in Oregon, but knew it wouldn't do any good. All they'd tell her was that Francis had left around 8 o'clock, the same thing he'd told her himself. He should be here by now. Calm down. She took a deep breath and went to the bookcase, pulling out her road atlas and flipping the heavy volume open to the side-by-side maps of Oregon and Washington. She found the tiny town at the base of Mount Hood and figured the lodge was around there. Then very methodically she counted the red mile markers to Portland. It was probably an hour and 15 minutes, maybe even an hour and a half. And from Portland to Seattle, in this weather, it could take 3.5 hours. 5 hours, then. She almost smiled. By her calculation, Francis should be pulling into the driveway any minute, assuming he'd left on time, which she knew well enough he hadn't. As usual, he'd haphazardly figured how long the drive would take and thrown a number at her. Feeling better, she crawled back onto the couch and drew the quilt around her, settling in. Her head hit the pillow and she closed her eyes. She was awakened by the electricity coming back on. Noise blared from the television. Light stabbed her bleary eyes. She blinked heavily and sat up, staring blankly at the TV. A televangelist was asking for donations in a booming, authoritative voice. God wants you to dig deep. She reached for the remote control and meant to hit the mute button. Instead, she depressed volume, and the televangelist's voice screamed at her to give to the Lord. Wincing, she pressed another button and dropped the remote onto the couch. Then she glanced down at her watch. 2:45. Francis, she whispered, lurching to her feet. She raced to the front door and flung it open. The storm had given way to a gentle falling rain. Several cedar boughs lay tangled across her lawn. Falling leaves blew along her fence line. The driveway was empty. Mom? She spun around, her heart pumping so loudly she could hear it in her ears, and saw Lena standing in the living room, a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. Hi, honey. she said in a shaking voice, reluctantly closing the door. "Did the TV wake you? I'm sorry." Lena shook her head. For the first time, Madeline noticed how pale Lena was. She crossed the room toward her. "Baby, are you okay?" "Don't call me that." Lena tightened the blanket around her body. "I had a nightmare. Is Francis here yet?" Madeline hid her fear behind a quick, darting smile. "No, not yet, but you know Francis." The phone rang. As one, Madeline and Lena looked at the phone, then at each other. They shared a single desperate thought. Oh God, not a phone call in the middle of the night. Lena took a step backward, shaking her head. "Don't answer it, Mom." Madeline stood there, unable to move, her stomach tightening. The phone jangled again, and she jumped toward it, yanking up the handset in shaking hands, lifting it to her ear. "Hello? May I speak to Maddie Hillyard?" She recognized the voice instantly. It was cold, impersonal authority. "This is she?" "Ma'am, this is Officer Jim Braxton with the Oregon Highway Patrol." She squeezed her eyes shut. "Yes?" Her voice was a thin, trembling whisper. "Do you know a Francis Xavier DeMarco?" She drew in a sharp breath. "Yes." "He had your name and phone number in his wallet. You're listed as the person to call in case of an emergency." A memory of last Christmas flashed through her mind when Francis had opened the wallet she'd given him and written her name on that cheesy little piece of paper that came tucked in the credit card slot. "Yes," was all she said. Her heart was beating so loudly she could hardly hear. "I'm sorry to inform you that there's been an accident." She swayed and sank slowly to the couch. "Is he alive?" "Oh my God," Lena said. "He's been taken to Claremont Hospital in Portland. I can give you that number." She felt a quiver of hope. "They took him to the hospital? That means he's alive." There was a pause on the other end of the phone. "He was alive when the ambulance arrived at the scene, ma'am. That's all I know." She couldn't even say thank you. He gave her the number for the hospital, and she wrote it down in a fog. Then she punched in the number and asked for the emergency room. Yes, they had a Francis DeMarco. Yes, he was still alive, listed in critical condition. There'd been an accident. Was she a relative? No? Then there was no more information available. Mr. DeMarco was in surgery right now, and could the doctor call her when he was finished? Madeline mumbled something about being right there and slammed the phone down on the receiver. She turned to Lena, who was still standing in the same place, her face paler now, her eyes filled with tears. "He's dead," she said dully. "No, he's alive. He's in surgery." Lena started to cry. "Oh, Mom." Madeline got to her feet and stood there, shaking. She took a deep, steadying breath. There was no time for this panic, this fear. Later she could fall apart, but now Francis needed her. Lena needed her. She handled it the only way she knew how, with cold practicality. She donned the invisible white coat and became Dr. Hillyard, who dealt with these crises every day. She went to Lena and pulled her daughter into her arms, holding her close. She felt Lena's arms curl around her at last, felt the shuddering of Lena's body against hers, felt the moisture of Lena's tears against her neck. "Shh," she whispered, stroking Lena's damp cheek. "We've got to be strong for Francis now. There isn't time for what we're feeling. You go get dressed and pack us a bag. I'll call the airline." Lena shook her head. "I can't." Madeline gripped her daughter by the shoulders. "You can. You have to." She softened a little bit, as much as she could allow herself. "He's in surgery, Lena. That means he's still alive. He needs us." Lena looked up, her mouth trembling. "We need him too, Mom." The few small words hurt so badly that Madeline felt her own tears rising, cresting. "Yes," she said the word in a whisper of her normal voice, but it boomed into the silence like a scream. The drive to the airport and the flight to Portland seemed to take forever. Madeline stared out the airplane's small, oval window, seeing her own ashen features reflected in the fake glass. Her eyes looked like black coals burned into flesh-tone plastic. Her mouth was a colorless crease. Finally, the plane started its ear-popping descent. Madeline turned to Lena, saw the pallor of her daughter's cheek, the involuntary tremble of her lower lip. She ached to say that Francis would be okay, but she couldn't make that kind of promise. The physician in her was too ingrained to trump the mother who wanted to offer unconditional hope. "Don't stare at me, Mom." Lena didn't blink or turn, just gazed steadily at the burgundy-upholstered seat in front of her. A tear squeezed past her eyelashes and rolled down one colorless cheek, splashing on the nylon seatbelt strap. Tentatively, Madeline reached out, covered Lena's cold hand with her own. Quietly, Lena said, "I think he's dead." "No," Madeline answered quickly. "He's in surgery. If he were dead—" She couldn't go on, couldn't think about it. Her throat closed up. "If he were dead, I'd feel it." Lena turned to her then, her eyes wide with hope. "What do you mean?" Madeline slipped her fingers through Lena's and held her hand until the flesh warmed again. Twisting slightly in her seat, she rested her head against it. "I was 16 when I met Francis." She closed her eyes, remembering a dozen moments all at once. She saw him on that day when he'd come to the doctor's office to rescue her, the cavalry in the form of a bookish, starry-eyed 18-year-old with a heart as big as the whole outdoors. She'd been huddled alongside the public telephone, nervously jumping every time the door opened, certain Alex was going to come thundering through at any second. But it had only been Francis coming for her, reaching for her, taking her hand. "Maddie, girl, you're on the wrong side of town." "Help me," she'd whispered, tears spilling down her cheeks, and his one-word answer, so easy, so fast, "Forever." Madeline tried to find the words. "I'd know if he were dead. I'd feel—" "What?" Lena pleaded. "Nothing." She covered her heart with her hand, feeling the thudding pulse of her own life. "In here, I'd be empty." Her voice cracked as the images returned. Francis smiling, laughing, holding her hand, drying her tears, calling her his Maddie girl. "I don't think I could breathe without him. And I'm breathing." Madeline fell silent, lost in the world of her memories. It took her a moment to notice that Lena was sitting too still, the tears rolling one after another down her cheeks. Madeline touched her daughter's chin. "Oh, baby." Lena swallowed hard, stared out the window behind Madeline. "I yelled at him," she said in a quiet, anguished voice. "The last time I saw him—" "Don't do that," Madeline said in a rush. Lena squeezed her eyes shut. "I heard him. He told me he'd let you down. He wanted to come to juvenile hall to pick you up." Grief tightened around her chest until she could barely breathe. He was afraid you wouldn't forgive him." "I did," Lena whispered. "I did." Madeline pushed away the weight of her guilt and tried desperately to give her daughter a smile. "You tell him that when you see him." Madeline had been in hospital waiting rooms 1,000 times in her career, and she'd never truly noticed what they were like. How the neutral walls closed in on you, how the naugahyde chairs made your back ache, how magazines were useless, insulting even. What was she supposed to do now? Read about some celebrity's valiant battle with cocaine? She paced back and forth in front of the small window that overlooked the parking lot. Lena sat stiffly in a chair by the payphone. Neither one of them had spoken in the 30 minutes since they'd arrived. They'd been told that Francis was in surgery and that a Dr. Nussbaum would speak to them when the operation was over. Madeline had wanted to push her way into the OR, but she knew she wouldn't be of any use. The best help she could offer was to hold his hand when it was over. She turned, glanced again at the big black schoolroom clock on the wall. Another 60 seconds of eternity clicked past. Finally, a tall, white-haired man in green surgical scrubs pushed into the tiny room. His mask hung loosely around his neck. Blood splattered his clothing in red-black splotches. She squeezed her eyes shut and tried not to think of Francis's blood. The man shoved a hand through his thinning hair and sighed heavily, glancing from Madeline to Lena and back to Madeline. "You're Mrs. DeMarco?" It was strange how the question hurt. She shook her head, wringing her hands together and moving toward him, her gaze riveted on his face, searching for answers, pleading silently for hope. "No, I'm Dr. Madeline Hillyard, cardiologist, St. Joe's," she added uselessly, wondering why she'd said it. "This is my daughter, Lena. We are Francis's family." "I'm sorry, Dr. Hillyard." She didn't hear anything else. Blood roared in her ears, and she couldn't breathe. For a horrifying second, she thought she was going to vomit right there on the waiting room floor. The injury was too extensive. She took a long, shaking breath and balled her hands into fists. She felt her nails digging into her flesh, tearing her skin as she fought for composure. She welcomed the pain. It gave her something to think about, however briefly. Finally, what emerged from the rubble of her mind were questions, objective, informed, practical questions that were like slipping on her protective white coat. "I need to see his charts. What happened?" "Brainstem injury," he said gently, as if a softened voice could make a difference when the words were so cold and ugly. He went through the windshield of his car and hit a tree with his head. Massive intracranial hemorrhage. We've got him on life support right now, but—" "What?" Lena shouted. "You mean he's alive?" She looked at Madeline in obvious confusion, then at the surgeon. "You said you were sorry." Nussbaum took a moment to choose his words. "Physically, he's functioning, with maximum intervention." "Maximum intervention?" Lena said, her voice shrill. "What the hell is that?" Nussbaum looked pointedly at Madeline. "I've run 3 EEGs. They're completely flat." He let the sentence trail off, but Madeline knew the procedure. 3 flat EEGs and a patient was declared legally brain dead. "I'm sorry," he said again. She stared at him blankly, thinking of all the times she'd said the same useless sentence to people. "I'm sorry, Mr. So-and-so. Best efforts. Injuries were too extensive." She'd never realized how stark and unforgiving the words were, how they twisted through your insides and pulled your guts out until you had no strength. A terrifyingly familiar picture shot through her mind. She saw Francis, her Francis, lying in a bed somewhere in this cavernous building, his body hooked up to a dozen machines, his eyes, his warm, loving eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. She felt a scream start deep inside her, building, gathering force until it choked her. "What is he saying, Mom?" Lena asked. Madeline looked at her daughter and saw a 6-year-old girl standing there, pigtails askew, tears staining her bright pink cheeks. For a split second, her own grief faded, and all she could think about was her baby girl and what this news was doing to her, what it would do every moment for the rest of her life. She wanted to handle this just right, to explain the difference between a coma and brain death, to make Lena truly understand that the machines were keeping Francis's body alive, but his soul was gone, and soon the body would shut itself down with or without the machines. The body knew when its brain was gone. But she couldn't find the perfect words, or any words at all. The sense of failure threaded through her pain and weighed her down. Slowly, she crossed the room and slipped an arm around Lena's thin shoulders. "He's saying that Francis is gone, baby." Lena jerked away from her and spun around, staring blankly out the window. Then, slowly, she sank onto the nearest chair and buried her face in her hands. Tears scalded Madeline's eyes. She wanted to give in to them as Lena had, allow herself the relief of crying, but she couldn't. She looked up at Dr. Nussbaum. "Can we see him?" "Of course," he said softly. "Follow me." The hospital hallway was eerily quiet. Nurses walked by on crepe-soled shoes, barely rippling the air with their presence. Room after room was dark, the curtains drawn. Empty chairs lined the white walls. Magazines lay slumped on formica tables. Lena had grown up in hospitals. As a child, she'd played in corridors like this, waddling after smiling nurses, reading Dr. Seuss books on waiting room chairs. She'd always thought of hospitals as her mother's workplace, no different from a lawyer's office or beauty salon. But now she saw them for what they were, shadowy warehouses where the dead and dying were housed in quiet, curtained rooms, where machines sucked and wheezed and held on to life through thick electrical cords. She felt her mother beside her, heard her penny loafers click on the linoleum floor. She wanted to slip her hand through her mom's hand and squeeze, but she couldn't make herself do it. Her arms felt limp and heavy at her sides. Her legs felt as rubbery as fresh jello. Tears were a stinging, burning veil that turned everything into a smear of white. Finally, Dr. Nussbaum stopped at a room. The door was closed. Beside it, a large observation window revealed the room. A yellow curtain was drawn around the bed, shielding Francis from their eyes. The doctor turned to them. He shot a quick glance at Lena, then spoke quietly to Madeline. The injury to the left side was extensive. He's bandaged, but... Lena thought instantly of Francis's smile, the big one that seemed to take over his face, crinkling his eyes, creating a dozen little folds across his cheeks. She drew in a sharp breath. "Thank you, Dr. Nussbaum," her mother said in a stiff, wooden voice. "I'll speak to you after I've seen him." Lena stared at her mother in shock, wondering how she could be so matter-of-fact right now. Dr. Nussbaum nodded and left them alone. "I don't understand, Mom," she whispered, trying her best not to cry. "Maybe he's in a coma. People come out of comas, don't they? Maybe if we talk to him..." Mom swallowed hard. "It's not a coma, baby. Francis's brain is dead. The machines are keeping his body functioning, but everything that he was, is gone." "That man in Tennessee, he woke up..." Mom shook her head gently. "This is different, baby." Lena wished she didn't understand, but she did. She was a doctor's kid, and she knew what brain death meant. In a coma, the brain functioned, and so there was hope. When the brain died, there was no hope. Francis, her Francis, was gone, and he wasn't coming back. For a long time, Lena could hear the quiet ticking of the clock above their heads. They stood there, staring past each other, saying nothing. "I need to see him," her mother said finally. Lena turned to the window, moving closer. She put her hands out, touched the pane, thinking, crazily, that it would be like touching Francis one last time. But all it felt was cold and flat. Beyond the thin veil of the absurd yellow curtain, she could see the shadowy outline of a body in a bed, the rise and fall of a black cylinder beside it. She tried to see through it, to imagine just for a second what it would feel like to walk into that room, to see her Francis lying in a hospital bed, his cheeks white, his face slack, his eyes... Oh, God. His blue, blue eyes. "I can't do it, Mom," she whispered, shaking her head. The word stuck in her throat, felt so disloyal. But she couldn't do it, couldn't look at him and then sleep at night. Not if his eyes were blank, not if he couldn't smile at her and reach out his hand. "I can't look at him that way." Her mother moved closer, swept a cold, reassuring hand along her cheek. Lena waited for her mother to look at her, but she never did, just kept staring at that curtained window. "I saw my mother after she died," she said at last in a voice so twisted Lena barely recognized it. "My father took me into her dark bedroom and told me to look at her, to touch her cheek. It was so cold." She shivered slightly and drew her hand back, crossing her arms. "For years and years after that, when I thought of my mother, I thought of the wrong picture, the wrong memory." She turned to Lena at last. "I don't want that for you, baby. I want you to remember Francis the way he was." Her voice cracked. Was. You should have told me, Mom. Madeline frowned slightly. What do you mean? Lena stared at the window, at the shadowy outline of the man she'd taken for granted so many times, the man who dried her little girl's tears and held her hand when she was scared. She hadn't really realized until this very second how much of her world revolved around him, how much she loved him. When I was throwing my tantrums and looking for my father... She started to cry, hot, stinging tears that rolled one after another down her cheeks and splashed on her t-shirt. You should have told me he was right there all along. Chapter 16. Madeline reached for the doorknob. She gave a last sidelong look at Lena, who wouldn't meet her gaze, then pushed the door open. Sounds came at her, sounds she'd heard a million times in her life. The whoosh, wheeze of the ventilator, the steady electronic drone of the cardiac monitor. They should have meant nothing, those noises that were as familiar to her as the sound of her own breathing. But suddenly, in the confines of this small, shadowy room, they were obscenely loud. Taking a deep breath, she closed the door and went inside, circling around to the far side of the bed so that she wouldn't have to disturb the curtain. He lay in the narrow, metal-railed bed, the covers tucked up to his slack chin, his arms pressed protectively to his sides. Clear plastic tubing invaded his mouth and nose, one going to his lungs to keep him breathing, the other providing a steady drip of fluids. Bottles and bags hung from metal poles beside the bed, sending a tangle of clear tubing into his wrists, throat, and chest. A huge discolored layer of gauze hid half his face. The room was dark except for a triangle of weak light from the street lamp outside. He looked completely calm and serene, as if he couldn't have cared less that plastic tubing stormed his body and pumped air through his lungs. She was so unsteady, she had to cling to the rails to keep from falling down. Finally, she reached out, brushed a lock of hair from his eyes, tucking it beneath the white rim of the bandage. Beside her, the ventilator wheezed and dropped. His chest rose and fell, rose and fell. She wanted to believe in a miracle right now, to believe that she could take his hand and lean close to his ear and help him find his way back to her, guide him back from the light so many patients spoke of. But she'd been a doctor too long. His EEG was stone flat. He'd had no reaction to the pain tests. Nothing. There was no life inside him anymore. He would never smile at her, never call her his Maddie girl. At the thought, the grief she'd been holding at bay welled up inside her, spilling everywhere, streaking down her cheeks in hot, wet tears. She remembered all the times they'd snuggled up on her couch to watch a movie together, all the times she'd held his hand in hers. She leaned over and pressed a kiss to his warm cheek, and waited breathlessly for him to open his eyes and smile at her and say, "Maddie girl, you didn't think it was real, did you?" But he didn't answer, didn't move, just lay there breathing through a machine. Without realizing what she was going to do, she lowered the bed rail and climbed into bed beside him, slipping an arm gently around his chest, staring at the side of his face that was unharmed. He looked peaceful from this angle, and she prayed that he was, needed to believe that he was. She clung to him, pressing her face against his throat, crying. She wanted to beg him not to leave her, not to be dead, but she was crying too hard to speak, too hard even to think. She had no idea how long she lay there, tangled up with him, breathing the last subtle reminder of his aftershave, the one she'd given him for Christmas. Thinking of all the moments they'd never have again, all the time she'd reach instinctively for the phone to call him, only to realize he wasn't at home anymore. She was roused at last by a knock on the door. She sniffed and wiped her eyes, intending to crawl out of the bed and stand by his side like the professional she'd always been, to buck up and be strong. But she couldn't move, couldn't leave him. So she lay there, holding him, and offered a harsh, raw, "Come in." The door opened and Dr. Nussbaum came up beside her. "I'm sorry." "Don't say it," she snapped. The moment the words left her mouth, she was horrified by her loss of control. She tried to force her trembling mouth into a smile and failed. "I'm sorry. It's just—" She couldn't go on. The tears came back, spilled helplessly down her cheeks. She balled her hands into fists and struggled to sit up. Without meeting Nussbaum's gaze, she climbed out of the bed. "It's okay," he said in a quiet voice. After a long, silent moment, he added, "I've spoken to Dr. Allenford at St. Joseph's." At first, Madeline was confused. What did Chris have to do with this? Then the explanation washed over her, rippling and icy cold. She sucked in a sharp, aching breath. Facts fell into place. Francis was brain dead, but his organs were functioning. The organ procurement people had spoken with Unos, who had referred them to Dr. Allenford. "What did he say?" she asked quietly. "He says he has a perfect match for your friend's heart, a patient in Seattle." Madeline felt as if she were doing a free fall into a deep, dark hole. She couldn't reach out, couldn't catch her breath. Her own heart started hammering in her chest. She should have seen it instantly, known it. How had she missed the obvious? Nussbaum looked a little uncomfortable. "I've never had this conversation with someone who knew more about transplants than I do. Are you the patient's legal next of kin?" "He's a priest. Did you know that? A priest. He's never done a mean thing in his life, and now... Words failed her. Dr. Nussbaum gave her a gentle smile. "Would you like me to send the organ transplant coordinator in here? The bereavement counselor handles these things a hell of a lot better than I do." "No. Yes. Let me think." She brushed the hair from Francis's face with a shaking hand. He moved toward her, placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's not a coma, Dr. Hillyard, and I know you know the difference. Mr. DeMarco is legally brain dead. Now his next of kin has to decide what to do. You know there isn't much time for the donation decision. Dr. Allenford said—" She turned on him, balling the report in her fist. "Don't you think I know that?" Her voice cracked. "Leave us alone now." "Certainly. Dr. Allenford said he could have the Lear down here in 45 minutes. "Yes," she said dully, stroking Francis's soft cheek. "I know the procedure." He left as quickly as he'd come, and when he was gone, she wished he hadn't left. It was too quiet in here. The electronic noises were so soulless, so inhuman. "Oh, Francis," she whispered. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She couldn't make a decision like this alone, and yet there was no one to take the burden from her shoulders. Angel was Francis's only living relative, and God knew he couldn't help her. It would be inhuman to ask it of him. The minutes ticked by, one after another, stitching into some endless quilt of time, minutes existing, then not existing, falling away. It was so precious, time. Why was it you never realized that until it slipped through your fingers and lay forgotten at your feet? "Why is that, Francis?" she asked, stroking his hair. She kept hoping against hope that he would hear her, blink his eyes, twitch one finger, something. But there was nothing except the droning hiss of the machines and the quiet strain of her own breathing. "Oh, God," she whispered, feeling as if her soul were being slowly ripped in half. She understood at last how so many of her patients' families had felt in this moment. She wanted to rail at the injustice of it all, but she'd learned long ago that life was unfair and unpredictable, that death stalked a family right up to the dinner table without once emitting a sound. She knew all this, had known it since she was 6 years old. She knew, too, what Francis would have her do right now. He would want his death to mean something. And if he could save Angel's life, Francis would do it in a second without hesitation. She knew that Francis's heart, his wonderful, loving heart, could save his brother's life. But could she do it? Could she authorize the end of Frances's life support? Could she live with herself if she did? If she didn't? Slowly, she kneeled on the cold linoleum floor and brought her hands together in prayer. Please, God, help me make the right decision. She waited, breath held, for a sign of some kind. There was nothing but the click of the cardiac monitor and the whoosh, thunk of the respirator. She squeezed her eyes shut. What do I do? She whispered. Help me, God, please. You know, Maddie girl. You know. She lurched to her feet and stared down at him, studying everything about him, looking for something that meant he'd spoken. But of course she knew he hadn't. His voice had been in her own mind. After a long minute, she straightened her shoulders and walked from the room. Outside, Lena sat slumped on one of those uncomfortable chairs that hospitals set out for family members. At Madeline's arrival, she jumped to her feet. Her eyes were puffy and red, her cheeks streaked with dried tears. Madeline touched Lena's cheek in a gentle, intimate gesture that wasn't enough, wasn't nearly enough. I need to talk to you about something. Lena squeezed her eyes shut, shaking her head. You think I don't know what it is, Mom? I've been sitting out here for almost an hour. I heard the diagnosis and the prognosis. She gave a laugh that was bitter. I am a cardiologist's kid, you know. Madeline looked at her daughter in awe and saw for the first time a hint of the woman that Lena would someday become. Strong, focused, independent. Yes, she said softly, wanting to say more but unable to find the words. Lena bit down on her lower lip and stared at the curtained window. You know what he would want. Yes. To her horror, she felt herself starting to cry, right there in front of her daughter, in front of the one person on earth she was supposed to always be strong in front of. But the tears came anyway, flooding, burning. Lena took a hesitant step forward. Don't cry, Mom. He wouldn't want you to cry. Madeline reached for her daughter, pulled her into a desperate hug. They stood that way for what felt like hours, holding each other, swaying in their grief, crying and stopping and crying again. Finally, Madeline drew back, gazed down at her daughter's beautiful, tear-filled eyes, and gave her a trembling smile. I love you, baby, and I'm so, so proud of you right now. You're stronger than I ever was. So what happens now? Madeline sighed, feeling old. They've got a few more tests to run, and I've got to call Chris. Madeline went back into Frances's room and picked up the phone, dialing Chris's home number. He picked it up on the first ring. Allenford here. Hi, Chris. It's Madeline. There was a moment's pause. Madeline? I'm down at Claremont Hospital in Portland. Oh, Jesus, Madeline, what happened? Her voice trembled. It's Frances. She tried to say more, go on, but she couldn't. The donor is your priest? Angel's brother? Yes, she whispered, trying desperately to keep her focus. Third EEG was flat. No spontaneous activity off the ventilator, no response to pain tests. He's gone. I'm the executor of his estate, Chris. I want to authorize the donation. Okay, Madeline, he said quietly. I'll take it from here. Maybe you should come home, get some sleep. No, she said more sharply than she intended. I'm not leaving him. I don't want anyone else near him. She realized how stupid and childish she sounded. She knew the teams that would descend on this hospital within the hour. Surgeons from all over the country taking bits and pieces from Frances's body to save other lives. She tried to cling to that grain of hope. Frances's beautiful blue eyes still seeing the world, his kidneys saving a child's life, his bright, loving heart still beating. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to remember that this was a miracle. And yet all she felt was dead and hollow and hurting. I've got his durable power of attorney, Chris. I'll sign a waiver to donate Frances's eyes, heart, kidney, pancreas, everything. It's what he'd want. Nopa and Unos faxed me the stats. Kidney and liver functions are good. Dopamine level is acceptable. Hydration okay. I knew he was a perfect match for Angel. His voice fell to a whisper. Now I know why. Yes. It was all she could say. Madeline? He said her name softly and with an unusual intimacy. He's going to save his brother's life. She choked back a tiny sob. I know. Will Angel accept? I don't want Angel to know. What if? She hesitated. What if he thinks I did the wrong thing? What if? The policy is confidentiality, Madeline. I'll let you make the call. You can tell Angel or not. It's up to you. The words were like tiny nicks from a razor blade, and she flinched at each one. Thanks. Nussbaum knows how we want the body. At her gasp, he cut himself off immediately. He knows how we want Mr. DeMarco taken care of. Francis, she corrected him softly. Then, I'll make sure they do it right, Chris. How long until you can be down here? I'm on my way. I'll contact UNOS, and they can alert the rest of the teams across the country. He didn't say goodbye, and neither did she. They both knew there were no words for a time like this. Nothing but cold practicality and pain that would never go away. Angel felt like he was in the middle of Safeway, the produce aisle with its glaring lights and gleaming silver metal bins and bland white ceiling. Here, in OR 9, the walls were colorless. Stainless steel tables were draped in surgical green fabric, their flat surfaces covered with precisely placed metal instruments. A television set hung from the ceiling, its screen a gaping black square. Computers and machines were everywhere, ticking, buzzing, whooshing. There were people all around him, none of whom he could see, of course, because they were masked and draped and gloved. Not that any of them seemed to care about him. He was just the patient. Plain old Mark Jones. They didn't care that he was here, in this sterile room, stretched out on a steel table, naked, his body invaded by needles and tubes, his blood infected with medications. In the hour he'd lain here, no one had even spoken to him. Instead, they talked around him, checking their gauges, monitoring his vital signs, looking at the clock. Every few minutes, some new masked person would rush in with flight information, and some nurse would recheck the surgical instruments on the table beside him. All the while, the big clock on the wall kept ticking. He was shaved, again, from chin to foot, and had been bathed in a stinging red-brown solution that made him look as if he'd been dipped in caramel sauce. More blue-green fabric draped his naked body. This is it. This is when they cut your heart out. He squeezed his eyes shut at the thought, fighting panic. He tried not to think about the surgeon's first cut, or his second, or the instruments that would crack his chest open, or the gloved hands that would take a few snip, snip, snips with the scissors and then reach deep, deep inside his chest. His eyes snapped open, and he lay there, breathing hard. Oh, Christ, he whispered, wishing it were a prayer, wishing he knew what to say, what to beg for in this moment. But his whole life had been a headlong rush to death, and he had no hope, no real hope, that he would ever wake up again, that this stranger's heart would be his redemption. A masked woman came over to him, peering down at him through eyes that were crinkled in the corners. It was pathetic how pleased he was to have her beside him, even if it was for a second, even if she didn't know or care who he was. At least he wasn't so alone. The heart has just landed at SeaTac, Mr. Jones, she said in a hushed voice. We'll be ready to begin soon. He pictured a huge beating heart splatting on runway 12, spraying blood everywhere. He winced, swallowed hard. He reached out, grabbed the nurse's gloved hand. Don't leave me. The humiliating plea ached for release. Instead, he sucked in a sharp, shaking breath and whispered, Where's Mad? Above the mask, he saw her frown. You're mad? He shook her hand impatiently. Dr. Hillyard, where is she? The frown faded. She was on Life Flight 1 with your new heart. Now they're on a helicopter. They should be here any second. Don't let them anesthetize me until she gets here, okay? She glanced at the clock. It's not my decision, Mr. Jones. He clung to her hand. Please. He heard the pathetic shake in his voice, but he couldn't change it, didn't really care anymore. "Don't let anyone touch me until Madeline gets here." There was so much he needed to say to her before they did this abominable thing to his body and to Francis. Francis. Jesus, he had so many things to say to his big brother, so many things, and yet only one. "I love you, bro." He winced at the memory of their last meeting and closed his eyes. He'd make it up to Franco if only God would give him a second chance. Just a second. A moment of consciousness before death when Angel could say he was sorry. So damned sorry. At exactly 3:15, a masked man came over to Angel, looked at the machines one by one, then finally said, "Hello, Mr. Jones, I'm Dr. Arch." He reached for one of the clear plastic bags hanging above Angel's head. "It's easy to remember. Dr. A for anesthesia." "Oh, good. Mnemonics." Angel sighed. "Just don't put me to sleep until Madeline gets here." "Don't worry, she'll be right beside you." Dr. Arch swept past Angel in a blur of blue-green and settled with a whiny squeak onto a stool. The wheels grated across the linoleum and took the anesthesiologist to his station. Angel tried to lift his head off the hard table and couldn't. Instead, he turned, stared at the closed door. An image shimmered in front of bland steel. Francis, he realized suddenly. It was his brother come to hold his hand. "Heya, Angel." Angel started to say something and realized he didn't know what it was. Dizziness rolled through him. He blinked hard, and when he opened his eyes, Francis was gone. Angel's cheek seemed to hit the table with a loud thunk. They'd done it. The assholes had started the anesthesia. He could feel the drugs oozing into his veins, crawling through his body in a swaying, intoxicating rhythm. He tried to concentrate on the bag hanging above his head, the prick of the needle in his wrist. It was dripping, dripping into his blood, seeping. He swallowed thickly. It felt as if cotton were wadded in his mouth and throat. Dr. Arch wheeled back toward him. "Just relax, Mr. Jones. Go with the flow. The flow. The flow." Angel tried to lift his chin and couldn't. Fuck you, motherfucker." Dr. Arch laughed quietly and wheeled back to his station. Angel wanted to rip the IV needle from his arm, but couldn't lift his hand. The lights overhead bled together and became the sun. Panic pressed down on him, made his ragged heartbeat speed up. "Whoa, Mr. Jones," Dr. Arch said in his ear. "Calm down, fella. Calm down. Go with the flow." Angel's eyes fluttered shut. He forced them open again, tried to focus on the hot, hot sun. Something was different. Noise, he realized groggily. And then she was there, peering over him, filling his world like a Madonna. "Angel, can you hear me?" "Mad." He sighed with relief, wanting, aching to feel her hand in his. It wasn't enough to know she was touching him. He wanted to feel it, one last time. He wanted to rip that damned mask from her face and see her smile again. There was so much to say, so much, and the drugs were taking it all away from him. "Loved you." She stroked his cheek, and it felt good, so good he felt tears sting his eyes. He fought his way through the layers of fog that separated them. She gave him a smile. He could see it above the mask, the way it crinkled her eyes. He remembered that smile, had always remembered it. Christ, so beautiful. "Francis," he wheezed. "Sorry. Tell him. Loved him, too." Suddenly, he saw Francis standing beside her, smiling that cockeyed smile of his, whispering that it was okay, that it had always been okay. But Angel knew it wasn't real. Tears glazed Madeline's eyes, and he wanted to say, "Don't cry for me," but he couldn't speak. His eyelids fluttered again. He heard Dr. Arch's lilting voice, talking. Then he was out. Madeline stood off to the side, watching the surgery. Surgeons and residents and nurses were clustered around the table, working on Angel, poking, prodding, tubing, monitoring every breath he took, every pulse of blood through his heart and veins. He was intubated and catheterized, and his body had been washed again with iodine. Then he'd been redraped in sterile sheets. His hair was covered by a blue paper cap, and tiny strips of white adhesive tape kept his eyelids shut. The only part of his naked body that was exposed was a narrow strip of chest and upper abdomen, an orange belt of skin covered in taut, clear plastic, and surrounded by blue-green sheets. A dehumanizing patch of color that seemed light years away from Angel's ready smile or swaggering personality or towering temper. The patient. Madeline tried to think of him that way, tried to be cold and distant and professional. But when Chris reached for the scalpel, touched its razor-sharp point to the skin at the base of Angel's throat, she flinched. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, and when she did, she found herself traveling back in time to another place. A Ferris wheel at a tawdry little carnival, a rocking ride with the boy of her dreams. She felt his arm slip around her, slide down the bare skin of her arm. "I love you, Mad." She heard the whining buzz of an electric saw and kept her eyes shut. She didn't want to see them cut open his chest, see his blood spill over the sterile little patch of green, splash on the linoleum floor. "Chest spreader," Allenford barked. Madeline winced and tried to keep thinking about the carnival. That had been their last time together as lovers, and what a magical time it had been. Stars everywhere, the smell of popcorn, the faraway squeal of people on the midway. She remembered the earrings he'd won for her, the solemn way they'd buried the gaudy jewelry as a reminder of their love. She thought of Francis, gentle, loving Francis, and the gift he was giving to his brother, the miracle that was unfolding just a few feet away. "Get the bypass ready." Madeline opened her eyes. Reluctant to move and yet unable to remain where she was, she took a few steps toward the table. She saw instantly where they were in the operation. Angel's chest was a red, gaping hole in the surgical fabric. Cannulas had been inserted and sutured in the heart, and they were busily connecting Angel to the heart-lung bypass machine. Everyone drew in a sharp breath as the bypass machine was started. The squat machine started whirring and pounding and pumping. A technician monitored the machine's function and said, "Everything looks good, Dr. Allenford." "Okay," Chris said, reaching for his instruments. "Let's go." Madeline moved toward the table, her gaze riveted on the surgery. She inched forward, mesmerized, watching Chris's bloody, gloved hands work. He removed Angel's damaged heart and handed it, still beating, to the pathologist, who put it in a metal bowl and disappeared. Then Chris reached over and lifted Francis's heart in his capable hands. It looked so ordinary, she thought, a pale pink lump that had once held Francis's soul. Chris studied the inert organ, then lowered it deep into Angel's chest. It took almost an hour and a half to secure the new heart in place. Finally, Chris looked over to the perfusionist monitoring the bypass machine. "Okay, let's warm him up." Chris placed the final sutures in the pulmonary artery, and rich, warm blood began pouring into the heart, feeding it, warming it. He glanced up suddenly, made eye contact with Madeline. A single thought leapt between them. This is it. Everyone in the room seemed to draw in a sudden, anticipatory breath. Madeline stepped closer until she was almost touching the table. She peered past the blue-green-clad bodies on either side of her, staring at the hole in Angel's chest, at the mass of pinkish tissue that lay there, motionless. "Beat," she pleaded silently. "Don't make it all for nothing." The big old wall clock ticked past a minute, then another. "Increase isopro," Allenford said evenly. "Go to 4 mics." "Come on," Madeline whispered, her hands curling into fists at her sides. "Come on, Francis." "You want the defibrillator?" someone said. "Hush," Chris said. The room fell utterly silent, all eyes trained on the new heart. After what felt like hours, it quivered. Madeline felt her own heart lurch in expectation. "Come on," Kris urged the organ. "Come on." Inside Angel's chest, Frances's heart jumped. Once, twice, 3 times. Then it began a slow, steady thumping. "Houston, we have a heartbeat," Kris said. "A heart rate's going up," someone said. 54? 63? A cheer went through the room. Madeline tried to join in, but she couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even smile. Her whole body was trembling and her eyes were stinging. She felt as if the Spirit of God were inside her, filling her to overflowing, making her know that what had just happened in this room was a miracle. God had taken a life, and then he'd given one back. She watched, mesmerized, as the healthy heart kept up its slow, rhythmic dance. Grinning, crying, she covered her masked mouth with her hands and looked up at the ceiling as if, in that magical instant, she could see God. "Love him, Maddie girl." She jumped at the sound and spun around, half expecting to see Frances standing beside her. But there was no one there at all. Chapter 17. Lena couldn't stand being in the house. Everywhere she looked, there were memories of Frances. She stood on the porch, staring out at the first pink strands of dawn that crept along the shadowy street. Her lungs ached from the cigarettes she'd smoked, and her eyes stung from crying. She felt rubbery and hollow and sad. Oh, God, how could there be such sadness? She bit her lower lip and felt the burning glaze her eyes again. Turning, she saw the porch swing, the one he'd given them for Christmas last year, and suddenly she was crying again. "Come back, Frances. I'm so sorry. Oh, God, I'm so sorry." In some dim part of her mind, she heard the whine of a car engine. Dully, she looked up and saw her mother's car pull into the driveway. She walked to the edge of the railing and stood there. Mom killed the engine and got out of the car. The whack of the Volvo's door shutting seemed obscenely loud in the pre-dawn quiet. She was halfway up the walkway when she saw Lena standing on the shadowy porch. Mom climbed the creaking steps and stopped, leaning against the wisteria-twined white railing. Her gaze flicked over the ashtray on the floor, on the butts that were strewn everywhere. But when she looked at Lena, she didn't say a word. Tears sprang to her mother's eyes, and she moved forward, opening her arms. Woodenly, Lena moved into the circle of her mother's embrace, felt the warm, loving arms enfold her, and suddenly she was a child again, 6 years old, and she wanted to believe that her mother could make everything better. She waited for her mother to say something, to give Lena some magical, miraculous words that would turn back the clock. But her mother didn't speak, just held her. And Lena knew it would never be all right again. He sits on the porch swing, trying to make it sway beneath him, but the wooden slats remain utterly motionless. The air is thick and heavy and smells of nothing. Before, he wouldn't have known what that was, nothingness. But now he does. He tries to remember the million smells that used to linger around her front porch. Roses and fresh-cut grass, the fecund humidity of muddy earth when the rains came, the smell of the wind itself as it blew leaves across the sidewalk. Even the dead-brown wisteria vines that curl around her white railing used to have their own wintry smell. Now there is nothing. The wind moves past him. He can see it touching the fallen leaves, swirling in minute whirlpools on the brown grass, but none of it touches him where he sits in the porch swing that can't be made to move. He is waiting for something to happen. That's all he knows. There is a moment out there, hovering beyond his grasp. He feels it the way he used to feel rain on his cheeks or the wind at his back. He has something left to do. He has learned that if he concentrates very, very hard, he can find himself inside her house, wandering among her things, reaching out for bits and pieces, mementos of a past he is rapidly forgetting. But it makes him tired, all that thinking, and it makes him feel things that hurt. And when he's done, he wishes he hadn't moved, had just sat here on this swing where he feels so at home. Last night, Lena was beside him, and when she first sat down, he felt the swing rustle and move beneath him, so much so he could almost feel the movement of the wind, almost hear the creaking of the wooden slats. But he thinks in the end it was just a memory, that he couldn't hear those things at all. She had cried, his precious baby, and in some pocket of his soul, he'd known that she was crying for him. He'd ached to touch her, comfort her, but he couldn't concentrate with the hacking sound of her sobs washing over him. So he'd done what he could, used the power that seemed to lie curled in the emptiness of his belly. He'd squeezed his eyes shut and spoken to her in his mind, words, remnants of words he could barely remember. "I'm here, Lena. I'm here." He'd thought the words over and over and over, and still her tears had gone on, wrenching through him, making him ache. Finally, she'd gone into the house, and he'd followed her, drifting from room to room, wanting desperately to feel that he belonged in this place, the only real home he'd ever known. But with each passing bit of time, he'd felt himself getting weaker and weaker. Once, when he looked down, he couldn't see his feet, and in the next second, his legs were beginning to fade. Finally, he'd curled up on the end of her bed like a cat and closed his eyes. The next thing he knows, he's here again, stationed on the porch swing. Sunlight is all around him, streaming from billowy clouds perched high in a clear blue sky. A last yellow-green leaf rustles on the wisteria vine and floats to the lawn. He looks down, and his feet are still gone. His legs are in constant shimmerings of shadow against the white paint of the porch floorboards. He wonders how long it will go on, this slow vanishing, and what will become of him when it is over. And so he waits. Angel was lying very still. Everything was dark. He could hear sounds, noises that were a confusing, frightening din. He blinked, tried to open his eyes, failed. "Angel?" He heard her voice coming at him from beyond the darkness. He needed her suddenly, needed her so much. He tried again to open his eyes. His lashes flickered. It took so much energy. He heard her voice again, coaxing him, whispering his name. He fought to push aside the layers of cotton and fog that pressed around him. Finally, one eye cracked open and light stabbed him, sent him scurrying again for the comforting shadows. "Come on, Angel, open your eyes." Slowly, hesitantly, he tried again, and found her sitting beside him, her masked face inches from his. For a split second he was 17 again, and she was his Madeline waiting for him. He tried to remember where he was, why she was here. Then he noticed his heartbeat, strong and even. Ta-dum, ta-dum, ta-dum. He squeezed his eyes shut, and all he could hear was his, someone else's, heart hammering away in his chest, thudding beneath his skin. He wanted to reach for the needles and tubes and rip them all out, but his hands were weak and shaking. He'd never experienced such a devastating sense of violation, of loss. He felt invaded. The stranger's heart didn't belong in him. He felt it with every breath, thumping too loudly, aching in his damaged chest. Where was his own heart? Weak and useless as it was his. And now it was gone, lying in the trash somewhere. His heart, the storehouse of his soul, his dreams, his ideas. "Oh, Christ," he whispered in a scratchy, broken voice that he didn't even recognize. Panic swooped in. God, it wasn't even his voice anymore. There was nothing left of him. Nothing. Then a word stopped his fall, left him breathless and shaking, and more afraid than he'd ever been in his life. Donor. He forced his eyes open again and stared up at Madeline. He knew he was crying. He could feel the tears coursing down his cheeks, and he didn't care. "Who?" She flinched as if she'd been struck. "Angel," she said, in a voice so calm that for a second he was swayed. All he wanted to do was fall into that voice, that look in her eyes. "Don't think about those things now. Just relax. The surgery went well. You're doing fine. Fine." the surgery. He thought again of his heart, his own worthless heart, and the tears kept coming and coming. It felt as if he were grieving, but he didn't know for whom, for what. He just knew that his heart wasn't his, and it was inside him, thumping too loudly, pumping too efficiently. His hands and feet were uncomfortably warm, and suddenly the cold numbness he'd had before was preferable to this thing beating inside him. The question came back to him, weighing on his thudding heart. Whose heart is it? He wanted to ask the question again, to demand an answer, but he couldn't do it, couldn't form the words or force them up his raw, burning throat. He wondered suddenly if he wanted to know. Sweet Jesus, did he want to know who was inside him, keeping him alive, warming his hands and toes? Madeline stroked the side of his face, and it felt good. So good. He closed his eyes again and shook his head. He wanted to say something to her, but what? What? The darkness came back for him, crooking its silent finger, drawing him back to the black cocoon where he didn't remember, didn't care. Angel, you're going to be okay, came her voice again, soothing, calming. You'll feel better when the anesthesia wears off completely. Trust me, you're experiencing disorientation. It's normal. To be expected. Don't worry. He turned his head a little, felt the pillow sink beneath his cheek. Beside him, the cardiac monitor spat out reams of paper, showing its bright pink heartline graph across the black screen. For a second he couldn't focus, couldn't make out what he was seeing. Then it struck him. There were two blurry pink lines running side by side on the computerized screen, where before there had only been one. Fear welled up inside him, spilling through him in wave after wave. He started to shake, felt his insides knot up smaller and smaller. Then he looked back at the monitor, and it showed only one heartbeat. It should have calmed him, the realization that it had been a hallucination. But it didn't. He could feel the drugs whirring through his bloodstream, dulling this moment, blurring his vision, but it didn't matter. The stranger's heart kept beating, beating, beating. Oh, God, he whimpered. He'd never been so sick or afraid in his life. You should have let me die. Just relax, Angel. Relax. We'll talk later. He felt her squeeze his hand, felt her stroke his tear-soaked cheek, and he wanted to take comfort from her, ached to take comfort from her, but he couldn't. It didn't matter what she said later. What she told him was normal or to be expected. He knew the truth, knew it with every beat of the stranger's heart. Someone was living inside him. It was cold along the shadowy stream bed where Lena stood alone, waiting for her friends to drift down the loose embankment. They'd appear on the rise like they always did, one by one, their bodies silhouetted against the cool blue of an autumn sky, their hands jammed in their pockets, cigarettes hanging limply from their mouths. She'd hear them talking before they reached the crest of the ridge, their voices high and exuberant. It always brought a swift stab of longing, that first sound of their laughing conversations. She'd rise to her feet, craning her neck to see the first familiar face, hear the first called out, "Hey, Lena, hold that spot for me." Whenever they came careening down the ravine toward her, their tennis shoes skidding and sliding through the wet autumn leaves, their backpacks thumping against their bodies, she felt, for a few brief shining moments, as if she belonged. The crowd met here every morning before school, collecting like lost souls, drawn together to share cigarettes, booze, pot, and a sense of togetherness. They were the bad kids, the problem ones. Everyone knew it, from the teachers to the counselors to the principal himself. Once a semester, one of the new teachers would come tearing down this crumbling bank, pointing an accusing finger and rousting them all. But by the end of the year, the teacher would be tired, and there would be more and more days when they stood here alone, talking among themselves, laughing at their own bravery, believing they were invincible. But Lena didn't feel invincible anymore, and nothing as easily obtainable as a few cigarettes would ease the ache that pressed on her lungs until sometimes she didn't think she could breathe without starting to cry. She jammed her hands in the baggy, linty confines of her jeans and sat down on a mossy rock. Two towering cedar trees stood stoically on either side of her, their graceful branches collapsing downward like an umbrella that had been left half open after a rain. "Hey, Lena!" It was Jet, standing at the crest of the hill, wearing all black, his buzz-cut hair dyed to match. He jumped over the edge like a skier, knees up, arms flung wide. His shoes hit the earth hard and skidded out from underneath him. With a whooping holler, he ran all the way down, leapt across the creek, and came to a breathless stop beside her. She stared at him, this boy whom she'd had a crush on for almost 2 years, and felt suddenly as if she'd never seen him before. It made her feel a bit sick to her stomach, unsteady on her feet. He grinned at her, flashing a set of white teeth. "Can I bum a smoke?" It was always the first thing he said to her. "Sure," she mumbled, reaching into her leather pocket, pulling out a pack. She knew the second she touched it that it was empty. A frown darted across her face. When had she smoked them all? Then she remembered the other night, when they'd landed back at SeaTac Airport. Mom had put Lena into a taxi and sent her home. To that empty house, with pictures of Francis everywhere. It felt as if every place she looked, she saw him, felt him, heard him. Finally, she'd raced from her room and curled onto the porch swing, the one he'd bought them for Christmas last year, and cried and smoked until her mother came home. "Sorry," she said, glancing up at Jet. "I guess I'm out." His disappointment was obvious. "No prob." They stood there a second longer, waiting for the other kids to arrive. Yesterday she would have tried to talk to him, would have pulled conversation from the chilly air around them and clung to each word he gave her, but today she was too tired to expend the effort. She heard the magpie chatter of distant conversations and looked up just as 5 or 6 kids lurched over the crest of the hill and skidded downward. Within seconds they were all standing alongside the stream, cigarettes going, talking loudly and laughing. Lena looked at them, from one face to another, and felt a dawning sense of confusion. Why, when she was standing here among her friends, did she feel so lonely that she wanted to cry? It took her a second to realize that no one was talking to her, a second more to realize she didn't care. Jet pulled a thermos out of his backpack and twisted the lid off. With a grin, he said, "Kahlua and Coke, anyone?" Everyone cheered and reached for the thermos. But before Jet could take the first swallow, another silhouette appeared on the rise. "You kids get back to school. The first bell rang 5 minutes ago." As one, they looked up and saw Vicky Owen, the new guidance counselor, standing above them. Beside her, Principal Smithson looked ragged and tired, and Lena wasn't surprised by his expression. Smithson had raided this ravine a couple of thousand times too often to believe it would make any difference. The kids laughed at getting caught and tossed their still-burning cigarettes into the stream. Lena watched the white butts swirl together, mix with the fallen leaves, and float downstream. It occurred to her that a bird could see that little white cylinder and swoop down on it, swallowing the deadly man-made thing before it realized what had happened. "You, Lena Hillyard? I want to talk to you." It was Miss Owen's voice. Lena looked up and realized that she was the only one left at the stream. The other kids and Principal Smithson were gone. The only evidence that they'd been there was a skidding trail of loose mud that cut through the leaves and ferns. With a sigh, Lena jumped over the stream and climbed up the embankment. At the top, she stopped alongside Miss Owen and saw her mother standing a few feet away. Lena rolled her eyes. Great. Miss Owen stepped aside, then retreated wordlessly. Lena watched the counselor walk across the football field and disappear into the school. Finally, she turned and looked at her mother. She stood about 10 feet away, her hair unbrushed and unkempt, her eyes puffy and red. It was the way they'd both looked in the 2 days since Francis's death. The walking wounded. "What do you want?" she said harshly, knowing what her mother wanted, knowing it was what they both wanted. Comfort, relief from the staggering grief. But there was no comfort. Lena had learned that the hard way. It just kept coming back, sneaking through your thoughts like a snake, pouncing at the most unexpected times. Every time the phone rang, Lena thought it was Francis, then whap, the snake bit. There was a long pause before her mother spoke. a quiet in which Lena heard the squawking of the crows and the distant whine of a leaf blower. "Vicky Owen called me this morning, told me where you were. I thought we should talk." Lena swallowed heavily. "Is that going to bring him back, Mom?" She shook her head. "Come on, baby. Walk with me." She stared at her mother, watched as Madeline turned and walked slowly toward the bleachers. Lena thought about not following, about just splitting and going somewhere, anywhere. But she didn't want to be alone, and her mother was the only person who really understood how Lena felt. She followed her mother across the football field and up into the bleachers. They sat side by side, far enough apart that they weren't touching, but still somehow together in all the empty seats. Lena glanced around at the black scoreboard with the unlit entries for home and guest. A prowling black cat crawled across the wooden fencing, his tail wrapped through the sign that proudly proclaimed this place the home of the Panthers. Lena had been here, of course, but never for a game. She'd never heard the crash of the helmets or the roar of the crowd, never met with a group of friends to watch their team battle another. Years ago she'd wanted to, back when she was in 7th grade and Kara Milston was her best friend in the world. She'd tried to get her mother to take her to a game, but that was the beginning of Madeline's busy days. Days and nights and more days that blurred together in hospital shifts that never ended. There had only been a few home games that year, and Madeline had been unable to go to every one of them. By the next year, Lena had collected a group of friends who wouldn't be caught dead at a football game. Instead, they'd spent their Friday nights down by the stream, sucking up whatever booze someone could get a hold of and chain-smoking. Maybe if Lena had had a brother or a boyfriend, it would have been different. Or if she and Kara had stayed best friends. Or if her mom had gone to high school, maybe that would have made a difference too. "You never asked to go to football games anymore," Mom said quietly. "Yeah? Well, I got better things to do." "Like smoking down by the creek?" Lena shrugged and glanced around the bleachers, noticing the film of wrappers and old popcorn and spilled Coke that lay in sticky heaps on the metal flooring. "I thought you wanted to talk." There was a long pause, then slowly, quietly, her mother began to speak. "I was 6 years old when my mom died. One night I kissed her goodnight and went off to bed. When I woke up, she was gone. No one wanted to tell me how sick she was. My dad thought it didn't matter, I guess, preparing a little girl to lose her mother. But there were so many things I never got to say." There was a surprising bitterness in her mother's voice, a hardness she'd never heard before. She frowned a little. "After that, I saw the world differently. I knew it wasn't a safe place." Lena felt the tears come back, stinging, burning. She thought about wiping them away, but didn't bother. He was always there for me." "He still is, baby." Lena snorted and smeared a hand across her eyes. "Don't get into that God stuff. It doesn't help." "You can call it God or Jesus or Allah or mumbo-jumbo. It doesn't matter. What matters is looking inside yourself and discovering what you believe. If you don't, you'll have nothing to cling to, nothing to believe in, and everything will start falling apart. Trust me, I know." "I don't want to think about that stuff now," she said in a tiny, broken voice. "If I do, all I end up thinking about is how gone he is, how he's never coming back, and how much I miss him. If Francis were right here, right now, what would he say to you?" For a split second, she could almost feel him beside her, whispering in her ear. A sad little smile plucked at her lips. "He'd tell me to ditch that loser bunch of friends and go home." "You see? He's there, inside you. He always will be." Lena wanted to smile, wanted it badly, but she couldn't. "He hated my friends. He thought they weren't going anywhere." Madeline didn't respond, but her silence seemed to say it all. "I know he's right," Lena said shakily, "but I don't know what to do about it. I never did." "The biggest journeys start with a single step. Maybe you could go to the Christmas dance. You'll see a whole different crowd of people there. A girl as pretty as you could get a date in a second." Lena rolled her eyes. "As if, Mom. Chet Rodham wouldn't be caught dead at something as dopey as a school dance." "What about you, Lena? Would you like to go?" It was exactly the sort of idea Frances would have come up with. Lena thought about it and wished immediately that she hadn't. The idea of attending a school dance was oh so seductive. She thought about dressing up, fixing her hair, coming down the stairs and getting her picture taken with a boy who smiled shyly for the camera. She thought about her mother, grinning from ear to ear, slipping her arm around Frances's waist. No, Frances wouldn't be there. He'd never be there again. Lena jerked to her feet. "Don't talk to me about these things," she hissed. It hurt so badly, missing him. She hadn't thought anything could hurt this bad. "I don't have that kind of life, damn it. It's too late for me to become some idiotic homecoming queen. Just leave well enough alone." "Oh, baby," Madeline said on a sigh, reaching for her. Lena could feel her mother's love, a heat that was inches beyond her grasp, but she couldn't get rid of the picture of her going to the prom, of Frances and her mother waiting up for her. The thought of him twisted her insides into a tight, throbbing knot. Wordlessly, she spun away from her mom's sad face and ran across the football field. She didn't know where she was going. It didn't matter. She just knew she had to run. Chapter 18. Madeline slipped on her mask and paper slippers and headed for Angel's room in isolation. As she glanced through the glass observation doors, she saw the nurse standing alongside his bed, monitoring his every heartbeat. She stepped quickly through the doors and stood beside the nurse. He lay completely still, his face pale and slightly gray, his body hooked up to a dozen machines and intravenous solutions. 2 huge chest tubes lay alongside his new heart, sticking out from wounds at the base of his rib cage. Blood bubbled through the clear plastic and collected in a huge canister at the foot of the bed. He looked peaceful now, but she knew it was an illusion. Every 30 minutes, the special care nurses turned his weakened body from side to side, pounding on his back to keep his lungs and swollen, hacked-up chest clear. They forced him to breathe into a tube to work his lungs. The massive doses of immunosuppressant drugs that he'd been given in the first 24 hours had been diminished somewhat on this, the second day after surgery, but the antibiotic dosage had been increased. She reached for his charts and studied them, looking for anything that might be problematic. "How's our patient doing?" The masked nurse gave her a wry look. "He's not very happy about all this. Physically, his new heart is a winner. His body is reacting as well as can be expected to the meds. I'll sit with him for a while. Go ahead and take a break." When the nurse was gone, Madeline pulled up a chair and sat beside his bed. Reaching out, she gently took hold of his hand. "So, Angel, you're not playing well with others." He lay there unresponsive, his breathing slow and steady and unaided by machine. She couldn't help but think of the other day, when he'd gone ballistic after surgery. She'd seen the fear in his eyes, the dawning horror as he felt the rhythmic beating of the new heart. The realization that someone had died to give him the chance at life. Not someone, she thought. Frances. What would Angel say if he knew the truth? She frowned. She hadn't known Angel in years. Maybe she never really had, but she knew him well enough to know that he would throw the mother of all tantrums if he knew what she had done, what she had authorized. He wouldn't know how to grieve for something like this. In fairness, she knew that no one would. He would be plagued with regret and self-loathing. He would wonder if Frances was really dead before the surgery, or if Madeline and her team had done the unforgivable. She knew she could make the argument to anyone that Angel shouldn't know the truth, that it would hinder his recovery, that donor confidentiality could only be breached after massive discussion with the bereavement counselor, that it was best all the way around to keep Angel in the dark. It was standard policy to keep the donor's identity confidential. But there was so much more here than just standard hospital procedure. She was afraid to tell him the truth, afraid of the look that would cross his eyes, afraid of the words he would say to her, words that, once said, could never be unsaid. Because she also knew another truth. She didn't know when it had come to her, when it had become a part of her, but sometime in the last few weeks, Angel had crept under her skin again. It was a spirit, that great larger-than-life spirit that dared the world to take him on. She'd fallen in love with it as a young girl, and she found that even as an adult, there was something almost magical about his strength of personality, his defiant will to forge his own path. So unlike her own watered-down, milquetoast will. When she looked at him, even now, when he lay at death's door, she saw a shooting star of a man. Behind her, the door opened. She turned just as Chris walked into the room. His eyes squinted in a smile above the mask. "How's our patient?" Madeline smiled. "Better than most. He's reacting well to the meds." Chris pulled up a chair and sat down. He took a second to flip through the charts, then dropped them back into the sleeve at the foot of the bed. He looked up at Madeline. "What are you going to do?" She didn't pretend to misunderstand. "I'm going to remove myself as his cardiologist. After the decision to donate, I don't have much choice." "You could bring it up before the ethics committee. It's kind of a gray area." She shook her head. "I'll bring Marcus Sarandon in. He'll do a great job." Chris looked at Angel. "What will you tell him?" She sighed. "I don't know." Like all funerals, it was unbearable. The funeral home was a palatial white brick building, complete with pillars and manicured lawns and young trees that would someday age into 100-year-old oaks and give the new construction an air of old-fashioned elegance. It was, like so many of its kind, an edifice carefully contrived to evoke a common American fiction, the perfect family home, a sprawling southern mansion that harkened back to another time when one generation turned into another and then another, when the circle of life was accepted and understood. You could almost imagine a small, well-tended family graveyard out back, its perimeter hemmed by white picket fence lines. But of course, that was the greatest fiction of all. Behind the building lay acres and acres of green lawn that dipped and swelled and evened out in places like a golf course. Maple and alder trees dotted the various hillsides, spilling their multicolored leaves across the grassy quilt. Madeline and Lena stood side by side among the throng of grieving strangers. One by one the cars arrived, parking in an endless row along the driveway and down on the side of the road. People dressed in somber black clothing spilled from the cars, gathering together, murmuring among themselves. Women dabbed at their eyes and told stories of Father Francis. Men shook their heads and stared at the ground, patting their wives' and mothers' shoulders. The mourners walked in a steady black line up the walkway toward the gravesite portion of the service. She recognized several faces, friends of Francis's from the nursing home. She watched them file past her, seeing her own grief reflected in many eyes. Each face reminded her of Francis, made her realize how many lives he had touched, how much difference he had made in this world. He'd been gone for 2 days, and already it felt like a lifetime. She looked at the sky above her, clutching the slim white memorial album in her cold hands. "Did you know that, Francis? Did we tell you?" "I don't want to go up there," Lena said quietly beside her. Madeline looked at her daughter, noticed the pallor of her cheeks, the haunted darkness in her blue eyes. She wondered suddenly what to say to this girl who wasn't a girl and wasn't a woman either. She didn't know whether to force a bright smile and pretend that everything would be okay, or to be honest and show her own pain. She didn't know what would help Lena right now, if anything could. Tentatively, she reached out and caressed her daughter's moist cheek. "There's this place I go sometimes." Lena sniffed hard and looked up at her. "Yeah? Maybe we could go there and sort of say goodbye to Francis in our own way." Lena's lower lip started to quiver. Tears filled her eyes. "That's just it," she said softly. "I don't want to say goodbye." Madeline didn't know what to say to that, so instead of speaking, she slipped her hand around her daughter's waist and drew her close. Lena resisted for a heartbeat, maybe not even that long, then slid in close to Madeline's side. Together, silently, they walked down the long black driveway, ignoring the cars that prowled past them in clouds of carbon-scented smoke and the headlights that shone in their eyes. They climbed into the Volvo and slammed the doors shut, and for a split second Madeline felt as if they were shutting the funeral away. But on the long drive out to her old neighborhood, she felt it coming back, flashing across her mind in bits and pieces. The sniffling sound that filled the church, the smell of hothouse lilies and smoke from 1,000 votive candles, the Archbishop's low, droning voice talking about a man Madeline barely knew, Father Francis, pious, serious, always ready to lend a hand, the Archbishop said. The whole time, all she could think about was that 18-year-old boy who'd come to her rescue, who'd heard her small, pathetic, "Help me," and answered softly, "Forever, Maddie girl, forever." Shutting off the engine, she sat there for a minute, watching the first splashing raindrops hit the windshield. Through the blurred glass, she saw her father's house, sitting there against the gray clouds, amidst the bare trees, its windows as dark as they'd been in the long years since his death. The lawn was too long and brown and covered with dying leaves. Finally, she sighed. "Let's go." Madeline led the way past her father's empty house, now her house, though she could never think of it that way. Her father had disinherited her in life and left her everything in death, the last grasping move of a sick man, leaving her saddled with the house and money that represented everything she despised about her childhood. She strode up the brick steps, down the walkway, around the dead rose garden that once had been her mother's pride and joy, and onto the brown carpet of the backyard. The lawn led to a low-banked waterfront, where the sea spit across the gray rocks in gentle spurts. Madeline's high heels sank into the dead grass as she walked to the end of the creaking old dock and sat down. Lena sat beside her, letting her bare legs swing over the edge. They stayed that way for an eternity, both staring out at the clouds collecting above the tree line on the opposite shore. The rain picked up, splattered on the surface of the water. "This is where my dad took me after my mom passed away," Madeline said at last. "That's your house, isn't it? The one where you grew up?" Madeline shivered and drew her coat more tightly around her body. "Yes, it is." "There are bars on the upstairs window." The urge came swiftly to lie, to cover up. She forced it away and nodded. "That was my bedroom." "He locked you in?" Madeline gave a small laugh. "See? You don't have the worst parent in the history of the world." Lena fell silent and turned to stare out at the sound. After a while, she said quietly, "I keep reaching for the phone to call him, and then I have to stop myself." Madeline slipped an arm around Lena's shoulder and pulled her close. Rain fell all around them, slashed across their faces and pattered their clothing. "I talk to him every day, just like he was still beside me. Sometimes I think he's going to answer." Lena nodded. "I want it to mean something, but..." She shrugged. "I don't know. I just miss him so much." Madeline stared at her daughter's profile, so pale and fragile-looking. She ached for Lena and wanted to help her through the pain, to give her something to believe in that would make it all a little easier to bear. "Angel." The word came to her so suddenly, she straightened and looked around. She thought, crazily, she'd heard Francis's voice. And then she realized it was only her own subconscious, and she slumped again, staring down at the sea foaming beneath them. The thought came again. Give her a father. That was what Francis would have said. She turned to Lena, stared at her so long and so hard that Lena finally turned. "What, Mom?" Madeline wet her lips and tasted rainwater. She felt a fluttering in her chest and knew it was fear. The easy thing to do right now was to turn away, laugh, and say it was nothing. But since Frances's death, she'd seen how fragile life was, how the wrong choices were sometimes permanent, how all you regretted was the words you didn't say. It was time for her to stop being the doormat her father had raised her to be. She needed to stand up for herself, for Lena, for all of them. Maybe Lena would run away with Angel. Maybe Angel would break her daughter's heart. The possibilities were endless, and everything could go wrong. But for years she'd done nothing, and things had gone wrong anyway. She tried to think of how best to say it, but in the end there was no softness, no blurring, no lead-in for something like this. There was only the truth, and she knew it would hit Lena like a blow. "I spoke with your father." "Yeah, right." Madeline swallowed hard. "I did." Very slowly, Lena lifted her head and looked dully at her mother. Madeline waited for Lena to say something, but the silence between them lengthened. Finally, Madeline said, "He's very sick right now, and he can't see you, but soon—" "You mean he won't see me?" Lena lurched backward and shot to her feet. "Yeah, I'll bet he's sick as a dog to find out he's got a daughter. I can't believe you," she hissed, shaking her head. Madeline scrambled to get to her feet and reached for her daughter. "Lena?" Lena smacked her hand away. "Don't touch me. I can't believe you, Mom. I'm sitting out here in the rain after Frances's funeral, and you tell me, finally, that you've talked to my father." She laughed, and it was a shrill, hysterical sound. "So today I get to find out that I have a father, but he doesn't care about me and doesn't want to see me. Perfect timing, Mom." "Baby, please." Lena's eyes filled with tears. "I can't believe you thought this would make me feel better." "Lena, please. Just do me a favor, Mom. Don't try to cheer me up anymore, okay?" She gave Madeline one last hurting look and spun away, running down the planked dock. Madeline stood there, watching helplessly. Defeated, she bent down and picked up her purse, then walked slowly down the dock, up the hillside, and to the car. When she got inside, she looked at Lena, who sat pressed against the window, her arms crossed mutinously, her eyes slammed shut. She thought of a dozen things she could say right now, but they all sounded trite and stupid in light of her obvious error in judgment. Finally, she said the only thing that made sense. "I'm sorry, Lena. I guess I shouldn't have told you. I wasn't thinking clearly." Her words faded into the silence and went unanswered. She couldn't think of anything to add, so she started the car's engine. In silence, they drove home. "I'm sorry," she'd said. She should have known after this weekend how meaningless those little words were, how they dropped into an ocean of pain and didn't even leave a ripple behind. Angel came awake slowly, listening to the sound of her voice. It took him a second to focus. She was reading to him Anne Rice's Tale of the Body Thief, if he wasn't mistaken. He forced his eyes open. "A rather macabre choice," he said, grinning weakly. "I hope it's not your way of telling me I need to drink blood from now on." He could tell that beneath the mask she was smiling. "Sorry, it's my personal reading. I thought you might like to hear." She shrugged, gave a sharp little laugh. "I didn't think about the subject. Fairly sick, you're right. I just thought maybe you'd feel less alone if you heard someone's voice." "You're babbling, Mad." She laughed again and shut the book. "I am." "You don't usually babble unless you're nervous. What happened? Did the amazing dead person's heart quit while I was sleeping?" "No," she said quietly, and he could see that all the humor had gone from her eyes. She looked at him now with a dawning sadness. "It's your heart now, Angel." He felt a surge of bitterness. He thought of his heart, the donor's heart, and he felt it beating in there, in his chest, beating and beating and beating. He wondered sickly if it would keep beating after his body died. He flashed on a sick image of himself in a coffin, his body stone dead and paper white, and that heart just thumping away. The thing had been inside him for 3 days now, and it felt more alien every second. Yeah, tell that to the dead guy. He thought it was his. He lifted his head from the pillow, and it took an incredible, sickening amount of effort to do. How could you let them do this to me, Mad? We saved your life, she said softly. Don't look at me that way, he hissed, hating her in that moment, hating everything and everyone from God on down. You didn't save my life, you prolonged my death. Look at me, for Christ's sake. I look like a fucking pumpkin head on a stick body. Or didn't you notice that I've lost 10 pounds and my head is the size of a watermelon? And what about the poor sucker who donated his heart to me? Donated. He laughed acidly at the irony. You make it sound like he gave a can of soup to the hungry. But it was his heart. Damn it, his heart. You think he liked having your grimy hands inside his chest, hacking away, yanking out his heart like you yanked out mine? She sat very still, as if she were controlling her own anger with a great force of will. You have a second chance at life. That's what you should be focusing on right now. What if I don't want it? How dare you? Someone died to give you this chance. If you throw it away, Angel DeMarco, I swear to God. She shut up suddenly, as if she'd said too much. Breathing heavily, she wrenched her gaze from his face and stared at the wall. Suddenly, he felt tired. So tired. All the fight bled out of his body and collected in that damned canister at the foot of the bed. He reached up to push the hair from his eyes and felt the puffiness of his cheeks again. He was glad as hell he didn't have a mirror. Jesus, you've turned me into the Pillsbury Doughboy. It's the prednisone. The swelling will go down. He looked at her. I'm sorry, Mad. He tried to think of something else to say. I had a dream about Francis last night. She sank slowly back onto the seat. He noticed that her hands were shaking before she drew them into her lap. Really? She whispered. What happened? In the dream? He tried to remember. I dreamt I was cold. It was one of those dreams where you think you're awake. I thought I woke up and found the blankets all bunched at my ankles. I reached down to pull them up, and when I had them drawn back up, I glanced at the observation doors, and there was Franco, just standing there, smiling. What did he look like? That was the weird part. He was soaking wet, like he'd been standing in a rainstorm. He touched the glass, as if he maybe wanted to go through but couldn't. I heard his voice inside my head. Hey, Angel, he said. Then he smiled. You know the one I mean, where his whole face crinkles and his eyes almost disappear into slits. He shrugged. Then he was gone. Madeline's eyes filled with tears. What is it, Mad? She stared at her own hands, clasped tightly in her lap. She looked incredibly fragile, pale. Francis went to Portland last week. Yeah, I know. Her head snapped up. You do? He came by here before he left. Madeline gave him an odd look. He didn't tell me he saw you. She paused, and he thought she was frowning beneath the mask. I'm sure he doesn't tell you everything. She swallowed hard. I didn't want to tell you this quite yet because of your heart. Her eyes filled with tears again. Your precious heart. He got a cold, sick feeling in his gut. What is it? Francis was in a car accident outside of Portland. The chill moved, spread through him. Yeah? She met his gaze, and he saw the answer in her eyes. I'm sorry, Angel. He didn't make it. He wasn't wearing a seatbelt. She looked as if she wanted to say more, but she didn't. She just sat there, staring at him, slow tears spilling down her cheeks, collecting on the pale green of her mask. No. Francis couldn't be dead. Not Francis, with the laughing eyes and the awesome faith, who'd never hurt anyone in his life. You're lying, he hissed, shaking his head. It's not true. But he saw in her eyes that it was true. Oh, Christ. he whispered, waiting for his second-hand heart to stop beating. The grief was a great crunching pain on his chest, filling his throat, stinging his eyes. God damn it! Who doesn't wear a seatbelt in the 90s? He latched onto anger instead of the grief that grew with each indrawn breath. And what the hell was he doing in Portland anyway? He's a priest, not a traveling salesman. He never could drive for shit. I remember when we were kids. No, he thought desperately. Don't think about that now. Oh, Jesus, don't think about anything. But he couldn't help himself. He remembered it all in sudden clarity, the day Frances had taught him to drive, how they'd driven around and around the school parking lot, that old Impala of their moms jerking and spitting and dying every time one of them tried to switch gears, how they'd laughed and cursed and then laughed again. Not Franco, he whispered, looking to Mad. It should have been me instead. The sadness in her eyes made his own tears fall. I wish I could change it, Angel. Did he suffer? He hated the question the minute he asked it. It was so ordinary and useless, but he needed an answer. Her gaze skittered away from his. The doctors on the scene said he was killed instantly. There was nothing they could do. They sat there, crying side by side for what felt like hours. Angel cried for so many things, all the times he hadn't called Frances, all the Christmas cards he'd never sent. What had he thought? That they would all live forever? Jesus, Mad, he said brokenly. I didn't say... His words trailed off. There was so much he didn't say, so many mistakes and lost chances and selfishness. Christ, so much selfishness. He knew you loved him, Angel. He always knew that. The knowledge sank through him, weighing him down. He wanted it to help, wished it helped, but it didn't. It only made it hurt more, knowing that Frances had always loved him. He died on the way to Portland. He tried to make sense of it. It must have been hours after I saw him. Jesus, how could I not have known that he was gone all this time? Madeline looked away again, stared at the clock on the wall, then slowly met his gaze. On the way to Portland, she said slowly. Yes. Why did you wait all this time to tell me? Your heart was too fragile. He wanted to say something mean and bitter to that, something about the dead man's heart in his chest, but he couldn't. God, he's been dead over a week and I didn't know. Did you have a funeral without telling me too? His parishioners wanted a big Catholic funeral. I didn't tell you because you couldn't get out of isolation and they couldn't wait any longer. We can do a quiet family memorial service when you feel better. He closed his eyes, imagining some church filled with flowers, and a long wooden aisle that led up to the glossy coffin on the altar, just like Pop's funeral. Only this time it wouldn't be an old man's body lying on all that puffy white satin. It would be Frances. Frances lying dead in a wooden box. Draped in flowers. They always draped the coffins in flowers, as if the prettiness on the outside could change what lay within. The place would reek with the sickly sweet scent of the lilies, and they'd play that god-awful music designed to make you cry. No, he said, feeling the tears creep back into his throat. I don't want to remember Frances that way. I'll say goodbye to him in my own way when I get out of this place. They fell silent again, staring at each other. Angel tried not to think about Frances, but he couldn't stop. It's funny, man. He surprised himself by speaking aloud. He hadn't meant to, but she was the only person in the world whom he could talk to, the only person who knew Angel and Frances and the old days. Even all those years I was gone, I always knew Frances was out there. Every time I got my picture on the cover of a magazine or a movie poster, I thought of Frances. I knew he'd pick it up and smile and shake his head. I knew he was waiting for my call, and I kept picking up the phone, but somehow I never dialed. And when he came to see me the other day, there were so many things I meant to say, but we fell into that old routine of St. Francis and Angel the screw-up. and the words never got said. He looked at her, wishing she could grant him absolution for his sins. But it was his brother he should have asked for that, and now it was too late. I guess I thought we were both immortal. The smile that reached her eyes was sad. I know what you mean. I hurt Francis's feelings just before he left. I did it so easily, so thoughtlessly, and when I realized what I'd done, I thought I could make up for it with the same ease. He saw her pain, and it gave him an unexpected strength. He loved you, Mad. From the first moment he saw you in the hospital room, he loved you. You remember that day? He didn't answer, didn't know what to say. She had every reason to believe he'd forgotten. Once he thought he had, but now he knew the memories of her were still inside him, protected and cared for through all these years. He gazed at her so long, he felt his tears return. He wanted to open his arms to her, to draw her close so they could take from and give to each other, so that neither of them felt alone. But he was afraid that if he touched her right now, if he curled his arms around her and felt her tears spill on his throat, he'd be lost. "What are we going to do, Mad?" he whispered. She crossed her arms and stared at him, her cheeks glossy with tears. "We're going to try to live without him." Madeline stood in front of the rectory, carrying a huge empty box. To the left, the big brick church sparkled with reflected light, but the small nut-brown house was dark and deserted-looking. Bright orange and gold Thanksgiving decorations, made by the Sunday school class, no doubt, dotted the windows. Pilgrims and cornucopias and turkeys. She thought of the dozens of children who'd hunched over tiny desks, cutting and pasting and coloring. Francis had been so proud to tape their creations on his bedroom window. Grief rippled through her, one wave after another, leaving her shaken and cold. She couldn't seem to make herself move. She just stood there, seeing 100 moments pass before her eyes. A dozen times she'd loped up this path, her arms full of pizza or flowers or champagne, like the time she'd passed her first biochemistry exam, or the day Francis had heard his first confession, Lena's baptism, Madeline's last birthday. She shuddered and forced herself to think about other things, Lena and Angel, and the days that lay ahead. Madeline couldn't go on as she had been. It had been a week since Francis's death, and she'd been stumbling in a fog ever since, speaking only when spoken to, and not always even then. She knew that Lena needed her desperately, but Madeline felt as if she had nothing inside her, just a gaping hole where Francis had once been. He'd been her rock, her lifeline, for more than half of her life. Without him, she felt lost. She took a deep breath and tilted her chin up. She knew there was no point in putting this off, in pretending she didn't need to walk up this path, open that door, and pack up his things. His housekeeper had taken care of the household goods, but Madeline had asked to pack up his personal possessions. She would have put it off forever, but a new priest would be moving in soon. She went to the door and opened it wide, letting a swath of sunlight cut through the gloom. Gripping the empty box, she moved woodenly through the common room toward his bedroom. When she opened his door and flicked on the light switch, memories hit her so hard that she staggered backward. The cardboard box slid from her fingers and hit the floor with a thud. Tears blinded her. With a tiny gulping sound of grief, she moved numbly around the tiny bedroom, touching things. Photographs, books, the favorite baseball cap he wore on Saturdays, the rosary wound neatly on his Bible. She saw a picture on the dresser and picked it up, letting her fingers trace the cool surface of the glass. It was her and Francis on the day they'd brought Lena home from the hospital. They were smiling, but there was such worry in their eyes, such grown-up fears on those adolescent faces. "Hey, Maddie girl, you're on the wrong side of town." "Oh, Francis." She pulled his pillow from the bed and smoothed her hands over its rumpled cotton. The Star Wars sheets she'd given him as a joke last Christmas. She'd told Angel that they had to learn to live without Francis, but how could she do that? How could you learn to live without the sunshine on your face? The tears came again, stinging and hot, and she gave in to them. She sank slowly to her knees, sobbing into the pillow that smelled of her best friend in the world. Chapter 19. Lena stared out at the glassy surface of Lake Union. A huge black shadow slithered across the flat water. It reminded her of the monster that had lived behind the louvered doors of her closet when she was a little girl. Frances and her mom had told her that the monster existed in her imagination, and mostly she had believed them. But some nights, when it was especially dark outside and rain fell like salt in the circle of the street lamp outside her bedroom window, she'd known that the monster wasn't only in her mind. She'd heard it moving, scraping, rustling her metal clothes hangers. By the time she was 12, she'd begun to understand that whatever lived in the closet was part of her. She felt it inside her, moving every now and then, rearing its ugly head with a sort of formless, wordless dissatisfaction that colored her perceptions, her dreams, her nightmares. It was a loneliness that no amount of family Monopoly games or Disneyland vacations could fill. It had started as a few bad nights in her 13th year and graduated to bad weeks by the time she was 15. She remembered the beginning so well. It had coincided with her first period, and no matter how many books her mother had showed her, no matter how many photographs of uteruses and ovaries Lena had seen, she knew the truth. The goodness was bleeding out of her, leaving its brownish stain on her underwear. After she'd started bleeding, the sleepless nights had begun. She'd found herself alternately crying over nothing and throwing temper tantrums that left her shaken by their sudden violence. In her black moods, everything upset her, especially her mother. But it had never been this bad before. The dissatisfaction and unhappiness had always come and gone, moments that set her on a path and then left her standing somewhere she didn't really want to be. Now it wouldn't leave her. The blackness sat on her chest and filled her mouth with a bitter taste. It wrapped itself around words she'd never had a chance to say. Goodbye. I love you. I'm sorry. Without Frances, Lena felt lost and alone, so alone that sometimes she woke in the middle of the night unable to breathe, unable even to cry. She would turn her bike toward the rectory, then remember he wasn't there. She was falling apart. Nothing satisfied her or made her happy, and she couldn't seem to concentrate on the simplest thing. All she felt was guilt, and more guilt for how she'd treated Frances. She wanted to talk to her mother about it, but she couldn't find the words. And what was the point, anyway? Mom was as much the walking wounded as Lena was. They drifted side by side in that big old house that didn't feel like home, saying nothing, never smiling. And now, into all that pain, her mother had produced the father. Lena winced and drew her legs into her chest, staring sightlessly at the flat silver surface of Lake Union. The big rusted pipes that gave Gasworks Park its name were a huge hulking shadow to her left. A light rain started to fall, pattering the lake, pinging off the metal structure. Just thinking about the day of the funeral made her blood boil. She couldn't believe her mom had picked that moment to give her the big news about her mysterious father. She curled into a tight little ball and rolled onto her side. Tiny shoots of dead grass poked her cheek and rain splattered the sides of her face, falling in icy streaks down her collar. She wanted to hate her mother for bringing it up, and a part of her did. But there was so much more inside her right now, hate and anger and, worst of all, that niggling hope that wouldn't grow and yet couldn't quite die. She lay there until her clothes were soaked and her hair was plastered to her face. She needed Frances to make everything all right. But Frances was gone and he wasn't coming back. Who would help her now that he was gone? Who would be her rock to lean on when the black moods came? Who would throw his door open and grin and say, "Come on in, Lena Ballerina"? Daddy. She thought of the phantom that was her father, the man she'd dreamed of for years, waited for, prayed to, and believed in. She needed him now more than she'd ever needed him. I want him to love you, Lena. I want him to want you, but I'm afraid. I'm afraid he'll break your heart." When she'd heard the words, Lena had known it was the truth. Her mother was afraid he'd break her heart, and maybe he would. It was impossible to keep hold of all her little girl fantasies of a perfect father anymore. Since Frances's death, she understood how dark and frightening the world could be. Lena sniffed and wiped a flannel-sleeved arm across her dripping nose. This man who was her father could hurt her. She understood that now and knew her mother's fear was real. But maybe he could save her, too. She wanted that to be true, wanted it so badly she felt bruised by her need. She was so achingly lonely, and her mother's love didn't seem to help. She needed her father to open his arms to her and take her into his house, to ask about her life and listen. God, just listen. She'd lost Francis, and all she had left was her daddy. She would make him love her. She wouldn't take him for granted, as she'd done with Francis. With her daddy, she'd be perfect and witty and lovable, so lovable he'd cry for the years he'd lost. It had to be possible. Because if it wasn't, if he truly didn't want her, she didn't think she could survive. Angel dreamed he was walking in the meadow again. It was winter this time. A thick blanket of sparkling white snow covered everything, and the sky was a brilliant shade of blue, like Francis's eyes. And suddenly he was in an empty church. He blinked and looked around. Sunlight streamed through a huge, stained glass window, sending shards of multicolored light across the hardwood floor. A huge statue of the Virgin Mary, carved of white marble, stared down at him, her arms folded protectively around a swaddled bundle. Angel turned slowly and saw a group of children huddled at the open doorway. When he turned back around, the church was full of people, parents poised with cameras, craning their necks to see the kids. One by one, the children walked into the church. They were dressed alike, girls in roughly white dresses, boys in creased black pants and pressed white shirts, their hair slicked back in unnatural stiffness. Angel felt a smile start. It was a day he remembered so clearly. Francis appeared first, a gangly 9-year-old with overly starched black pants that made a tiny wick sound when he walked. Angel followed his big brother so closely that when Francis stopped suddenly, Angel rammed into him. Angel heard his laughter trill through the quiet church before he could stop it. "Shh," Francis hissed, turning around. Angel gave his brother a wide grin. "Sorry," he whispered, trying to straighten up. He tugged on the worn white shirt and retucked it into his small black pants. And then the line was moving again. They marched past the pews and took their stations alongside the organ. There was a moment of hushed silence before the song began. Parents grinned and leaned forward. Cameras came up. Angel inched toward his brother. Francis stood in the center of the row, the tallest boy in the CCD class, with his back stiff and his eyes straight ahead. He sang the song in the clear, pure voice of a true believer. Angel reached slowly into his pocket, his fingers curled around the baby tree frog, feeling the slick, rounded surface of his back. Inch by inch he eased the frog out of his pocket and then set it gently on Francis's shoulder. In the middle of Francis's solo, the frog let out a loud ribbit and jumped onto Mary Ann McAllister's head. After that, all hell broke loose. Girls screamed and clapped and ran away from each other. The boys pounced and dove after the frog. And Father just stared at Angel, shaking his head. Angel laughed until tears ran down his cheeks. After a long minute, Francis joined in, and the two of them stood there laughing amidst the pandemonium. And finally, Francis wiped the tears from his face and handed Angel his first communion rosary. "Here, Angel," he said, grinning. "You're definitely going to need two." Francis's words echoed as the vision of the church shifted and began to disappear. Suddenly, Angel found himself in the meadow again, standing knee-deep in a freezing snow. The sky overhead was as black as a crow's wing. The snow fell in a blinding fury, landing on his cheeks in tiny spots of fire. He stood there alone, not knowing what to say, his heart hammering in his chest. And then Francis was coming toward him, floating, reaching out. Angel took his brother's hand and clung to it. "I'm sorry, Franco," he whispered, feeling himself start to cry. "I'm sorry, Jesus Christ, I'm sorry." "Shh," Francis said with a smile, a slow, easy smile that crinkled his eyes into slits. "I know." He squeezed Angel's hand. "Just hang on, brother. I'm with you." And Angel woke up, crying. Madeline stood in the open doorway of OR 8, wondering what she was going to do about Angel. Allenford and his surgical nurse were huddled around the bed, preparing Angel for his first post-op biopsy. Even from here, Madeline heard Angel's angry voice. His mood swings were uncontrollable. One minute he was compliant and charming, and the next, wham! He threw the kind of temper tantrums that became legend almost before they were over. Nurses had started drawing straws to see who would have to check his vitals and adjust his meds. He'd become the 600-pound gorilla in intensive care. Physically, things were going well. He'd been weaned off all intravenous drugs, including dopamine and isoprel. He was progressing in leaps and bounds, and had been able to leave isolation earlier than most patients. The physical therapist had already visited him twice, and reported that he was up and walking at least 40 minutes a day. The blood cultures were negative. Yes, physically he was doing great. Mentally, he was a mess. He seemed unable to come to terms with the new lifestyle. Every pill or shot or blood test drove him crazy. He couldn't stand the swelling in his cheeks or the weight he'd lost while he was sick. In short, most of the time he was a pain in the ass. But he wouldn't be one for long. Soon Angel would be discharged from the hospital and he'd be on his own. No one to take care of him but him. And if something didn't change quickly, she was afraid he wouldn't take it seriously enough. Hadn't that always been Angel's problem, that he took nothing seriously? His med schedule wasn't something he could ignore. He had to follow the rules for once in his life. If he didn't... She pushed the thought away, refusing to dwell on it. Angel had Francis's heart, all that was left of her laughing, blue-eyed priest, and she'd be damned if she'd let him throw the miracle away. He was lost right now. She could see it in his eyes, feel it in the fleeting softness of his touch. And whenever Angel got scared, he got angry. She knew that, had always known it. The question was, what was she going to do about it? She walked over to his bedside, taking his hand in hers. "Hey, man," he said in a drowsy voice. "Guess you wanted to see old Allenford stick it to me again." Chris dipped some cotton in the iodine solution and swabbed a spot at Angel's throat. Angel flinched at the touch and squeezed his eyes shut. Madeline could see how afraid he was, and she tightened her grip on his hand. She wanted to tell him that everything would be okay, but she was a doctor, and she knew, as he did, that this procedure was too important to slough off on generalities. It would alert them if his body was rejecting Francis's heart. "I need more Valium," he muttered, opening his eyes to look at her. She tried to smile. "We've already given you more than your fair share." Half his mouth lifted in a sloppy grin. "I never was good at sharing my drugs. I have a high tolerance. I need more." She heard the raw edge to his voice and wished she could calm him. He lay there, his head twisted sharply to the side. The portion of his neck that was painted orange throbbed with a thick blue vein. Allenford injected a local anesthetic just below Angel's Adam's apple. When the anesthesia took effect, he inserted a needle into the jugular vein and eased the bioptome down, down, down toward Angel's heart. All four heads turned toward the television monitor at the foot of the bed. Angel's heart appeared on the screen as a pumping, writhing shadow. Allenford nicked off a tiny piece of heart muscle, no bigger than a pinhead, and removed the bioptome. "That's all, folks," he said, smiling as he placed the specimens in a container and bandaged the small incision. He peeled off the white rubber gloves and tossed them in the garbage, then stood up. We should have the results in a few hours. The surgical nurse wrapped everything up and left the room. Allenford picked up his charts and began studying the notations. Anything on your mind, Angel? Angel turned to stare up at the surgeon. Yeah, since you asked. Maddie here won't tell me anything about my donor. He said the last word as if it tasted bitter on his tongue. Chris's gaze darted to her face for a second, and Madeline felt her cheeks grow hot. Then he looked back at Angel. There's a strict protocol for these things, Angel. We have found in our years of practice that the transition proceeds much better if confidentiality is maintained. Angel rolled his eyes and struggled to sit up. The polka-dotted hospital gown gaped across his bandaged chest. The orange iodine looked like an angry burn against his pale throat. You asshole doctors, you think you're God, but you're not. You're just people with a few more years of college than a dental assistant. You have no right to play with my life. Allenford looked sympathetic. It's the grief and the meds that are making you act this way, Angel. Don't worry about it. It's completely normal. Of course you want to know about your donor. All recipients do. But the truth is, it's not a good idea to cross those wires. The donor family is as entitled to privacy as you are. He leaned down toward the bed, draped his arms atop the bed rail, and stared at Angel. So don't think about what you can't change. Keep in mind that soon it will all be up to you. You can keep railing at the injustice of it all, or you can get on with what's left of your life. Yeah, so what if I die? It's just a black mark on your surgical history. You'll get over it. Allenford frowned. His voice fell to a whisper. Do you believe that, Angel? Angel seemed to shrink before their eyes. He sank into the pillow and sighed heavily. That's the problem, Doc. I don't seem to believe anything. You want me to stop rattling at the injustice of it all and get on with my life? How in the Christ am I supposed to do that? If the biopsy comes back bad, I could have 10 minutes left. It's pretty damned hard to plan for a life like that. That's not necessarily true, Angel, and you know it. You could live a long time. There's a man in California who's going on 18 years. Don't give me the stats again, or Nurse Ratchet will have to mop my puke off the floor. Believe me, nothing fills my heart like the knowledge that I can live a long, full life if I drink carrot juice and exercise. He laughed bitterly. I get a second chance at life. Yee-haw! All I have to do is act like Richard Simmons. Allenford laughed quietly and straightened. Richard Simmons is a new one. I'll get back to you with the biopsy results. Think positive. Angel snorted. Cross my heart and hope to die. Allenford gave Madeline a pointed glance, then left the operating room. Angel opened his mouth to say something to Madeline, but before he could speak, Dr. Marcus Sarandon came striding into the room. Angel rolled his eyes. Oh, good, another doctor. And this one looks like Malibu Ken. Marcus laughed out loud. His gaze cut to Madeline, got her quick nod, then turned back to Angel. Well, I suppose if there's anyone who ought to recognize plastic, it would be a movie star. Angel gave the man a grudging smile. Touché, Doc. Marcus held out his hand. I'm Marcus Sarandon. I'm going to be helping out Madeline with your case. Angel frowned. No way. Madeline moved quickly toward the bed. I'll explain later. For now, just listen to Marcus. He's a good guy. So is Clint Eastwood. That doesn't mean I want him for my doctor. Marcus pulled a blue notebook out from beneath his arm. This is your daily calendar, medicine dosages and times. Look it over, and we'll talk tomorrow. I don't want to talk tomorrow. Marcus grinned. The perfect patient. Good. I'll talk and you listen. He gave Angel another quick, flashing smile, then left the room. Angel picked up the meds calendar and threw it across the room. It hit the blank wall and slid to the floor. With a sigh, Madeline retrieved it and placed it carefully on the foot of the bed. Then she pulled up a chair. You're acting like a spoiled child. Shut up. She smiled. Good comeback, Angel. What's next? You going to stick your tongue out at me? Don't rule it out. You're making life hell for everyone on this floor. He gave her a bleak look. What do you think it's like for me? I lie here every day getting poked and prodded and checked like I was a side of beef on a conveyor belt. And I keep dreaming. His voice faded and he turned away from her. Go away, Mad. She scooted closer. What is it, Angel? He waited a few moments to answer. I keep dreaming about Francis. The dreams all start differently but end the same. We talk for a little while, and then he reaches over to me. I can feel my heart beating inside my chest like a bird trapped against a window. He whispers something. I can never remember what it is. Then he takes hold of my hand and he disappears. And that's not all. It's like he's inside me. Yesterday, I asked that fat charge nurse, Betty Boop or whatever her name is, to change the radio station. I asked her to put on something by the Beatles. He sighed. The Beatles, for Christ's sake. Before the surgery, I didn't listen to anything but hard rock. You know, the kind of music that makes you want to take your clothes off and snort busloads of cocaine. Now I want to listen to Yesterday. He gazed up at her, and those eyes that always seemed so full of life looked dull and colorless. I feel like I'm losing my frigging mind, Mad. She sat very still. Her own heartbeat fluttered in her chest. It was common for transplant patients to think they'd been invaded by the donor's personality, but Angel didn't know he had Francis's heart. He shouldn't be feeling these things. It wasn't medically possible. We have a wonderful psychiatrist on staff, Angel. She knows what you're going through. It's very normal, and she'd be happy to talk to you. That's what I need. Another doctor. Oh, and you haven't heard the best part. Last night, I asked for a glass of milk. She couldn't think of what to say. Non-fat milk is good for you. If you're going to spout physician babble like some sort of medical communist, you can get the hell out. I'm trying to talk to you, Matt. I'm trying to tell you. He released a heavy sigh and shoved a hand through his tangled hair. Never mind. She scooted closer. What? He looked up at her, and the sadness in his eyes almost broke her heart. You doctors keep offering me life, as if it were a plum roll in a Spielberg flick. But it's not my life, Mad. This heart's like a shoe that doesn't fit right. It never lets me forget that I wasn't born with it. Maybe if Francis were alive, or I had someone to talk to, someone who could take my hand and help lead me somewhere. I don't know. I feel like a freak. She reached out and took his hand, squeezing gently. I'm here for you, Angel. He tried to smile. No offense, Mad, but you're like a mirage I can see but can't touch. Sometimes I think I dreamed our time together. That crazy head-over-heels boy couldn't have been me. Now that kid that roared out of town on a brand new Harley, that kid was me. She stared down at him, seeing the pain and loneliness that haunted his green eyes. She cared for him so much in that moment that the feeling was almost an ache in her chest. He was hurting now, for himself and for the brother he lost. She knew how it felt to lose someone suddenly. All you had left was faith, and if you didn't have that, the emptiness could swallow you whole. And Angel had never truly believed in anything, least of all himself. A dream you forget over time. She leaned toward him. Have you forgotten me, Angel? The second she asked the loaded question, she saw the answer in his eyes, the flash of longing, the fear of responding. No, he answered quietly. I know I'm not Francis. I know I'm not family, but I'm here for you, and I'm not going anywhere. Promise? He asked in a harsh voice. Madeline nodded. That's why I can't be your cardiologist anymore. I'm going to let Marcus Sarandon take over from here. He's an excellent physician. I'll still be around for you whenever you want, as your friend. He frowned. I don't understand. I'm too emotionally involved. She swallowed hard and said quietly, I care about you too much. He was silent for a long minute, studying her, then he said, I don't deserve you, Matt. She gave him a quick, teasing smile. You never did. Yeah, just ask Francis, she finished, and her smile faded. Silence settled heavily between them. He loved you, Angel told her, watching her steadily as he spoke. For a moment, the grief was so strong she couldn't speak. Finally, she nodded. He loved you too. I miss him. It's strange. After all those years apart, I always knew he was just a phone call away. I hardly ever thought about him, and when I did, I laughed and had another drink and told myself I'd call in the morning. Of course, I never did. And now he's gone, and sometimes I miss him so much. Madeline couldn't help herself. She went to him then. Placing her hands on his cheeks, she stared down at his handsome face, staring deep, deep into his eyes. Francis, she thought, are you there? You'd better be there. She had to take a chance on him, on all of them. It was time. He's not your only family, you know, she said quietly. Angel frowned up at her. She knew the moment he understood what she was saying. His frown lifted, and a cold, stark fear widened his eyes. He shook his head. Don't you do it, Mad, he said, still shaking his head. Don't put that on me. Madeline didn't look away. For the first time in her life, she felt strong and in control, and God, it felt good. She gave him a slow, steady smile. Her name is Lena. Chapter 20. Angel shifted uncomfortably and punched his pillow into a little ball, then shoved it behind his head. Above him, the television spewed commercial jingles. He reached for the remote control and flipped through the channels. One of those tabloid pseudo-news programs splashed his picture across the screen. The picture switched immediately to Angel's cleaning lady from Las Vegas, wearing more makeup than Robin Williams and Mrs. Doubtfire. She was babbling about how Angel never dusted behind his bed and sometimes forgot to leave a check for her services. Then the bleach-blonde reporter returned to the scene, offering a plastic smile as she said, "It is believed that Angel DeMarco is currently in a hospital somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. There's been no confirmation of his illness, but the word AIDS has been whispered at more than one Hollywood party in recent days. Sources close to the bad boy star say..." In a burst of irritation, he jabbed the off button and threw the remote control across the room. It hit the wall with a satisfying clatter and crashed to the linoleum floor. He crossed his arms and sighed heavily. He couldn't stop thinking about yesterday. No matter how hard he tried to push Madeline's words away, they kept coming back, turning up again and again as he lay in his lonely room. Her name is Lena. Finally, he gave up and lay back down. Wishboning his arms behind his head, he stared up at the white acoustical tile ceiling. A daughter. He tried to imagine what it would be like, having a kid. He'd never spent much time thinking about that sort of thing. In fact, the only time he ever thought about children was just before sex. It was the thing that made him reach for the rubbers in his pocket. He wanted to push the whole discussion aside as irrelevant and ridiculous, and he was certain that before the surgery he could have done just that. He could have met Madeline at a concert or a movie premiere, heard about the amazingly wonderful child she'd given birth to 16 years ago, and felt nothing. Less than nothing. He would have offered her a straight shot of tequila and drunk a toast to the kid he'd fathered. But that would have been the extent of it. After he drank the tequila, he'd have exited stage right. But he was beginning to understand that running didn't always get you anywhere, that sometimes you ended up right where you'd started. He didn't think of himself as immortal anymore. How could he, with the stranger's heart pulsing in his chest and the bright red Frankenstein scar in his flesh? Every time he got a shot or took a pill, he was reminded that he was alive by the grace of God and the gift of a stranger. It was the sort of thing that made a man think about his life, even if he didn't want to. Even before the surgery, he'd been tired of running and getting nowhere. Tired of parties with women he couldn't remember and friends who disappeared when the cameras turned off. But he didn't know how to do anything else. He'd never created a life for himself, not a real honest-to-God life. He had an existence, a condominium in a high-rise tower in Las Vegas, friends who came and went as easily as film rolls, cars that he drove for a year and then traded in, a job that kept him rolling in money and working less than 4 months a year. What had he done the rest of the time? He could hardly remember now. When he thought back on his life, all he got were random images of parties and hangovers. He wanted to remember the early days, when he'd been a serious actor who went on one grueling audition after another, playing Shakespeare in the park. But that was the history he had devised, the fiction he'd given to the press as they created the persona of Angel DeMarco from snippets of reality and piles of fantasy. The sad truth was, he didn't know anything about acting. He'd been hired for his looks on his first audition, an audition he'd attended on a dare. Val's mother had told a producer that her son was an agent, and voila! Val was an agent. And when Val became an agent, it was only seconds until Angel became an actor. Maybe getting that first job wouldn't have been so bad if he'd been a bit player and found a calling. But he was a star, and the movie grossed over $150 million. After that, they would have let him play Othello if he'd wanted to. A star was born. He frowned, wondering why he hadn't worked harder to learn his craft. Why hadn't he taken the spark of talent the critics saw and honed it into something special? He couldn't remember the whys. Even the whens and hows were beginning to blur for him. Everything about his life before the heart attack was beginning to feel like an ephemeral memory that belonged to someone else. And yet he remembered things like the carnival in crystal clarity. "The dream you forget, Angel. Have you forgotten me?" He had. Until he woke up in that damned hospital in Oregon, he had practically forgotten Madeline. Their time together had faded to a hazy memory of first love, tucked like all high school memories into the tattered scrapbook of the soul. But now it felt real, so real he could touch it. Maybe the only real thing in his life. She wanted him to be a father to their daughter. It was the only thing she'd ever asked of him. "She needs you," Madeline had said. God help him, he didn't know what to do. In some small pocket of his soul, he wanted to reach out to this daughter who looked so much like him. He wanted to take hold of her and bring her into his life, and know he'd done something right in this world before he died. But he was afraid. What kind of father could he be? He was an alcoholic who'd just stopped drinking, and a drug addict who'd quit using. He could drop dead of another man's heart failure any second. Hardly the best role model for a confused 16-year-old girl. There was no doubt that he would let her down, no doubt at all. Depressed by his own inadequacy, he reached toward the bedside table and flicked on the radio Madeline had given him. Heavy metal music blared out at him, and he winced. Without thinking, he spun the dial until the rich melody of Phantom of the Opera spilled through the tiny speakers. He felt a shiver of peace move through him. The anger and fear that had tightened his stomach since yesterday began to go away. He lay back in the pillows, letting the music fill the room and calm his ragged heart. "Be your friend, Angel." It was his brother's voice, threaded through the music. Angel sat up warily, wedging his elbows beneath him. Be her friend. It was exactly what Francis would have said if he were still alive. Francis always knew the right thing to do in life, and he'd always done it. Quietly, without hoopla or soul-searching or questions. Could Angel be like that? Could he even try? In the old days, before the surgery, the answer would have come with blinding speed, crushing any inkling to be good. He would have known that he couldn't live up to a commitment like this. He would have laughed at the very idea of trying. But now, lying here, listening to this music, he wondered. Maybe this heart of his had come from someone good. Maybe it had given him a chance his old heart wouldn't have allowed. He ought to laugh at the absurdity of the idea. He knew that the heart was just an organ, not the storehouse of the soul or any of that nonsense. And yet, no matter how often he told himself that, he couldn't quite believe it. Since the surgery, he'd begun to feel different, He had different tastes in music and food. One minute he'd be his angry self, and then something would happen. He'd hear a sad song or look out at the rain, and he'd know that there was something new inside him. A tiny thread of goodness that lay curled within the bad. It scared him, that feeling that he wasn't alone in his body anymore, but it also mesmerized him. With every beat of the stranger's heart, he felt a tiny surge of possibility, of goddamn near magic. He wanted all of his pain and suffering to mean something. Madeline and Chris and Hilda and Tom Grant had all told him that he'd been given a second chance at life. Maybe he could finally make a difference. He wanted it suddenly, wanted it as much as he'd ever wanted anything. It felt good to want something, to have a goal. Frankly, he hadn't had too many of those in his life. He'd never wanted much beyond the next movie role, or the next woman, or the next drink. He felt, amazingly, as if he were growing up at last. He was so deep in thought it took him a second to realize that someone was knocking at his door. "Come in," he said. Madeline walked through the door. For a split second, he almost didn't recognize her. She was wearing baggy Levi's and an oversized green cardigan that had seen better days. Her hair was limp around her face, and no makeup relieved the pallor of her cheeks. "Hey, Angel," she said quietly, coming up beside the bed. He looked up at her and felt a tightening in his chest. She looked sad and lost, not her usual self at all. In the old days, he might not have noticed the ravages of grief, but his new heart knew things his old heart hadn't. He gave her a big, fake smile. "Hey, Doc, how you doing?" She pulled the chart from the foot of the bed and studied it quickly, then put it away. "I'm sure Sarandon told you that the biopsy showed no rejection at all. You're doing well." "That's one of us." A frown darted across her pale face. "What do you mean?" "Have a seat." She pulled up a chair and sat down beside the bed. When she noticed how he was staring at her, she pushed a hand through her hair. "It's my day off." He wanted to cut to the chase and ask how she was feeling, but it made him feel awkward and uncertain, that kind of intimate honesty. So instead, he cocked a head toward the television that hung on the wall. "I just saw my picture on some tabloid show. Seems I've got AIDS. You should have told me." A quick smile quirked one side of her mouth. "I didn't want to depress you." "What else are they saying, my beloved jackals of the media?" "One of the supermarket tabloids reported a few days ago that you'd had a heart transplant. Baboon, I believe. Or maybe it was an alien. Another show is certain that a stripper in Boca Raton gave you AIDS." She looked at him. "It appears you had quite a sex life." He couldn't help feeling a little wistful. "Yeah, it was," he said with a sigh. "It can be again, you know. Some cardiologists recommend waiting 6 weeks to resume sexual relations, but I'm a little more lenient. Whenever you're up to it." She realized the double entendre of her words, and a pretty pink blush crept up her throat. "I mean, whenever you feel good enough, sex is okay." He gave her a direct look, then blasted her with his best bad boy smile. "Is that a proposition?" He thought he saw her shiver slightly. "I believe I'll let your new cardiologist have this discussion with you." She got to her feet. "Now I've got to run." He reached for her hand and held it. "Don't go." She stared down at him long and hard, then quietly said, "Don't treat me like that, Angel. I'm not some Hollywood starlet who'd kill to spend a night in your bed." He understood that he'd hurt her. "I'm sorry. Old life, old lines." He shrugged, but didn't let go of her hand. "You'll have to be patient with me. Changing overnight is a little tough." Slowly, she drew her hand back and sat down. He waited for her to say something, and when she didn't, he knew it was up to him. I've been thinking about Franco a lot," he said, stumbling over the words like a fool. She squeezed her eyes shut, and he could tell that she was battling for control. "Is that his sweater?" Angel asked quietly. She immediately touched her sleeve, her finger stroking the worn wool. Wordlessly, she nodded. "When?" His voice fell to a raw whisper. When does the healing start? When do we start feeling better? She swallowed thickly and looked up at him. I don't know if there is healing. There's just going on. He looked at her, realizing in that instant how much he cared about her, how much he wanted her to care about him. I guess that's what life is. Going on. She gave him a soft smile that for a second transformed her face. I guess. He'd given her that smile with nothing more than a few honest words and a glimpse of his own heart. The realization swept through him, made him grin like an idiot. This new heart of mine, it came from someone good. She drew in a sharp breath. Yes, she answered. And for the first time, he felt like a new man. Madeline knew when the phone rang that it was something bad. Her stomach knotted up. Carefully, she set down the novel she was reading and went into the kitchen, picking up the phone. When she heard Vicki Owen's voice slide through the lines, she closed her eyes and sighed tiredly. Hello, Vicki. I'm sorry to bother you at home, Madeline, but I wanted to let you know that Lena wasn't in school today. Madeline's gaze cut to her daughter's closed bedroom door. I dropped her off at 7 o'clock. She waved and went inside the building. She sighed, too tired suddenly to deal with this anymore. I guess I should have walked her into the classroom. I saw you pick her up at 3 o'clock. That's why I called. I'm afraid she's headed toward real trouble if someone doesn't find a way to reach her. Madeline almost denied it instinctively, but instead she dragged the phone into the living room and sat down on the overstuffed sofa. Since Frances's death, she didn't feel like herself anymore. She spent every moment realizing how fragile life was, how uncertain, and she didn't have the strength anymore to pretend she was perfect. She felt as if she were treading water in the deep end of the pool. I'm confused, Vicki, she confided, and the moment the words left her mouth, she felt as if a weight had fallen from her shoulders. Frances was more than a friend. He was a part of the family. Whenever I try to talk about him, we both end up crying, and neither one of us feels better. I know she's reaching out, but I don't have anything inside to give her, and even if I try, she won't wait long enough for me to stumble through the words. I know how you're feeling. My brother and his wife died last year, and I've been raising my nephew. For weeks afterward, we circled each other like wary lions. It's an impossible time. So what do I do? Just keep trying. Keep reaching out. And watch her for signs of real trouble. I'll try introducing her to my nephew, but it won't be easy. She laughed. Your daughter's going to think he's a total nerd. Madeline smiled wearily. I'd guess that means he's a great kid. He is. Now. And see if you can find someone for Lena to talk to. I'll keep trying, but she doesn't want to listen to an authority figure. Yes, Madeline answered. I will. Thanks a lot, Vicki. After she hung up, Madeline got to her feet and walked down the hallway. She was at Lena's room before she'd even formulated a plan. But the minute she looked at the closed door, she knew what she was going to do. Someone to talk to. She knocked on the door. No one answered. Steeling herself, Madeline opened the door anyway. Lena was sitting on her bed, listening to music through big black headphones and smoking a cigarette. She was wearing a sweatshirt that read, "If you don't like my music, you're too frigging old." There were tears streaming down her cheeks. The sight of her baby sitting all alone in her room, rocking back and forth and crying, was almost more than Madeline could bear. She walked over to the stereo and clicked it off. Damn it, Mom! Lena wrenched the headphones off her head and tossed them onto the unmade bed. You have no right to bust in here and shut off my music. Wordlessly, Madeline took the cigarette from Lena's mouth and crushed it in the littered ashtray on the floor. Then she sat down beside her daughter. For a second, they just looked at each other, and the wary resentment in Lena's eyes hurt. Lord, how it hurt. Madeline reached out, brushed the ragged hair from her daughter's eyes. Lena flinched and drew back, laughing shakily. I'm not getting another haircut. Madeline sighed. So many misunderstandings. I wasn't thinking you needed a haircut, baby. I was thinking you need a father. Lena paled. You said he doesn't want to see me. He thinks he doesn't, but sometimes a person can't see what's right in front of him. She gave her daughter a tentative smile. Like you. I'm right here. I've always been right here, and yet you don't see me. Mom, don't interrupt me. I haven't been a good mother to you, Lena. I know that. Don't you think I know that? But it's never been because I don't love you. She smiled softly. I remember when you were born, and they set you on my stomach. You were so little, so perfect in every way, and I started to cry. Everyone thought I was crying because you were beautiful. She stroked Lena's damp cheek. But I was crying because I was 17 years old and afraid. I knew I'd never be good enough for you. Mom, don't... Because I was afraid I've been selfish. I've tried to keep you with me all the time, hoping that someday I'd get it right, but I haven't gotten it right. If I had, you wouldn't be skipping school and shoplifting and sitting alone in your room crying. You need something I can't give you right now. I need Francis, she said in a small, shaking voice. We both do, baby, and we're going to keep on needing him every day for the rest of our lives. Maybe someday the pain will soften. Everybody says it will. I pray it will. But for now, we have to go on with our lives. We have to grab for whatever happiness we can find. If there's one thing I learned from Francis's death, it's how fast it can all be gone. One phone call in the middle of the night and your life is changed. I want my old life back. Lena gave her a watery smile and shrugged. I know, I hated it when I had it. Madeline wanted to throw her arms around Lena in that moment and draw her close, but she was afraid it would end the conversation, and she still had a long way to go. Miles and miles. Instead, she cupped Lena's chin in her hand and smiled. I want to change where I've gone wrong. She drew in a long breath and geared up for her next words. I want to introduce you to your father. Lena's eyes widened and she started to shake her head. Not yet. Yes, now. What will he do? There was the question, the stinging little fear that niggled inside and couldn't be brushed aside. But the new honesty felt good, much better than all that hiding and pretending to be fearless and perfect. I don't know. What if he doesn't want to see me? Then we try again the next day, and the next, and the next. Lena was quiet for a long time. Then she said, I don't know if I can take that. You're stronger than you think. No. Madeline gazed at her daughter, loving her so much it hurt. She knew that Lena was right to be frightened, but that the fear wasn't reason enough to stay away. If anyone knew that lesson, it was Madeline. She'd been afraid her whole life, and what had it gotten her? A lonely bed and a daughter who felt unloved. If he hurts you, I'll be there, Lena. I'm scared. I know. I am too. Lena turned, stared at the huge poster of Johnny Depp that hung over her bed. Finally, she sighed and looked back at Madeline. I have to try, don't I? Madeline felt a surge of pride for her daughter. We all do. It's all there is. Angel dreamed he was in the field again. He stood there, looking around, feeling peaceful and contented. Birds were circling overhead, cawing and chirping and swooping down to the sweet green grass. He could hear his heartbeat, thudding away, pulsing and pounding in his chest. He knew Francis was coming before he arrived. Angel turned in slow motion and saw his brother standing at the edge of the trees. Francis was wearing his severe black priest's clothes, and for a split second Angel almost didn't recognize him. Then Francis started to walk toward him, floating above the flower-bright grass. He could hear his brother's laughter riding the breeze, joining with the crowing of the birds and the whispering of the leaves, and Angel found himself laughing too. Suddenly the world fell silent, the birds disappeared, and the wind faded away. All he could hear was their 2 heartbeats, pounding out of beat in a rapid-fire rhythm. Without thinking, he reached out. He felt Francis take his hand, felt the warm strength of his brother's grip, and he felt anchored and safe. Their heartbeats synchronized, became a single beat in the quiet field. "I don't have long." Angel heard his brother's words, though Francis's lips hadn't moved. "Stay," Angel whispered desperately. "I've got so much to say." "The words don't matter." "They do. I know that now. Stay." But Francis was already fading. His image shimmered and he pulled away. He ran after Francis, reaching out, trying to take hold of the image, but it was moving faster than he was, disappearing into the dark shadows of the trees. And Angel was alone. The sky overhead turned dark and ugly, throwing a shadowy pall across the field, burying the flowers in the grass. "Angel?" He lifted his face to the sky and stared at the gathering clouds. "Come back, Francis, come back." "Angel?" He woke with a start and found Madeline standing beside his bed. He stared up at her, his breath coming in great, wheezing pants. "Hi, Mad." She pulled up a chair. "You okay?" "No," he answered without thinking, throwing his vulnerability on the blankets between them. He almost yanked it back and said, "Yes, hell yes." Then he looked into her gray-green eyes and realized that he was tired of lying, tired of covering up the truth. Yesterday he'd felt as if he'd seen a glimpse of the promised land, but today he felt lost again, lonely and forgotten and sick. The dreams about Francis were killing him. "No," he said again, quieter this time. "I'm not all right. I keep dreaming of Francis. It's not normal. It's like he's inside me. I feel him all the time. I hear him talking to me. Sometimes I even think like he used to." "You couldn't have anyone better inside you, Angel." "I know," he sighed. "Yesterday in my dream, he said, 'Live for me.'" He swallowed hard. How could I do that? Live for a man like him? He was so much better than I'll ever be. She scooted closer to the bed. "You've been given the second chance he never got, Angel. Only you can decide what to do with it." "Oh, great. Now pile a little guilt on me." "Not guilt. Hope." He grabbed the 3-ring binder beside the bed. "How much hope can I have when this is my life?" "Quit being so melodramatic. That notebook isn't your life. It's just your routine, the schedule of your new life. The medications you take, daily I might add, if you want to see each new sunrise, and the foods you should eat, the exercises you'll have to begin, the dates of each checkup and test for the next 6 months. A plain old schedule. Ordinary people follow them all the time. Oh, I can't wait. It's too bad you're in such a foul mood today, because I have a surprise for you, someone I want you to meet." "If you put me in a room with that damn shrink again, I'm going to blow your recovery stats through the roof." "No shrinks, no physical therapists, no nurses. Just a single 16-year-old girl." Angel froze. He heard his heartbeat thudding in his ears, and the sound made him panic. Then came Francis's words. "Be your friend." He wanted to. Christ, he wanted to, but he was afraid. He was such a screw-up, and this was important. Not the sort of thing you could go into half-cocked and ready to run at the first sign of trouble. "I can't do it, Mad. I don't have it in me to be her father." She started to say something, then instead she did the strangest thing. She reached out and placed her hand on his chest. He felt the warmth of her touch through the flimsy cotton of his hospital gown, through the layers of gauze that covered his scar. "Oh, Angel," she said, leaning close, so close he could see the silvery streaks in her green eyes, so close he could smell the subtle fragrance of her hairspray. "You have it in you. Believe me." He was mesmerized by her eyes. He thought, crazily, that he'd seen her look at him like this before. But that would have been years ago. He couldn't possibly remember. "I'll screw up," he said, forcibly breaking the spell. "Then I'll beat the shit out of you." He knew she was serious this time, and he understood suddenly the risk she was taking here. She loved Lena, and she was scared that Angel would screw up and hurt their daughter. He knew, too, that if he did, there would never be a redemption for him, never be a second chance. I don't want her to know about the transplant. She'll treat me like a freak. No, she won't. But it's your decision when and if to tell her about the surgery. How do I act? What do I do? She loved Francis like a father, and she's grieving over his death. She needs someone to listen to her, to care about what she thinks and feels. That's a place to start. Be your friend. He gave her a nervous smile. That's what Franco would have said. Yes, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. She gazed down at him expectantly, her eyes bright. Be her friend. Chapter 21. Lena paced back and forth down the quiet corridor of the ICU. Every now and then a nurse or doc would say hello, and she'd be forced to look up and mumble something in response. But other than that, she just kept moving. Hilda scurried up the corridor and tapped her on the shoulder. You're pacing like a caged cat, sweetie. What's wrong? Lena barely looked at her. It took all her self-control to stand still. Her foot tapped wildly. She'd known and loved Hilda for most of her life, but right now she was too nervous to make small talk. She remembered belatedly that Hilda had asked her a question, but she couldn't remember what it was. Hilda peered up at Lena, giving her the same once-over she always did. Then she clucked disapprovingly. My daughter's a beautician, you know. She could do fabulous things with that hair of yours. The transplant nurse had been dishing out beauty advice for years. Every time she saw Lena, she came up, pinched her cheek, and shook her head, muttering something about how pretty Lena could be with a little less makeup. Ordinarily, Lena laughed at Hilda's half-joking advice. Not today. Her father was going to see her in a few minutes. What if he thought she was ugly? With a gasp, she shoved her hands in her pockets and spun around, leaving Hilda gape-mouthed behind her. She ran to her mom's office and sneaked inside, shutting the door. She hurried to the antique Victorian mirror beside the bookcase and peered into the glass. The girl who stared back at her was pale and puffy-eyed from lack of sleep. Her hair stood out in 1,000 uneven spikes. The black eye pencil she'd applied beneath her lower lashes made her look like she'd been punched in the face. How come she'd never seen that before? Oh, God, she thought in a sudden panic. Her daddy was going to think she was butt ugly. She rummaged through her mom's desk drawer and pulled out a comb, trying to rearrange her haircut, but it was no use. When she went back to the mirror, she felt a sinking sense of fear. She still looked like one of those runaways you sometimes saw haunting the downtown streets after dark. The door clicked open, and Lena spun around again. She was so nervous, she dropped the comb. It hit the linoleum floor with a clatter. Mom walked into the room, and Lena felt almost sick to her stomach. As always, her mother looked like she'd just stepped off the pages of a makeup advertisement. Golden brown hair swept off her face in carefully controlled curls, beautiful hazel eyes highlighted by just a little brown mascara. Wearing a cream-colored cashmere sweater and black pants, she was the picture of cool sophistication and class. That was what her father thought was pretty. Lena glanced at herself in the mirror again and winced. I can't do it, Mom. I have to come back tomorrow. I think I got food poisoning from the cereal this morning. He's waiting for you, she answered quietly, closing the door behind her. Lena felt her heartbeat speed up. He said he'd see me? Mom frowned and moved toward her. Are you okay? Lena nodded, then shook her head, then tried to nod again, but the tears came, flooding her eyes. No, she whispered. Mom stroked her cheek. It's okay to be nervous. I'm ugly. You're gorgeous. I never should have let Jet cut my hair. She looked up at her mother quickly, waiting for the I told you so, but thankfully it never came. Finally, she said, Do you think maybe you could make me look like you? Mom studied her, a smile lurking at the corners of her mouth. Oh no, you're much prettier than I am. Yeah, right, she whined. And Bosnia's a great vacation spot. Mom took her hand and led her to the chair behind the desk. Lena sat down. Tilt your face up, Mom said. When Lena complied, her mother used some cream and a tissue to take off all Lena's makeup. Then she reapplied just a little. Mascara, blush, and some pale pink lipstick. Then she combed Lena's hair back from her face and sprayed it with something. Lena started to get up. Sit there, Mom commanded as she walked over to the antique armoire in the corner of her office. Easing the ornate doors open, she rummaged through the clothing and pulled out an ice blue Angora sweater. Turning back to the desk, she smiled. This was supposed to be a Christmas present. Lena stared at the soft sweater and felt ashamed. She knew that come Christmas, she would have glanced at something this feminine and tossed it away, thinking that her mom was a hopeless nerd. She turned her gaze to her mother. It's way cool, Mom. Thanks. Mom laughed. Just what you would have said on Christmas morning. Smiling, Lena pulled the Coors Beer t-shirt over her head and threw it in the corner, then slid into the incredibly soft sweater. When her mother led her back to the mirror, Lena couldn't believe the change. This time, a beautiful young woman stared back at her. The sweater made her eyes look impossibly blue. For once, instead of looking ghostly white, she looked pale and sort of fragile, like those girls in the Calvin Klein ads. Impulsively, she twirled around and threw her arms around her mom, holding her close. Then she realized what she'd done, and she drew back, embarrassed. Mom smiled. You need to know that he's very sick, your father. He's just had heart surgery, and he's got to take it easy. He'll be discharged in about an hour, but he's still going to be moving slowly. I've made arrangements, if things go well, to help him find a house today. All three of us. Sorta like a family, Lena said, surprised by the wistfulness in her voice. Mom looked startled, then a little sad. More like new friends. Lena nodded. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her shoulders and tilted her chin up. I'm ready, Mom. Good. He's in room 264W. You're not coming with me? Mom shook her head. I think you guys need some time alone. Lena tamped down the flash of fear that came at her then. She thought about how pretty she looked, how the pale blue sweater made her eyes look as blue as Frances's, how her black hair looked sophisticated instead of ragged. I'll make him love me. The vow came back to her and she grabbed hold of it, held it to her chest, and prayed she could make it come true. She looked up at her mom and wanted to say something, but nothing seemed good enough. She could see the fear in her mother's eyes, and she knew that the fear was for both of them. She gave her mom a quick smile and headed off. She hurried down the long hallway, past the nurse's station, past the family waiting room. By the time she reached his room, her heart was beating wildly, and there was a fine sheen of sweat on her palms. She peered through the observation window and saw a man standing at the window on the opposite wall, his back to her. He was wearing a denim shirt and Levi's, and his hair was long and dark brown. A good sign, she thought. Long hair. She took a deep breath and knocked on the door. At his muffled, "Come in," she pushed the door open and went inside. "Hello, Lena," he said in a smooth, even voice that sent a shiver of recognition down her spine. It was a voice she knew but couldn't place. She waited nervously for him to turn around. Slowly he turned. Her breath caught as she recognized him. Her knees went weak. She would have reached out for something to hold on to, but there was nothing nearby. It was Angel DeMarco. "Oh my God," she whispered, feeling disconnected and confused. He flashed her the megawatt grin she'd seen 1,000,000 times on screen. "I see your mom didn't tell you who I was." She tried to say no. The word came out as a high-pitched squeak. "Come on over here." She moved like an automaton, her mind whirling with thoughts. Her father was Angel DeMarco. Her father was Angel DeMarco. Her father was Angel DeMarco. The kids weren't going to believe this. Brittany Levin was going to shit. Then it hit her, so hard it wiped everything else from her mind. "DeMarco," she said. He nodded, giving her a softer smile, more intimate than anything she'd seen on film. "I'm Francis's brother." For a second, she couldn't breathe right. "They never told me." Something passed through his eyes at that, a darkness that made her think she'd hurt him. "I never read that you were from Seattle, or that you had a brother. I thought I read somewhere that you were from the Midwest." A smile crooked one corner of his mouth. "Tactical maneuvers to muddy the trail. I didn't want anyone to know where I'd grown up. Sorry." He came toward her, moving in the shuffling gait of all post-op patients. Instinctively, she reached out for him, and he took both of her hands in his. Lena looked up into his legendary green eyes, and for a heartbeat, she couldn't catch her breath. He had Francis's eyes. Even though they were green instead of blue, they were Francis's beautiful eyes. And he had Francis's way of looking at you, really looking the way so few people did. "You're more beautiful than I imagined," he said in a husky voice, his eyes filled with the same wonder she felt. Tears stung her eyes and she didn't care. "Thank you." I don't know anything about being a father, you know." "That's okay." "Maybe we could start slow. Just start out being friends." Friends. The words caused a dizzying rush of excitement. It was what she'd always wanted, a father who was her best friend. She bit down on her lip to keep from laughing out loud again. He was going to be everything she ever wanted in a dad, she could tell. He was going to take all the pain and grief and fear in her life and make it go away. From now on, she'd always have a safe place to be. He let go of her hand and touched her face, gazing deeply into her eyes. "Don't look at me that way, Angelina." She drew in a sudden, surprised breath. For a disorienting second, she'd thought he was going to call her Angelina Ballerina. But he hadn't. Of course he hadn't. "What is it?" he said, eyeing her. "Nothing. Just that Francis used to call me Angelina. No one else does." "It's your name," he said. Then his voice fell to a whisper. "I mean it, Lena. Don't think I'm a god or something. I'll only let you down." It was such a ridiculous thing to say, she ignored it. Instead, she just kept staring up at him, memorizing everything about his face, about this moment, about how it felt when he held her hand. "Don't worry, I'll love..." He pressed a finger to her lips suddenly, silencing her. She blinked up at him in confusion. When he withdrew his hand, she said, "But..." "Make me earn it," he said harshly, staring into her eyes with a seriousness that frightened her. Suddenly, they weren't Francis's eyes at all. "It's the only chance we have." Angel looked down at the piece of paper on the clipboard. All it required was his signature, and he was as free as a bird. He was strangely reluctant to sign it. He glanced around at the cheesy little hospital room he'd inhabited for the last few weeks, and suddenly it felt like home. He recognized the birds that huddled along his windowsill, and the way the sun crept through his yellowed curtain at sunset. He'd started to like the smell of disinfectant and mashed potatoes and gravy. Even Sarah the Hun had become a friend. "You okay?" Madeline asked. He didn't know what to say. He felt like an idiot, and yet he was suddenly afraid that he couldn't make it on the outside, that the heart that felt so strong and new in his chest would weaken out there, give out on him, or that he'd fall into his old boozing, irresponsible lifestyle and be lost again. "I don't know. I thought I was ready, but..." "Lena and I will be here for you, Angel. You're not going to be alone out there." "Thanks, Mad." He touched her face, a fleeting, tender caress that reassured him. "I don't know what I'd have done without you during all this." She smiled. "You would have done fine." He shrugged and looked around again. "I keep thinking I should have luggage. Something to show for all the time I've been here." She placed her hand on his chest, right over his heart. "You do." Behind them, the door opened, and they both turned, expecting to see Sarandon and Allenford for the momentous goodbye. A middle-aged woman stood in the room, wearing a ragged wool coat and mud-splattered rubber boots. "I'm looking for—" She saw Angel, and her mouth dropped open. "Oh, my Lord, it's you!" She looked at Madeline. "It's Angel DeMarco!" Madeline stood there for a second, then surged forward, gripping the woman's arm and guiding her outside, slamming the door shut behind her. A minute later, Madeline was back, looking grim and angry. They let her walk past security. Her father's in 246E. "Shit," Angel cursed. "We've got to get out of here. As soon as that woman gets to a phone, she's gonna think she's won the lottery. They'll pay her and give her her 15 minutes of fame." Madeline looked at him. "I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry. It had to happen." He grabbed a mask from the bedside table and tied it behind his neck. Before he lifted it to cover his face, he said, "Here's the story. I was here for an undisclosed amount of time and underwent successful cardiac surgery. I have been discharged and no one knows where I am. Anything beyond that is no comment. Have Allenford call a press conference as soon as possible. And let's get me out of here. Now." Madeline nodded. "Let's go." Long before the first reporters showed up, Madeline had Angel in her car, and they were speeding away from the hospital. Lena and Angel had taken to each other like ducks to water. She glanced in the rearview mirror and watched them. They were sitting side by side, their heads cocked together, talking animatedly. Lena was saying it was way cool the way they'd hustled Angel out of the hospital. Angel was telling her about some time he'd hidden out in the back of a pickup while his fan stormed a soundstage. Madeline maneuvered the car down Magnolia Street and pulled up in front of the first house she'd chosen for him to view. "What do you think of this one?" she asked, putting the car in park. Lena and Angel looked out the window, then looked at each other and simultaneously shook their heads. With a sigh, she shifted back into drive and headed off. It irritated Madeline that they wouldn't even look at it, but more than that, it made her feel excluded. It wasn't as if she'd chosen the houses at random. She'd taken an inordinate amount of time. She'd spoken with several realtors about the best array of houses for rent within 10 minutes of the hospital. Then she'd done a quick drive-by of the 7 best and made appointments to see them all today. They were already on house number 4, and Angel had yet to get out of the car. He'd hated the first 3 on sight. Finally, she pulled up in front of her favorite of the houses she'd chosen. She killed the engine and cast a quick look at the house. She knew that Angel wouldn't like it. Not Angel of the Las Vegas high-rise condo and the limousines, but she couldn't resist showing it to him. It was the kind of place that Francis would have loved. It was a small log cabin with mullioned windows and a big wraparound porch. Built at the turn of the century, it had been a summer house for one of the city's founding fathers, and the subsequent generations had built other, more modern homes. So it sat on a sweeping Lake Washington waterfront lot, untended and vacant. Most people wouldn't pay the exorbitant rent the family wanted. For that money, they could get first-class construction in Broadmoor. Huge old maple trees lined the brick walkway that led from the winding asphalt road. Stubborn Shasta daisies grew in random clumps amid the grass. "Next house," Madeline said, waiting a split second for a 2-voiced call to move on. Silence. She twisted around and looked in the back seat. Angel and Lena were both staring at the house. "Francis would have loved this house," Lena said. Opening the door, she got out of the car and began walking up the path. Madeline looked at Angel. "I've never imagined myself living in a log cabin," he said after a minute. She smiled apologetically. "I know it's not your style." He gave her a grin that was so quick and white, she felt stunned by it. It didn't used to be, but neither were afternoons driving around in a Volvo. He shuddered dramatically. She couldn't help laughing. Let's go inside. They got out of the car and came together at the end of the walkway. Angel stumbled. Without thinking, Madeline curled an arm around his waist and let him lean against her. She realized a split second later that she was holding him. Her breath tangled in her throat, and she turned slowly, meeting his questioning gaze. They stood that way for an eternity, neither one of them saying anything. "I never told you thanks," he said finally. She felt a fleeting disappointment, but didn't know why. "No need," she answered. "Not true," he said, staring into her eyes so intently that she wondered what he saw. "I've learned there's always a need." Impulsively, she reached up and brushed a lock of hair from his eyes. She realized a split second later that she'd done it because he'd sounded so much like his brother. It was exactly the kind of thing Frances would have said in a moment like this. At the thought, she felt a pang of loneliness. "He would be proud of you right now." There was no question of who he was. Angel grinned and looked down at her. "Because I'm holding his best girl?" She saw a transformation in his eyes. This time there was no trace of Francis and his gentle, caring soul. This time there was only Angel, fiery-tempered and brutally honest, and he was looking at her as if she mattered. Her heartbeat sped up. Suddenly she felt as if she were 16 again, standing in the arms of the boy who loved her. She told herself not to care, not to want anything from this man who'd broken her heart, but she knew even as she had the thought it was too late, and the knowledge scared her to death. "No, because you're changing, Angel, and we both know how hard that is to do." He laughed and pulled away from her. Turning back to the log cabin, they started up the pathway together. Halfway there, Angel reached down and took Madeline's hand in his. The next morning, when she got to work, the parking lot was full of news vans. Reporters had descended on the hospital like a pack of ravenous hyenas, flashing photographs of anyone who walked up to the front door, barking questions at everyone they saw. Madeline was winded and irritated by the time she pushed through the crowd, muttering, "No comment," a dozen times. When she got to her office, Sarandon and Allenford were waiting for her. Madeline sighed and tossed her suede coat over the back of her sofa. Angel knew this was coming. He was seen yesterday just before we discharged him. "Must be that lovely woman I saw in hard copy," Sarandon said calmly, taking a sip of coffee. "What does Angel want us to do?" Allenford asked. "Confirm with the press that he had cardiac surgery. Say that the surgery was successful and he was discharged. Beyond that, he wants a no comment." "That won't last long." Madeline heard the edge of eagerness in Chris's voice, and she supposed she understood it. The surgeon wanted the world to know about his great work. "No," she said, "it won't. But it'll buy him a little time." "Okay." Chris pushed to his feet, and Sarandon popped up beside him. "Let's go. The three of us." They strode out of the office and turned the corner, coming down the hallway of intensive care like the astronauts from The Right Stuff. Chris was in the middle, with Sarandon on his left and Madeline on the right. In step, they pushed through the front doors and marched down to the parking lot. "I have a statement to make regarding Angel DeMarco," Chris said. "Just a second!" someone screamed. Reporters and camera operators zoomed up to the three doctors, formed a tight circle around them. Microphones shot into Chris's face. He looked calm and unruffled. "Mr. Angelo DeMarco was recently a patient at this hospital. Following his much publicized collapse in Oregon, he was transferred here for cardiac surgery. The surgery was completely successful, and Mr. DeMarco has been discharged." "Does he have AIDS?" someone yelled. "No, he does not." "When was the surgery?" someone else wanted to know. "I'm sorry, I don't have that date with me," Chris said calmly. "Why are you hiding the date?" Chris nodded briskly. "Thank you for your time." Lights flashed, cameras clicked, questions rang out, but the press conference was over. It was quiet here in the early morning hour before school began. Thin yellow clouds spread across the treetops, and the first glimmering rays of the sun glanced off the metal bleachers. Lena could feel her feet sinking into the squishy, rain-soaked grass, and it made her feel strangely buoyant to leave a set of footprints across the football field, as if, for once, she was actually here. She heard the kids talking long before she reached the lip of the ravine. Their chattering voices floated up from the dark copse of trees, accompanied by the sweet smell of marijuana. She couldn't wait to join them. She jammed her hands in her pockets and raced to the edge of the ravine, staring down at the crowd she'd tried so desperately to belong to. They were down there, clustered together, passing a thermos around in one direction and a joint in the other. The few kids who weren't smoking pot were puffing away on their cigarettes. Lena frowned, disappointed suddenly. Last night, Angel, her dad, had talked to her about drugs and booze and cigarettes. She'd heard it all a million times before, but last night was different. First of all, Angel was her dad, and she wanted him to love her. But two, he seemed to understand her in a way no one ever had before. Last night, as they'd sat together on the porch swing, listening to the tinny clanks of her mom cooking inside, Lena had looked into her father's green eyes and felt as if she were looking into a mirror. He was the first adult she'd ever known who remembered what it felt like to be a kid. When she told him that, he laughed and said it was because he'd never grown up. But then, in the middle of all their joking, he turned serious. When she pulled out a cigarette and started to light up, he grabbed her hand and stared at her so long she became scared. "First of all," he said, "you can't smoke around me because of my surgery. But more importantly, smoking is for idiots, and you seem like a smart kid to me." His words made her feel small and stupid, and mumbling something, she put the cigarette away. After that, they lapsed into silence. Night fell slowly, drizzling across the untended yard, blurring the edges of the trees. A white moth came out of hiding and fluttered around the porch light. Finally, her dad spoke again, and this time she could tell that he was thinking long and hard before each word. "I'm an alcoholic, Angelina, and a drug abuser, and worse. I know what sends a person out into the darkness, looking for a little bit of light, even if that light comes with a hell of a price and only lasts for the length of an evening." He turned to her then, and she saw the disappointment in his eyes. "I've ruined my life. And drugs and booze were how I did it. Please, please don't be like me. It'd break my heart." "Hey, Lena!" Jet's voice cut through her thoughts. Distractedly, Lena looked down the ravine and saw Jet standing in his usual spot, clutching the thermos in one hand and a joint in the other. "You bring anything to drink?" Lena frowned. For the first time it bothered her that Jet always asked for something from her. "Nope," she yelled down. He looked away from her before the word was even finished. "Bummer," he yelled, and everyone laughed. Then he went back to passing the joint around. Lena stood there for another minute, waiting for someone else to call to her or invite her down, but the kids seemed to have forgotten her existence. Shoving her hands in her pockets, she made her careful, picking way down the loose embankment, her tennis shoes crushing the muddy ivory and mushrooms in her path. She moved into place beside Jet and said nothing. In the distance, the second school bell rang and everyone laughed. Someone handed Lena the joint. She stared at it, blinking at the smoke that stung her eyes. Then she passed it to the next person in line. Jet frowned at her. "You don't want to get high?" She shrugged. "Don't feel like it." "Why not?" Everyone waited, breathless, for the answer. "I met my dad last night." She felt a rush of adrenaline as she said the words. Jet took a long drag and held it in, then exhaled the smoke at her face. "Oh, yeah?" "Yeah," she said, grinning up at him. "He's Angel DeMarco." There was a moment of stunned surprise. Then everyone burst out laughing. "Sure he is, Lena," Brittany laughed. "And my dad's Jack Nicholson." Jet frowned at her. "So who is it really?" Lena stared at them. All of a sudden she felt unwelcome here, and she wondered if she'd ever really belonged. "I told you, it's Angel DeMarco." Jet stared at her, one black eyebrow rising slowly. "I read he had AIDS." "No," she answered. "He just had bypass surgery. No big deal." "Oh, right," Brittany said with a humph. "Like you would know." She spun to face the crowd. "I do know. I spent the whole weekend with him, and he told me he had bypass surgery." "You're a liar," Jet said softly, and she knew the second he spoke that the group would follow him. Then he grinned at her. "Hey, give me a smoke, will ya?" "Buy your own," she snapped. Jet spun to face her again. "What did you say?" She stared up at him, seeing his drug-pale skin and bloodshot eyes and the two black hair that fell across his forehead. She wondered what she'd ever seen in him. Disgusted, she shook her head. "My Uncle Francis was right. You guys are a bunch of losers." The look in Jet's eyes turned ugly. "Oh, really?" he whispered. She backed up. "Yeah, really." Jet followed her. She tripped on a stone and thudded to a sit. He came up close, towering over her, grinning down at her. "Where do you think you're going?" She squished her hands on the muddy earth and shot to her feet. "I'm getting the hell away from you guys." He laughed, but it was a cold, angry sound that made her afraid, just like it was supposed to. "What are you gonna do? Make friends with the cheerleaders? They wouldn't hang with a skank like you, Hillyard." He laughed again. "No one's gonna believe a lame story about Angel DeMarco being your dad, either. Get real. We're the only friends you've got. Now quit acting like a bitch and give me a smoke." Lena slapped his face. The smack reverberated in the dense, moist air. She realized a second too late what she'd done. She saw the anger dawn in his eyes, and she was off, scrambling up the bank and running across the football field. He reached for her, missed, and cursed. But by then she had a head start. Lena didn't look back. She ran all the way to the school and skidded into the quiet hallways. Breathing hard, she raced to Vicki Owen's door and knocked hard. When the counselor said, "Come in," Lena burst through the door and slammed it shut behind her. Sinking onto the seat, she gulped in a few aching breaths, then looked up at Miss Owen. "I need help." A half hour later, Lena sat in the school gym, alone, waiting for some guy she didn't know, Miss Owen's nephew or cousin or something. Miss Owen had listened to Lena's story about Jet and the gang and said very simply, "You need new friends, Lena." Lena had laughed. "Oh, yeah, I'll get some out of the Wheaties box tomorrow morning. All I need is a few proofs of purchase." Miss Owen had just smiled and told Lena to go to the gym and wait. And so she was here, sitting on the cold wooden floor of the basketball court, her arms crossed, waiting. After about 10 minutes, the door creaked open. A guy paused in the opening and then began slowly walking toward her. His footsteps left an echoing wake in the huge room. Lena stared at him, making out more and more of his features with every step. He was tall, way taller than she was, and he had short blonde hair. His skin was pale, with 2 ruddy spots of color on his cheeks. He wore a huge baggy sweatshirt and oversized jeans. She recognized him finally. He was the school's student vice president, Zach Owen. "Hi," he said, looking at her with a directness that made her uncomfortable. She nodded but said nothing. He flopped to a sit in front of her. "My aunt tells me you're in trouble." "Nothing I can't handle." She raked him with her eyes. "Besides, what would you know about trouble?" He laughed, and for a second he reminded her of Francis, with his crinkly-faced smile. "It's an act," he said softly, as if he could read her mind. "Last year my parents died, and I went off the deep end. Drinking, drugging, you name it." She eyed him suspiciously. "Yeah, right, and I'm Michael Jackson's love child." He grinned at her. "You don't look like him." "Very funny. Look, I gotta run." She started to get to her feet, and he grabbed her, held her in place. "Don't run." It was all he said, just 2 simple words, but in his voice she could hear understanding. And suddenly the two words didn't seem simple at all. Slowly she bent back down to her knees and looked at him, really looked. "How'd you stop?" "Aunt Vicky put me in detox. When I dried out, I transferred to this school. At first it was hard. I didn't know anyone. But I ran for vice president to make friends, and I won." He grinned sheepishly. "Course, no one ran against me." "I found out this weekend that Angel DeMarco is my dad." She hadn't meant to say it. Somehow it just came blurting out. She waited, shoulders tensed, for him to respond, to make fun of her. He studied her. "Yeah, you sort of look like him." "I do?" She heard the completely dorky awe in her voice and she winced, embarrassed. "You're way prettier, though." The compliment fluttered through her. A quick smile jerked one side of her mouth. "Thanks." She looked at him again and saw for the first time that he sort of looked like a young Hugh Grant, not really like a nerd at all. Chapter 22. The doctor's lounge was uncustomarily quiet in the last few minutes before the close of the day shift. The tables were empty, their cheap brown surfaces cluttered with paper cups and plastic forks. A row of soda and candy machines stood waiting for the next shift of stormtroopers to descend, quarters in hand. Madeline sat at the rickety table closest to the window, her fingers cupped around the comforting heat of a thick porcelain mug. The burnt scent of French roast coffee wafted upward. At precisely 5:01, Allenford and Sarandon strode through the single doors, pulling down their surgical masks in unison. Both men nodded at her and headed for the coffee machine, plunking their money in one after another and waiting in silence for the paper cups to drop into the slot and fill with coffee. Then they carried their drinks to the table. Chris had a pile of tabloids tucked under his arm, and he tossed them onto the table. Headlines jumped up at Madeline. Angel DeMarco in St. Joseph's Hospital. AIDS. Cancer. Heart surgery. Heart transplant. The two men sat down across from her. Chris reached instinctively for the cigarettes in his breast pocket. Pulling one from the pack, he stared down at it, caressing it absently. Madeline was used to his little ritual. He'd given up smoking 3 years ago, due to the sheer volume of staff and patient pressure, but he still held a cigarette when he'd had a hard day and he needed to think. Finally, he looked up at her. "The DeMarco situation is heating up." Madeline nodded. "I heard a photographer from one of the magazines caught him in physical therapy yesterday." Sarandon gave a tired smile. "He wasn't happy, and he made sure everyone on the floor knew it." Madeline laughed softly. "I don't doubt it." "The point is," Allenford said, "we can't hold out much longer. Our security is getting more civ-like every day. Obviously, we've misled the press by implying he underwent simple cardiac surgery, but that won't last much longer." Allenford took a long sip of coffee, eyeing Madeline. "You know that security is not the only problem here." Madeline knew what he was going to say before he said it. She'd tried not to think about the repercussions of his celebrity, but they kept coming back, worming through her joy at Angel's progress. "You mean Francis," she said dully. Allenford stared sympathetically at her. "Some reporter is going to discover the connection. The only reason they haven't discovered it yet is because there's been no official confirmation of the transplant. They're too busy trying to find the woman who supposedly gave him AIDS. The confusion has them more interested in his sex life than his heartbeat, but that won't last. Once they find out about the transplant, some smart reporter will track down the sequence of events and find out about a patient in Oregon who donated his organs on the same night Angel got his heart. When they hit that patient's name, it's going to rip through the headlines like a rocket. If he isn't prepared—" He said nothing more, let the implication hang in the air between them. Madeline's gaze dropped to the table. She studied the tiny black lines in the fake wood-grain veneer. She knew that Chris was right. She'd known it for days. She simply hadn't wanted to face it. "I'll tell him," she said quietly. Sarandon got to his feet, leaving the half-empty coffee cup on the table. "Just let me know when you're going to do it." He grinned. "I'll advise the staff to grab their Kevlar vests." Then he shoved his chair out of the way and strode out of the room. Madeline watched him go, saying nothing. She tried to imagine what it would be like to tell Angel the truth, and the images caused a sick feeling. She didn't want to do it, didn't want to traipse in there and tell him what she'd done, what they'd all done. She was terrified of his response, and for more than the obvious reason. The dreams bothered her. She realized she'd been silent a long time. She felt Chris's gaze on her, and she met it. "What?" He smiled. "You never were any good at games, Madeline. Just say what's on your mind." She knew it would be smart to say nothing, but she'd learned in the last few weeks that sometimes being smart left you feeling lonely and confused. "It's Angel," she said cautiously. "He's changing." "The good ones do." "I think it's more surprising than that. He's becoming—" She couldn't say it. The words caught in her throat. Allenford stared at her a second. She saw the moment he understood what she wasn't saying. His eyes narrowed and a frown tugged at his brows. "He's listening to Francis's music, eating Francis's food. Before the surgery, he says, he was allergic to milk. Now he loves it. He's caring in a way I don't think he ever really was before." "You said you hadn't seen him since you were kids. People change, Madeline. Besides, they're brothers." "Maybe." She leaned forward, crossed her arms on the table, and pinned a steady gaze on her old friend. Could the heart have memory on a cellular level? Like a cell's instinctive ability to recreate itself or replicate or— "Stop it," Allenford said gently, touching her hand. "You're grieving, Madeline. Let it go. Accept Angel for who he is and be thankful he's still around. Everything else, let it go." "I've been trying to, but sometimes when he looks at me—" "Don't you think you want to see Francis in Angel's eyes?" She couldn't deny the truth of that. She missed Francis so much that she imagined him everywhere, sitting on her couch, swinging in her porch swing, driving up in that battered old car of his. Sometimes she'd turn around to talk to him and realize instantly that he wasn't there, that she'd imagined his footsteps on the walk. "Yes," she whispered. "What if you didn't know about the transplant? Wouldn't you think that all these changes were ordinary recovery? Think about it. When a patient goes through this program, he tends to change his life. They're almost always more caring and more conservative. They've learned that each day, each moment of each day, is a miracle. That's bound to change a man's outlook." The rationality of Chris's words soothed her. It was possible that she saw Francis and Angel because she wanted so desperately to believe that part of her best friend was still alive. "You're probably right." He gave her a long look. "I don't believe in that stuff, but we've all seen anecdotal evidence for what you're talking about. Recipients who seem to know things about their donors that they can't possibly know. I'm not egotistical enough to believe that anything in this world is impossible." He touched her hand. "I met Francis, however briefly, and I know one thing." "What's that?" "If there is memory on a cellular level, your Angel couldn't have gotten a kinder heart." Sighing tiredly, Angel went into the living room that Madeline and Lena had created for him. He clicked on the television and heard a reporter say, "Sources close to the superstar confirm that he has received a baboon's heart in a successful transplant operation. However, cardiologists at St. Joseph's will report only that—" With a groan, he turned off the TV and flicked on the light switch. It was cozy and comfortable, this living room that was and wasn't his. Big, overstuffed denim sofas and Navajo print chairs huddled around the huge river rock fireplace that dominated the room. They'd even put a few framed pictures on the mantel: Lena's school picture, a shot of Francis and Lena snow skiing, and an old, crackled photograph of Angel and Francis in front of their moms and Pela. Pictures of everyone but Madeline. She'd given him the trappings of a family life, comfortable furniture, photographs, milk, non-fat, of course, in the refrigerator, but it was too quiet to be real. There were no fingerprints on the glass of the pictures, no dust collecting beneath the furniture. The only thing out of place in this perfect little cabin was him. The realization depressed him. Once again, he was just passing through life, observing as if through a window. For most of his life, that had been okay. Hell, it had been better than okay. It was what he'd wanted. He'd never wanted to be real, not like most men. He'd wanted to be Peter Pan, playing with the Lost Boys, gambling and boozing and ignoring the grown-ups' rules. That's why he'd sought out celebrity. It was life on Pleasure Island. And if he didn't change, really, truly change, he knew that soon he'd start to slip. He'd go back to the life he'd loved. He'd call the wrong friend or decide that a straight shot of tequila, just one, wouldn't hurt. But one would end up as 2, then 3, and he'd be back on the roller coaster. He didn't belong there. Didn't belong in his old life. But he didn't fit this new world either. He was like a ghost, moving shadow-like through some plane in which he could never really touch anything, never really be touched. He couldn't go back, and he didn't know how the hell to go forward. There was a knock at the door, and he felt a surge of relief. He stumbled across the tiny living room and flung the door open. Val stood in the opening, smoking a cigarette, holding a bottle of tequila. "I can't believe you live in the suburbs," he shuddered. "What were you going to do next? Mow the lawn or barbecue?" Angel stared at the bottle, at the sloshing beads of gold that clung to the glass sides. The sweet, familiar smell of the smoke wafted to him, set off a longing deep inside. His old life. It was here, standing in front of him, wearing designer jeans and long hair and a smile that held nothing but cynicism. And suddenly he wanted it again, wanted to be the same old, shit-kicking hell-raiser he'd once been. He wanted that life that smelled of cigarette smoke and cheap perfume. Grinning, he stepped aside. "Valentine, where in the hell have you been?" "Trying to find booze in a town that shuts down at twilight and sells liquor only in state stores." He shuddered dramatically. Christ, what an archaic custom. Angel led the way into the darkened cabin, turning on a few lights as he went. Val followed, his boot heels clicking on the hardwood floor. Val set the bottle down on the table with a clunk. "Cuervo Gold, your favorite." Angel looked longingly at the bottle. Could one drink really hurt? The smoke tantalized him, swirled invisibly beneath his nose, leaving its stamp on the air. Val collapsed on the overstuffed sofa, one arm flung out along the back. He tucked a long strand of hair behind an ear. "Nice furniture. What'd you do? Get a Ralph Lauren credit card?" Angel thought of his high-rise in Vegas, the stark white walls and black leather furniture, the chrome and glass end tables, the bar that glittered in a dozen shades of gold when the lights came on. Madeline picked this stuff out. One eyebrow shot upward. Ah. Angel saw the cynicism in his friend's eyes, the inability to understand or appreciate a home like this, or a woman like Madeline, and again he felt adrift and lost. A man who didn't belong anywhere. He thought suddenly of Lena, of the way she looked at him, as if he hung the moon, and the things she asked of him without even opening her mouth. "Be my daddy. I love you. Be there. Be there. Be there." He would only disappoint her if he tried to be a real father. What the hell did he know about being a father? And yet, he'd break her heart if he failed. "Have a drink," Val said softly, moving the bottle toward him. Angel took a step toward the table, his eyes trained on the tequila. Val's soft, metered voice echoed through him, and he knew it was what the devil's voice would be like, soft and soothing and reasonable. And it would say what you wanted to hear. He went so far as to reach out, to curl his fingers around the warm glass. He lifted the fifth, twisted it open, and smelled the pungent, sweet aroma of the liquor. He wanted to drink it all in one heady gulp, let the tequila flow down his throat and pool fire-like in his gut. Wanted to let this liquid take everything away, even if it only lasted for a night. But he knew that if he had one drink, just one, he'd crawl into that bottle and find himself back where he'd begun. He closed his eyes. Shaking, needing that drink so badly he felt queasy, he slammed the bottle back down on the table. "I can't do it, Val." Val frowned. Something flashed through his friend's eyes. Was it jealousy or fear? Angel couldn't be sure. "You always do it. The other heart attacks, it's not the same anymore. It can't be. I have a kid." He smiled. It was the first time he'd said the words out loud, and it made him feel surprisingly good. "Madeline, you remember the girl I used to talk about?" At Val's quick nod, he went on. "Seems we had a baby all those years ago. Her name is Lena, and she's 16 years old. I told her I'd quit partying if she would." "Sounds like she's your daughter, all right." Angel laughed uneasily. "She is." Val released a sigh. A silence fell between them, and it was a long time before he spoke. "I'm proud of you, Angel. I always told you you were stronger than you thought. God knows you're stronger than I am." "I'm not strong." He said the words quietly, wondering if Val even heard them. "I was thinking of heading for New York. They're looking for someone to play the Green Hornet. I thought you might be interested, but I guess not." Angel stared at his friend and knew this was Val's way of saying a longer goodbye, of pulling back from a friendship that could never again be what it was. It hurt, knowing what was happening, but Angel understood. "It's okay, Val." He said the easy words, the expected ones, though he knew that Val saw the truth in his eyes, the disappointment and the regret. "Keep in touch." Slowly, Val got to his feet. "You're gonna make it, Angel." Angel nodded, though he wasn't so sure. "Yeah, sure I will." Angel woke up screaming his brother's name. He lay in the darkness, trying to control his ragged breathing. The heart ticked away in his chest, completely unaffected by the adrenaline pumping through his body. He felt as if Francis were close enough to touch. He threw the covers back and stumbled into the kitchen. Wrenching the refrigerator open, he stood in the wedge of yellow bright light, staring sightlessly at the jumble of jars that Madeline and Lena had left for him. Without thinking, he reached for the pitcher of skim milk. As his fingers curled around the cold plastic, he snapped. He was about to drink milk, for God's sake. What was next? Humming show tunes? He flung his head back and stared up at the wood-beam ceiling. "Get out of my head, Franco." The words brought a wrenching sense of guilt. He slammed the refrigerator door and squeezed his eyes shut. "I've got to get on with my life. My life." But what was his life, and how did he find it? He went into the living room and flopped into the Navajo print chair. "What do I do, Franco? How do I change?" He waited and waited, but no answer came to him. After a few minutes, he started to feel like an idiot. "I've gone off the deep end, bro. I'm asking for tips from the recently dead." His smile faded. It wasn't funny. Restless and edgy, he got out of the chair and went to the back door, flinging it open. Outside, dawn was just beginning to break across the water, throwing pink spears across the rippling silver sea. Wind shivered through the trees, and for a weird moment it sounded like Francis's laugh. "How do I change, Franco? How?" "You already have." The words came to Angel from far away, threaded through the wind. At first he didn't understand, didn't remember his question. Then it fell into place. He smiled. "Sure, Franco. Go for the easy answer." He laughed uneasily and closed the door, going back inside. Now he was talking to ghosts. Could channeling be far behind? Angel knew he'd changed, but it didn't feel like anything that mattered much. Little changes, taste in music and food, a new need to be around people. It wasn't exactly earth-shattering. He hadn't done anything different, and he was a man who'd always judged himself by his actions, not his words or his feelings. Denying himself one drink and one cigarette wasn't enough. He had to do something. He'd been in this cabin for almost a week, and he hadn't left once. Madeline brought him food and left it on the porch, as if he were Quasimodo on a low-fat diet. There was a brand-new Mercedes in the driveway, the first time he'd ever owned a car with more than 2 seatbelts and a metal roof, and a brand-new Harley-Davidson Sportster alongside it. He'd yet to drive either one. He was hiding out here, protecting himself from what would happen when the world found out about his transplant. Now there was confusion about the diagnosis, but that wasn't going to last. The world was going to find out. He knew that. Each day the rags offered more money for the inside story. Soon someone would talk. "It should be you, Angel." He could almost hear his brother's voice. It was exactly the kind of thing Francis would have said. Francis would tell Angel to come out of hiding and tell the truth about what he'd been through, remind him that he could be a role model for someone else, some other poor schmuck who was lying in a lonely hospital bed, waiting for a heart. He almost laughed out loud at the thought of him being a role model to anyone. He was definitely on too many meds. And yet he knew the truth when he heard it, knew what he should do. Before he had time to think about it, he acted. He grabbed the phone and dialed information. He asked for the number for St. Joe's Hospital and punched it in. A practiced, polished voice answered and put him through to Allenford's voicemail. Angel left a message that was simple and to the point. Please set up a press conference for 10 o'clock Thursday morning. When he'd done that, he felt better. But he knew it wasn't all he had to do. There was something more. He had no idea what. Something about the heart. For the first time, he thought about his donor's family and what they must have gone through. Instead of caring about who his donor was or how he'd died, Angel wondered about the man's family. He could never think of his donor as a woman. The people who had chosen to give Angel a second chance at life. All he'd cared about before was the donor's name. He'd thrown fit after fit trying to get Madeline to break her blessed confidentiality. He fantasized about the mysterious man, wondered where he came from, and how he died, and what he believed in. But was that really the important part? Did it really matter whose heart he had, or did it simply matter that he made the best of the gift he'd been given? The miracle. They deserved something from him. A thank you. It came to him that easily, without bells or whistles or epiphanies, just a simple realization that he owed someone his life. He reached forward and grabbed a pen and yellow legal pad off the heavy iron coffee table. He stared down at the thin blue lines and doodled a little heart in the corner. Before he even realized what he was going to do, he started to write. Dear donor family, this is perhaps the most difficult thing I have ever done. Writing this letter to strangers who feel like family. There are no words to express my gratitude, or if there are, it would be left to greater minds than mine to find them. I was in a coma and dying when your beloved family member was tragically killed. Until recently, I couldn't conceive of what that moment must have been like for you. Then I lost my brother in a sudden car accident. The grief was like nothing I'd known before, a wound that kept tearing itself open. How is it possible that in a time like that, your family looked outward? Even in your incomparable grief, you looked to me and others like me across the country. You did this without knowing my name, or my life, or anything about me. The courage and compassion of your act makes me believe in the world and in my fellow man for the first time in years. And even more surprisingly, it has made me begin to believe in myself. You have given me the most precious of gifts, the miracle of life itself, and though I will probably never meet you, I want you to know that I carry a piece of you and your whole family in my heart. I will do everything in my power to deserve the second chance you have given me. May God bless you and your family." As he wrote the last sentence, Angel felt himself changing. It was as if sunlight, pure and hot and white, were flooding through his body, lighting places that had been cold and dark for years. For the first time in his life, he knew, irrevocably and completely, that he'd done the right thing. Madeline reached into her closet for something to change into. Her fingertips brushed soft, well-worn flannel. Very slowly, she pushed the silks and cottons aside and came to a blue and gray flannel shirt that had been Frances's. She remembered the day he'd left that shirt here, a spring day that had started out cold and rainy and by noon turned almost summer hot. He'd thrown off the old flannel shirt and put on one of those oversized t-shirts that the drug companies were always giving her. For a moment, the pain was almost unbearable. Blinded by stinging tears, she reached out for the shirt and pulled it from the hanger. She brought it to her nose and breathed deeply. She could smell him. A trace of aftershave filled her senses, bringing a dozen treasured images to her mind. Francis unwrapping the small red and green plaid box, laughing as he always did when he saw the aftershave. Oh, thank God, I was almost out. She realized in a rush that he wouldn't be here for Christmas this year, or Thanksgiving. She and Lena would have to make it through those days alone. How would they do it? Every one of their traditions had been forged as a threesome. Who would carve the turkey? Who would hang the Christmas lights? Who would eat the Christmas cookies they laid out for Santa Claus on the good-spode china? She clutched the shirt to her face and breathed in deeply, as if she could somehow bring him back to life through the sheer force of her will. God, how she wanted to turn around and find him there, her priest with the blue eyes and the infectious laugh. She wanted to run into his waiting arms and hear him tell her he loved his Maddie girl. She squeezed her eyes shut. Just one more time, God, one more time. Solitude stretched taut around her. She heard the quiet ticking of her bedroom clock, the gentle tapping of the wind against the glass. Standing in her own bedroom, in her own house, she'd never felt more alone. Suddenly, she couldn't endure it another second. She shoved her arms in Frances's shirt and buttoned it up, running headlong through the house. She wrenched the door open and felt the cold air hit her in the face. When she opened her eyes, she saw Angel. He was leaning against the front end of his gray Mercedes, the one she'd bought for him with an American Express Platinum credit card. He was standing there, looking as if he didn't have a care in the world, in his snug blue Levi's jeans and faded Aerosmith t-shirt. He pushed away from the car and strode up the walkway. Wind whipped a long strand of brown hair across his face. Angel came to within a few feet of her and stopped. For once, he didn't smile. "I want to see Frances's grave." She frowned. That wasn't what she'd expected him to say. "It's in Forest Lawn, in Magnolia Heights. I thought maybe you would come with me." He flashed the smile that had graced 100 movie magazines, and she noticed for the first time that it was a little sad around the edges, and it didn't reach his eyes. "What is it, Angel?" His false smile faded, and he looked up at her with an intensity that made her breath catch. "He's haunting me, Mad. It's because there were so many things I never said. I thought maybe, if I said them now, he'd let me get on with my life." He took a step toward her. "I'm starting to figure some things out, Mad. I can see a life ahead of me for the first time in years, but..." She was drawn by the words he didn't say. It felt as if she were falling into the past, but she didn't care. All she knew was that she was lonely, had been lonely a very long time, and he was holding his hand out for her. She reached down and took it, felt his strong fingers close around hers, and her heartbeat sped up a notch. "I'll take you," she said softly, knowing that if she went with him to Frances's grave, she would tell him the truth about his heart, and he might never offer his hand again. She squeezed tightly, clinging to him. He led her down the path that cut between her faded flower beds to the sidewalk that guarded her house. The first hint of nightfall tinted the sky a deep, rich lavender blue. Wordlessly, she climbed into the soft, sweet-smelling leather seat and directed him toward the freeway. When they reached the cemetery, it was almost 4 o'clock. Pink and red fell in silken streaks across the twilight sky. They walked up the granite path to the grassy knoll she'd chosen for Frances. The church had put up an exquisite white marble marker. Beside it was the wrought iron bench that Madeline had chosen. She led Angel to the bench and sat down beside him. They stared at the marker for a long time, each lost in memories. Finally, she drew the flannel shirt more tightly around her and stood up. "I'll give you a little time alone," she said, turning to leave. He grabbed her hand. "Don't go." She gazed down at him, seeing the pain in his eyes, the fear and the frustration and the loneliness, and it threw her back to another time, long ago, when he'd looked at her like that and said the very same words. Slowly, still holding his hand, she sat down. Quietly, he said, "I would change it all if I could." She didn't know if he was speaking to her or Frances, but it didn't matter. The confession wrapped around her, connected them. "I know what you mean." He laughed, but it was a hollow sound. "How could you? You've never run from anything in your life." She sighed. "That only shows how little you know me, Angel. I've made a lot of mistakes with our daughter, and I think I took Frances for granted. I thought he'd always be there for me." She tilted her chin and stared out at the endless acres of grass, watching tiny knife blades of night steal across the headstones. "I was afraid of Frances and Lena. They both loved so easily and so well. Unlike me, I could never seem to get it right, especially with Lena. I was always afraid I'd do the wrong thing or say the wrong thing, and she'd leave me, just disappear one day and never come back." He was silent for a minute, then he touched her chin, forced her to look at him. "Like I did." She couldn't pretend his betrayal had meant nothing. "I kept waiting for you to come back." "It wasn't you, Mad." She tried to laugh. "I didn't see anyone else standing outside my bedroom window." The smile he offered was sad. "It was me. I was scared of you and me and the baby, scared of what I felt for you. How could I know?" His gaze held hers. She waited, breathless, and a little afraid of what he would say next. He turned, stared out at the night sky, and when he finally spoke, his voice was raw. "How could I know I'd never feel that way again?" The words were magical. She felt them wrap around her, squeeze her heart. Answers came to her, spiraling one after another, weaving themselves into a whole that terrified her. He was talking about the past, she knew that, and yet it felt like the future. In the end, she said nothing, and the quiet slipped between them. "Say something, Mad." She turned to him, knowing that her eyes were full of the emotion she was afraid to release. "What can I say, Angel? You want to know if I've ever felt that way again?" The answer is no. "Do you think you could?" She knew that the answer, once given, could never be taken back. She'd be throwing her vulnerability at him again, giving him the power to break her heart. She thought about saying nothing, or lying, but she knew it was useless. Somehow she'd already given him that power. "Yes," she whispered. A quick smile tugged at one corner of his mouth, and he turned quickly away, staring once again at the headstone. "I've got a long way to go, Mad. I'm not the man I was before, but I'm not anyone else yet. I can't make any promises." Surprisingly, the words that should have hurt gave her hope. The old Angel would never have been so honest. "We're not kids anymore, Angel." "What does that mean?" "It means that everything doesn't have to happen overnight. It means that trust isn't given as easily or taken as casually. There's a lot of water under our bridge." "Yeah." Angel fell silent again. Finally, he pulled a piece of paper from his breast pocket. "I want you to read this," he said, handing it to her. She frowned in confusion at the sudden turnaround. "What is it?" "Just read it," he said. She took the piece of paper and unfolded it, smoothing the wrinkles against her thighs. The first 3 words hit her hard. Dear donor family. She looked up at him. "It's a letter to my donor family. I worked on it for 6 hours, but it still isn't quite right. I thought you might want to help me." Madeline saw the uncertainty in his eyes, the need, and it touched her deeply. Forcing her gaze away, she read the letter, and when she was finished, she was crying. Very carefully, she folded it back up and looked at him. She started to say that it was perfect, but she couldn't speak. She knew that the time had come. "They say the truth will set you free," she said quietly. "The letter is my way of trying to change, set my life right. I want to be a good father to Lena, but I don't know how. Sometimes I look at her and I wonder where all those years went, and what my life would have been like if I'd walked her to kindergarten and seen her in the school Christmas pageants. I know I have a long way to go, but I've got to start somewhere. And the heart feels like the beginning." Madeline carefully set the letter on the bench and turned to look him full in the face. She realized in that instant that she'd never stopped loving him, and the knowledge made it difficult to breathe. "When I was talking about the truth setting you free, I didn't mean you. I was talking about me." He flashed her a grin. "Another deep, dark secret you're keeping from me?" He saw her seriousness and his smile faded. "Lena is my daughter." "Of course she is." Madeline leaned closer. Almost against her will, she touched his chest, felt the heart beating, fluttering in perfect rhythm. She searched for the words, just the right ones. "You're scaring me, Mad." "I'm afraid you won't forgive me," she whispered. She wanted to heap explanations and apologies on him to make him understand the miracle she'd given him, but he was watching her so closely she couldn't think straight. "It made a miracle out of a tragedy. Remember that. There was no time to decide, no time to talk to anyone. You were in a coma, you were dying, and I had to save you." "Madeline." He touched her chin, tilted her face, and forced her to meet his gaze. "I know that. Why?" "It was Frances's heart," she said, feeling her tears rise and fall in burning streaks down her face. "We gave you Frances's heart." He froze, drew his hand back. He went so still it was frightening. "Say something," she pleaded. He stared at her, his face pale. "You let them cut Franco's heart out?" She flinched. "He was brain dead, Angel. He wasn't going to get better. You have to understand." "Jesus Christ, you let them cut his heart out?" "Angel?" "You lied to me." She shook her head. "Not a lie. I just let you believe." She looked away from him, ashamed. "I lied," she admitted quietly. "I lied." He lurched to his feet and strode away from her, stumbling and running across the dark cemetery. She ran after him. "Angel, please!" He spun around, slapping her with the coldness of his gaze. "Please what? Please understand that it was right to put Frances's heart in my body?" She was crying so hard she could barely see him. "It's what he would have wanted." "And you think that helps?" He ran from her, disappearing into the shadows. She stood there forever, breathing hard. Then, woodenly, she turned and went back to the bench, collapsing on its metal seat. Curling forward, she buried her face in her hands and cried for all of them. She didn't know how long she sat there, but when she looked up, it was dark. A few lights had come on around the cemetery, creating pockets of shimmery light. Footsteps moved toward her slowly. She straightened, tried to make out his shape among the shadows. "Angel?" He stepped into a puddle of light about 10 feet away. He was standing tall and straight, his hands plunged into his pants pockets. She couldn't see his face. "That's why I've been dreaming about him," he said in a dull, soft voice. She didn't know how to answer. The physician in her wanted to deny it, wanted to tell him that the heart was just another organ, no different from the kidney or liver. But the woman in her, the woman who'd loved Francis and his brother, couldn't be so sure. Maybe, she said. Then she realized it was a half answer, the kind of safety that had ruined her life, and she said, "Yes. I believe that's why you dream of him." He moved toward her, his boots crunching on the cold grass. When he got closer, she could see the tear tracks on his cheeks, and it hurt to know how much she'd hurt him. She'd never wanted to do that, not even years ago. She wanted to tell him she was sorry, but the words were little and useless. So she sat there, staring at him, waiting. He got to the bench and sat down beside her. "I want to hate you for this," he said at last. "I know." "But you're the person I wrote that letter to." "Yes." He wouldn't look at her. "It must have killed you." She wanted to take his face in her hands and force him to look at her, but she didn't have the courage to touch him. "You know what got me through it?" "Tell me." She could hear the rawness in his voice, the need to understand. It was Francis. He was a gentle, loving soul who would have given his life to save a stranger, let alone his own brother. He loved you, Angel, and there was no question about what he would have wanted. "He was so damned good," he whispered, "even when we were kids and I was such an asshole. He always believed the best of me." "He didn't give up his life for you. It's important that you understand that. He died. Period. And what came afterwards was a gift from the God he loved. Something good came out of his death, but it didn't cause it. You didn't cause his death. You don't understand, Mad." This time she couldn't help touching him. The pain in his voice was like a knife. She leaned forward, touched his cheek in a gentle, fleeting caress. "Make me understand." He stiffened, and she could tell that he was grasping for self-control. "I don't deserve his heart. I can't be like him." "Oh, Angel," she breathed. "It would hurt him to hear you say that. You know it would." He drew back. "I can't live for him. I don't have it in me to be that noble." She touched his chest, felt his heartbeat, and in that fluttering rhythm she found a dawning sense of hope. "You have Francis's heart and your soul, Angel. You have it in you to be anything." Tears filled his eyes as he looked at her. She curled her arms around him and drew him to her. He buried his face in the crook of her neck. She stroked his hair and rocked him gently, telling him over and over again that it was okay. Finally, he drew back. "I'm scared, Maddie." "I know." "I don't know where to go from here, where Francis would want me to go." "Just take it one day at a time." He laughed. "You sound like my counselor at Betty Ford." She smiled. "Where do you want to go from here, Angel? Why don't you start with that?" He looked down at her, and she could have sworn there was love in his eyes. "Home," he said simply. "I want to go home." Chapter 23. He knows the night is growing colder. He can see evidence of the chill, even though he can't feel it. The sky has turned a dense black, the way it often does in the waning days of November. Trees huddle together alongside the roadway, and if he listens very carefully, he can hear them whispering among themselves, shivering at the cold. He wonders why he's never heard them talking before. But now he hears so many different things: the percussive patter of raindrops when they hit the spiked top of the picket fence, the gentle thud of a fallen leaf. Even the starlight makes a sound, a low buzzing drone that reminds him of the bees that gather in her rose garden in the first full days of summer. Everything makes a sound, it seems, but the porch swing, which hangs heavy and still beneath him. And him, he is the quietest thing of all. The neighborhood animals know he is here. On nights like this, when it is cold and dark, they creep past the house, their golden eyes trained on him, their hackles up. When he sees them, he thinks he feels something, a tingling in his fingertips that feels like memory, as if he could recall how soft they'd been, how comforting it had once been to pet a household cat. But the tingling is imaginary. He knows he has no real sense of touch anymore. He just remembers because it feels good to remember, and he has nothing else to do. In the distance, a car turns toward the house, its headlights scouting ahead in shafts of yellow bright light. When the light touches them, the trees go still. The car whips around and parks along the curb. The lights cut off. He hears the sound of a door opening, then the easy rhythm of footsteps as Angel walks around to the other door, opening it. In the weak interior light, he sees Madeline sitting in the passenger seat. She climbs out of the car. The street lamp casts a net of golden light around her, and the image reminds him of icons he has seen. She is smiling for the first time in days. He knows instinctively it is Angel who has given her back her smile. It should hurt, seeing her look at another man with love in her eyes, and so he waits for the pain to hit, but it never comes, and the absence surprises him. He knows he can still feel pain. He'd felt it earlier today when Madeline had come out of the house. Her eyes had been puffy and red from crying, and he knew she'd been crying about him. The image of her standing there on the porch, wearing his old shirt, had made him hurt, deep, deep inside him, in the place where his heart used to be. But now she is smiling, and so radiantly beautiful that he finds it difficult to draw an even breath. She seems to float up the walkway toward him, her head cocked toward Angel, her beautiful face cast in golden light. He realizes all at once that they look young and happy, both of them. It is the way they used to look at each other all the time, the way she never looked at him. Strangely, the knowledge warms him, makes him feel light enough to float off the porch swing. A prickling sensation moves through him. This time he almost believes that it is real. It starts in his toes and works upward. It feels as if pure, white-hot sunlight is slipping through his veins, illuminating him from the inside. He gets an almost giddy sense of weightlessness. He expects to float away, and when he doesn't, he looks down and finds that more of him is gone. From the waist down, he is nothing but shadow steeped on shadow. It surprises and confuses him, the slow disappearing of his body, but it doesn't scare him. It feels right. When he looks back up, he sees that Madeline is on the porch beside him. He can hear the hushed sound of her voice as she talks to his brother, though he can't make out her words. Angel's answer comes in a droning sound, not unlike the whispering of the trees. He wants to be near them, to wave his hand and say, "I'm here, see me." She opens the door and flicks on the porch light, and there, in the golden glow, he sees a shadow standing alongside them. He knows somehow that it is the shadow of the man he once was. Mesmerized, he watches himself slip into his brother's shadow and stand there, close enough to touch them. It feels so right to be there in his brother's shadow, a part of Angel and yet separate. He can feel himself relaxing, easing back into the porch swing. A relieved sigh slips from his lips, and at the sound, a bird flaps its wings and soars from the apple tree in the front yard. He knows at last what he has been waiting for, and the wait is almost over. Lena looked up at the sky and felt as if a whole new world had opened up for her. She didn't know why exactly. It was the same old night sky she'd been seeing since she was a kid, the same old stars. But tonight she noticed them in a way she never had before. The Milky Way was a smeary wash of gray-white light, dappled with twinkling stars. As she lay there, staring upward, a star shot across the heavens, leaving a glittering trail of light before it disappeared. "Make a wish," Zach said. Lena smiled. Jet wouldn't have been caught dead saying anything as corny as that. Yet even as she noticed the geekiness of the statement, something about it warmed her. The more she thought about it, the more whimsical and fun it became, almost a game. She rolled onto her side and studied him. He lay stretched out beside her, his arms crossed behind his head. Sandy blonde hair fell away from his face. She could see the starlight reflected in his eyes, and she thought dreamily that it was fitting, for it was he who'd shown her the magic in a night sky. He turned to look at her and gave her a slow, sleepy smile. "Did you make a wish?" She almost touched him then, but he'd never given her any indication that he wanted that. They'd spent the last 2 weeks together, eating lunch, hanging out at study hall, waiting for the bus. They talked about everything, about how it was lonely to be 16 sometimes, and about how much parents had a hard time understanding. It was Zach who first made Lena question her feelings for her mother. He'd said it easily, on a night just like this one, when they'd sat on the bleachers at the 20-yard line. She didn't think he meant to change her views. He was just talking, and she listened. "I remember when the hospital called," he'd said, leaning back into the bench seats behind them. "One minute my folks were there, flipping me shit about my hair and my clothes and my grades, and the next minute they were gone. Just poof, you're alone." She'd leaned closer to him, not knowing what to say. "I'd give up everything, Lena, everything, just to hear my mom bitch at me one more time." Lena remembered the last hurtful thing she'd said to Francis, and how she'd never gotten a chance to apologize, to tell him that he was the father she'd been searching for. She knew now that sometimes life didn't give you a second chance to apologize. Sometimes a terrible, tragic phone call ruined everything. She loved her mother. It came to her in that instant, sweeping through her with a sudden, painful ferocity. If anything happened to her mother, Lena would want to curl up and die. And yet, she'd hurt her mother time and again, thrown stinging, hateful words at her as if she had forever to say she was sorry. "You're so lucky," Zach had whispered into the darkness, his voice quiet. She'd wanted to tell him that she felt lucky, but she felt bruised by her new maturity, ashamed by the awareness of her own selfishness. But she felt something else, too. Hope. She'd spent the last year reacting to life, being a rebellious brat to rile her mother, or a foul-mouthed smoker to please Jet. Now she just wanted to be herself, whoever that was. Suddenly the world felt as if it were opening up to her, glittering and full of possibilities. And Zach had given that to her, with nothing more than a few honest words. She'd thought about taking his hand and holding it, squeezing it to let him know she understood, but she hadn't dared. Now she moved just a little bit toward him, until she was close enough to see the tiny freckles on the bridge of his nose. She waited for him to look at her, but he didn't. He just kept staring up at that sky. She squeezed her eyes shut and thought, "Kiss me," as hard as she could. He didn't move. Finally, she released an exasperated sigh. No wonder she was still a virgin. She couldn't even get a guy to kiss her. She'd spent 2 years trying to get Jet to look twice at her, and he never had. And now Zach treated her as if she were his kid sister's best friend. "There's something wrong with me," she muttered, horrified to hear her words slip into the quiet between them. He rolled toward her. Cocking one elbow up, he rested his cheek in his hand and smiled down at her. She noticed how his blue eyes looked almost black at night, and how his nostrils flared just a little when he breathed. He had a face like her Uncle Francis's, the kind that invited you in and made you feel like a friend. She wanted to ask him if he thought she was pretty or fat or what, but she didn't have the nerve, so she said nothing. He smiled, and she got the uncomfortable feeling that he knew exactly what she was thinking. It humiliated her. The thought that her lack of self-esteem was so apparent. Nervously, she tucked her hair behind her ear. "What is it?" "You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen," he said. The words made her want to cry, and she wondered if that's what it felt like to fall in love. She wanted to know what to say, the right grown-up words, but she couldn't find them. "You know, the winter prom is coming up," he said finally. What do you say we go together?" She felt a flash of fear. Maybe he was making fun of her. "We'd look like Courtney Love and Mr. Rogers." He laughed, and it was such a wonderful sound that she laughed right along with him. "So?" She stared at him in awe. Her emotions were a confusing jumble, and her heart was clattering a crazy beat in her chest. "Okay." He gave her one of those smiles of his, slow and steady, the kind that made her throat go dry. Then he kissed her. Lena was still walking on air an hour later when Zach drove her home. In the driveway, he stopped the minivan and cut the engine. Then he came around to her side and opened the door. She took his hand and stumbled out of the car. She wished she had the nerve to ask for another kiss, but she didn't dare. She was afraid she'd melt into a little puddle right there alongside her mother's rose garden. He moved closer, gazed down at her with an intensity that made it hard to breathe. "For the dance, wear something blue, like your eyes." She couldn't even answer, just nodded. Smiling, he led her up the path to her house. Halfway to the door, she realized that her dad was sitting on the porch steps, just sitting there in the darkness, all by himself. Lena and Zach stopped in front of him. Angel got slowly to his feet, dusting off his jeans and extending a hand toward Zach. "I'm Angel," he said unnecessarily, as if he weren't a Hollywood superstar. "Angelina's father." Zach shook his hand. "I'm Zachary Owen, Mr. DeMarco. I'll be taking Lena to the winter prom, if that's okay with you." Angel laughed. "I'm not that kind of father. Any dating will have to be cleared through her mom." The way he shook off the responsibility stung. Lena frowned. Zach turned to her. "Night, Lena. See you tomorrow." She nodded almost distractedly and watched him go. Then she turned to Angel. "What are you doing out here?" "Waiting for you." A warm feeling spread through her. She grinned at him. "Cool." "Maybe, maybe not. Come here." He led her to the top step and they sat down side by side. The darkened front yard stretched out in front of them. "I have something to tell you," he said in a quiet, tentative voice that caused a flutter of apprehension in her stomach. "It might upset you." She turned to him. "What is it?" He looked away from her as if he couldn't meet her gaze, and her anxiety arced into fear. "He's leaving, just like Mom said he would. He's going to tell me he doesn't want to be a dad anymore." "It's about my surgery," he said. She felt a split second of relief, then another rush of anxiety. "Are you okay?" He smiled gently. "I'm fine. Pretty good anyway, for..." His voice fell to a whisper, and he stared at her with an intensity that was unnerving. "Pretty good for a guy who had a heart transplant." He looked so serious and scared that she almost laughed. "Is that your big I have something to tell you thing? God, I thought you were dying." "It doesn't gross you out?" "Geez, Dad, I'm a cardiologist kid. I grew up in the ICU. I'll bet I know more heart recipients than you do." He gave her a sudden smile, then slowly it disappeared. "That's not all of it." She grinned. "I know, the tabloids were right. You have an alien's heart." He laughed. "Is that the newest?" They fell silent. Lena leaned back on her elbows and stared out at the spiky black rose bushes along the picket fence. Angel stretched out beside her. "The thing is this, Lena. I got..." He drew in a shaking breath and said nothing more. Lena turned to him. Weak porch light bathed his face, gave his pale skin a healthy golden glow. Dark brown hair, the color of coffee, spilled away from his face, curled on the light blue denim of his collar. He stared up at the starry November sky and sighed heavily. Lena could tell that he was having trouble. It was funny, but even a week ago she wouldn't have noticed something like that, an adult having trouble knowing what to say. She would have huffed impatiently and told him to spit it out. She didn't have all day. But everything in the last few weeks had changed her perspective. And if there was one thing she understood, it was having trouble speaking your mind. So she waited patiently, saying nothing at all. Finally, he tried again. "I'm afraid to tell you this, Lena. I don't want to hurt you." She didn't look at him. There was no need. She had his face burned into her memory. She wore it like a locket inside her heart. Uncle Francis used to say, "Love hurts, Angelina Ballerina, but it also heals." She sighed wistfully, remembering all the nights she'd sat in just this spot with Uncle Francis, talking about whatever was bothering her. She used to think he'd sit there forever if she asked him to. You loved Franco, didn't you? Yes, she whispered. I loved him. What if he were sort of, still around? He is, she said quietly. He's in my heart. And Mom's. And mine. He said the words in a different tone of voice than she'd expected, almost flippant. It surprised her, the way he said it, made her wonder suddenly how Angel felt about his brother. They hadn't seen each other in years, and Francis had never once mentioned that his brother was the notorious Angel DeMarco. You're making fun of me, she said accusingly. No. I'm just trying to find a way to tell you something, and I'm not having any luck. Just say it. I'm not a baby that has to be protected. He turned to face her. Reaching out, he took hold of her hand and placed it against his chest. She could feel the thudding rhythm beneath the soft flannel of his shirt. Feel my heartbeat, he said. She nodded. That's from... He swallowed hard, looked a little sick. That's Francis's heartbeat. It took the words a second to sink in. When they did, she yanked her hand back and blinked up at him. Are you saying... I have your Uncle Francis's heart inside me. She didn't know how to respond. Lena? She heard the fear in his voice, and it confused her. She turned to him. For a second, she stared into his concerned eyes and felt as if she were falling through an endless darkness. She thought crazily, I don't know this man at all. He's my father, and I don't know him at all. Then she realized he was scared because he cared about her. He was afraid she'd think he'd done something bad. He was afraid of her. Another tiny piece of the puzzle fell into place. Love meant always being a little afraid. She smiled at him, feeling something in that moment that was so big, so breathtakingly cool, she wanted to scream out for the sheer joy of it. You have Francis's heart, she said softly. He went so still he seemed not to breathe. Yes. She knew she had it all in the palm of her hand right then. Whatever she said next would define their relationship forever. Tears blurred her vision and she wiped them away. I knew he wouldn't leave me, she whispered. Relief flashed across his face. You're really something, Lena. Very slowly he opened his arms and she moved into his embrace. It was the first time he'd ever hugged her, and she knew she'd never forget it. Not ever. It felt like Francis, and it felt like Angel, as if they were both holding her, both of the men she loved so much. She had no idea how long they sat there, twined together on the top step, talking about anything and everything that came to mind. But sometime around 10 o'clock, about the time old Mrs. Hendicott opened her back door for the last time and tossed her tabby tomcat outside, it started to rain. Slow, plunking drops that came on a breath of unseasonably warm wind. Strangely, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Behind them, the porch swing squeaked and shot sideways, as if an unseen hand had given it a good shove. It made a whining, creaking noise. The wind picked up and whistled through the eaves, and it sounded, crazily, like Uncle Francis's laugh. Chapter 24. The media descended on St. Joe's like the circus coming to town. Reporters, technicians, camera operators, and anchor people from around the country poured from vans and rental cars, collecting in the hospital parking lot, buzzing back and forth as they checked and rechecked their equipment. They lugged their heavy black boxes and huge portable lights up the brick steps and down the main hallway. The cafeteria had been closed for Angel's press conference, scheduled to begin at 10 o'clock, and it was rapidly filling with people. Black electrical cords slithered across the speckled linoleum floor in search of outlets. Clunky lights shone their bright beams on the podium Dr. Allenford had set up beside the cash register. Dozens of reporters had broken off into little groups, each television station or magazine huddling in its own corner, testing its microphones. All except the newspaper reporters. They sat sprawled in uncomfortable chairs, notebooks in hand, looking disgustedly around at their competition. Angel stood in the kitchen behind the cafeteria, watching the goings-on through a small round window in the door. He was next to a huge walk-in freezer, But he knew that wasn't what was making him feel so cold. It was nerves. Someone touched his shoulder and he jumped, spinning around. Madeline and Chris and his new cardiologist, Sarandon, were all staring at him. Madeline slowly drew her hand away from his shoulder. Angel tried to grin. I can't believe this. I'm nervous. Hell, I've done this 1,000,000 times. She gave him a wry look. Sober? He thought about it. Good point. Allenford glanced at his watch. It's 10 o'clock. Angel grabbed Madeline's hand. I don't know if I can do it. You can do anything, Angel DeMarco. When are you going to realize that? The way she said it was so calm, so matter-of-fact, as if it were a given truth that Angel could do anything, be anything. Her simple faith in him stunned him. He tried to smile back. What would I do without you? She laughed, but it was an anxious, fluttery sound. Are you ready? Don't tell Lena I acted like this. She thinks I'm way cool. Allenford squeezed Angel's shoulder and headed for the door. Sarandon followed him, the two physicians pushing through the swinging doors like Doc Holliday and Wyatt Earp striding into a saloon. The minute the doctors came into the reporter's view, the lights started flashing, cameras clicked. Allenford went to the podium, tapped his microphone to test it, and began to read his prepared statement. Behind the doors, Angel heard bits and pieces of Allenford's statement. Angelo DeMarco was admitted to St. Joseph's Hospital following his third and most severe heart attack. Only a heart transplant could save his life. Mr. DeMarco was placed on the UNOS, United Network for Organ Sharing, list as a potential recipient. Someone asked a question that Angel couldn't quite hear. No, Allenford answered, his voice more strident than usual. Mr. DeMarco did not receive special privileges because of his fame or financial status. He was put at the top of the transplant list because he was critically ill. Allenford folded up his prepared speech and shoved it in the pocket of his white lab coat. He waited for a heart like anyone else. Longer than some, not as long as others. I performed the surgery, which went very well. Mr. DeMarco remained in the hospital for an undisclosed amount of time, and then was discharged. He is now beginning this new phase of his life. Thank you. Questions came from the crowd like bullets. Reporters jumped up, hands waving in the air, microphones thrust forward. Angel couldn't hear the questions. They were just a droning buzz of static and confusion, but he knew they didn't matter. Allenford could say whatever he wanted. The feeding frenzy wouldn't end until Angel stepped forward. Madeline squeezed his hand. You don't have to go out there, you know. It's a little intimidating, he admitted. I can hear the Jaws theme song playing in my head. Either Francis is singing or I'm in danger. She laughed. You're a sick man, Angel DeMarco. Beyond the cloudy glass, he saw Allenford step to the left of the podium, their signal for Angel to appear if he wanted to. He turned to Madeline. Come with me. Of course. He felt a sudden urge to kiss her. Instead, he smiled. Just knowing that she would be beside him, urging him on, believing in him, gave him the power to do anything. It surprised him how good it felt to have someone to lean on. In all the times he'd been afraid in his life, he'd been alone. He wondered now if he'd been afraid because he was alone. You'd better go first. If they see us together, there will be hell to pay. Tomorrow the tabloids will be digging through your trash, looking for my underwear. Some stripper in Deadwood will describe it. He waited for her to laugh, but she didn't. She just stood there, staring at him. You'll do great. She gave his hand a last squeeze, then left the kitchen in front of him. She slipped around the podium and took a seat in the back of the room. This is it. He took a deep breath and prepared himself, exactly as he would have done for a role. With an ease born of practice, he slipped into the public persona of Angel DeMarco. Smiling, he strolled out of the kitchen. He knew he looked like he didn't have a care in the world. He walked up to the podium and stopped. It's him! Cameras flashed like lightning through the crowd, popping and hissing. Questions erupted all at once, so many he couldn't draw a single one from the tangle. Someone started to clap, Then, before he knew it, the questions had stopped and they were all clapping. For the first time in 2 months, he was Angel DeMarco again, not anonymous Mark Jones, not the heart transplant in 264W, not a screw-up younger brother, not an Insta-father. He was Angel DeMarco, bad boy actor of Hollywood, and he loved it. The old feelings came back, filling him. The sound and fury of the applause pumped air into his ego until he thought he would burst from it. How had he forgotten this rush, this mesmerizing moment when he felt loved and adored by the world? Grinning, he raised a hand. Now, I didn't perform the surgery. I just lived through it. Laughter rippled through the room. The applause died slowly away, and when it was gone, Angel noticed the sudden silence, the way they were watching him with unveiled curiosity. It wasn't how they used to look at him. The long red scar that bisected his chest started to itch. The air seeped from his ego, leaving him feeling hollow and ordinary. He wondered suddenly if he could survive this way, being just an average Joe. He'd never thought so. In the old days, he used to look at men with wives and families and 9-to-5 jobs and laugh at them. He'd always thought life was a party. Either you were invited or you weren't. And if you weren't, you were part of the great cleanup crew that never had any fun. But he was beginning to understand that fun was only part of what life could be. He thought of last night, the time he'd spent with Lena on the porch, the way she'd hugged him, and of Madeline at Francis's grave, the tender words and smiles she'd given him to help him through the staggering grief. He'd felt more emotion in those few minutes with the two of them than he'd felt in the whole 34 years that came before. First of all, he said quietly, I'd like to thank St. Joe's for their exceptional level of care. My doctors, Chris Allenford, Marcus Sarandon, and Maddie Hillyard, fought to save my life, even when I made it hard on them, and the nurses and therapists. Angel, show us your scar! The jarring question wrenched Angel out of his thoughts and reminded him where he was. He knew instantly that he'd been quiet too long. Now they were really wondering what was wrong with him. He laughed easily. Come on, Jeff, you can do better than that. Do you really think my scar is what America wants to see? How do you feel, Angel? Great, thanks. St. Joe's did a top-flight job on me. Someone snickered. They did a pretty good job on us, too. There was no scoop on you at all. Angel nodded. That was on my request. Hell, it took me a while to admit I was this sick. I wasn't ready to tell the world. And you are now? Angel knew a cue when he heard one. He reached into his pocket for the statement he'd prepared, but suddenly it felt too formal. He leaned his elbows over the podium and looked at the crowd. Here's the thing. I'm still sick. I'm getting better, and I'm going to live a long time and all that. But I'm recovering from a hell of a cut. I need some time, and I'd really appreciate it if you guys would give me that. The room was quiet for a second, then someone said, That doesn't sound like Angel DeMarco. Angel glanced at the People magazine reporter who'd spoken. It was the woman who'd interviewed him last year. It's me, Bobby. But a person tends to change after something like this. I think you either change or die. He laughed. Let's face it, I hit the brick wall at the end of the road, and I was damned lucky to hit it at St. Joe's. That should be your story, Bobby. I'm one of the lucky ones. Upwards of 40,000 people a year die waiting for organs. Who is your donor? She asked in a sharp voice. A hush of anticipation fell across the room. Angel steeled himself. That's confidential. Male or female? Someone asked from the corner. Angel forced a smile. Yep. When exactly did you have the surgery? Bobby asked, her pen poised to write down the date that would kickstart an investigation. That's no one's business but mine. Angel tossed them an easy smile to soften the words. What are you going to do now? We'd heard you were all set to shoot a new action picture. It was strange how unimportant that sounded. A year ago, he'd sent Val after that role like a bird dog, with orders to do whatever it took to land the part. Now Angel couldn't have cared less. The thought of leaving Hollywood forever caused less than a tinge of regret. His old life had begun to have the shimmering, faded edges of a dream he could barely recall. He thought about telling them his real goal, the Francis Xavier DeMarco Foundation for Transplant Research. But if he raised Francis's name, some yahoo would try to interview the mysterious brother, and when they found that he was dead, when they found how and when he'd died, it would be all over. Some eager beaver reporter would dig until the story broke. No, he'd tell them about Francis later, when the wound wasn't quite so fresh and raw. Someday, if and when he felt like it, he'd share the true nature of his miracle with the world. Someday, but not today. He flashed his trademark grin. I'm going to try to settle down and have a regular life. You? Someone said, laughing. Bobby watched him intently. That's what you said after that stint in Betty Ford. Angel didn't blink. She was right, and they both knew it. He'd said it to her. That's true, Bobby, he said quietly. The difference is, then I knew I was lying. I couldn't imagine my life as anything other than a movable feast. He couldn't help himself. He looked up at Madeline. Now I see a whole world of new possibilities. How long will you live? Someone asked. He looked at the reporter. How long will you? Are you going to settle down and get married? Angel heard the derision in the question, and he knew he deserved it. Celebrities in trouble made the same speech all the time. People magazine had the wedding headlines, and the subsequent divorce headlines to prove it. The media and the public had learned to disbelieve a celebrity who swore to change his or her life. He had no way to convince them or himself. All he could do was try, and when he failed, to try again. You didn't answer the question. Angel looked at the reporter, who sat in the back row. The man looked rumpled and tired. There was no emotion in his face, just a bored look as if to say, Spit it out, DeMarco, I don't have all day. Okay, boys and girls, here's your quote for the day. Angel DeMarco quits. There was a general snickering from the crowd. They'd heard it all before and they didn't believe it. No one ever really walked away from fame. Hey, Angel, someone yelled from the back of the room. Is all this a front for AIDS? That prostitute in Florida? Angel burst out laughing at the absurdity of the question. All of a sudden he felt young and carefree, almost buoyant. I just walked away from it, he thought. He hadn't meant to do that, to say that, but it had come out somehow, and now that he'd done it, he felt freer than he'd been in years. These people would continue watching him for a few days or weeks, but one day he'd wake up and they'd be gone. They wouldn't care anymore. He could live the way he wanted and not worry that every little rock in his wake would be turned over and examined under a microscope. He could be an average Joe. The idea was mesmerizing this time. I definitely don't have AIDS, he said. The only infectious disease I ever had was fame. He felt himself starting to smile, a slow, natural grin that seemed to come up from the core of his new heart. And now that's gone. He waved briefly and found himself hoping that he never had to face them again. Goodbye. Angel's smiling face appeared on the television screen. The bland walls of the cafeteria framed him, made him look incredibly vibrant and full of life. Even in the flawed color of the small portable TV, his eyes were an incredible, mesmerizing shade of green. Madeline grabbed the remote and flicked through the channels. He was on every one, saying the same words over and over again. Okay, boys and girls, here's your quote for the day. Angel DeMarco quits. 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 Even now, hours after the press conference, that statement surprised her. He'd never once indicated that he had any intention of quitting show business. What would he do now? She felt a flutter of fear. She didn't like to admit it, but she'd come to lean on Angel in the past few weeks. Since his surgery, he'd become the man she'd always expected him to be. She knew he thought it was because of Frances's heart, and maybe that was partially true, but not completely. In some ways, she thought she knew him better than he knew himself. It was because she looked past the quick temper and volatile nature. She believed in him. She always had, even when she hadn't wanted to. He'd always had a core of goodness in him, of compassion. All he had to do was believe in it and reach for it. His face came on the screen again. CNN. Her heart gave a quick little jerk at the sight of him, so damned handsome. And yet, even as good as he looked on screen, he was more handsome in real life. Television didn't show any of the lines that creased the corners of his eyes when he grinned, didn't pick up the razor-thin scar that bisected his left eyebrow. The camera captured all of the perfection, but none of his soul. That belonged to her and Lena. The phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. She set down the remote and padded into the kitchen, picking up the phone on the second ring. Hello? Hi, Mom. Lena's enthusiastic voice came through the lines. Madeline couldn't help smiling. Lena sounded so happy lately. Angel and Zachary had given her that. Though she felt a little sting of jealousy, Madeline was so pleased that Lena had begun to find her way that she didn't care who had brought the change about. I'm over at Vicky Owen's house. We're all playing Trivial Pursuit. Then Zach asked me to go to the movies. Is that okay? Madeline wanted to ask to speak to Vicky, but she knew Lena would be hurt by the obvious lack of trust. They were building a tenuous new relationship, and she wanted to do it right this time. You'll be home by 11? Geez, Mom, I'm not a baby. Madeline laughed at the familiar complaint. You'll always be my baby. Yeah. Hey, Mom, did you see Dad's press conference? Yes, I taped it for you. There was a pause, then very quietly Lena said, He didn't mention me. Madeline heard the disappointment in her daughter's voice, and she wondered what to do. She knew that Lena idolized her newfound father, and that it was a dangerous way to feel about anyone. If Lena didn't grow up and see Angel as a man, flaws and all, she could be hurt. Every day Lena would see nicks in the armor of her perfect father, and each little dent would hurt, would feel like he'd let her down. What would Lena do when she realized that her father wasn't Angel DeMarco, the bad boy actor, but plain old Angel, a man who was all too human? She chose her words carefully. Angel talked to me about that. He didn't want the press hounding you, but he's very proud of you. He mentioned you, she said. I'm one of his doctors. There was a pause, then, did he really say he was proud of me? The question sounded wistful. Yes, he did. Lena laughed, a short, sharp sound that ended quickly. Yeah, well, I've got my key. If you're asleep, I'll just let myself in and go to bed. Oh, right, Lena. Like I can sleep with you out? I'll be waiting up for you. Lena laughed. I can always hope. See you at 11:30, Mom. 11. Be careful and have fun. Wear your seatbelt. Mom, she sighed dramatically. Come on. Madeline grinned at her own neuroses. You're lucky I don't make you wear a crash helmet. Tell Vicky and Zach hello for me. And Lena? Yeah? I love you. There was another quiet pause, and Madeline could hear her daughter breathing on the other end of the phone. Yeah, Mom. I love you too. Madeline hung up the phone and looked around. The house felt empty without Lena. It was amazing how much even a quiet, sullen teenager could enliven a room. She grabbed a mug and made herself a pot of Earl Grey tea, then took the cup into the living room, flicking on lights as she went. She was just about to draw herself a bath when the doorbell rang. Setting her tea down on the pink marble rim of the bathtub, she hurried to open the front door. Angel stood there, looking for all the world like he belonged on her front porch. Hey, Mad, he said, giving her a bright, boyish grin that made her heartbeat speed up. Then he whipped a bouquet of hothouse daisies out from behind his back. She stared at them in shock, trying, idiotically, to remember the last time a man had given her flowers. "They're beautiful," she said. Also idiotically, she thought. But she couldn't think straight. He looked so handsome standing there, backlit by a huge blanket of starry night sky. He glanced down at the droopy bouquet, then up at her again. "I was going to buy you a dozen red roses. Even went into the flower shop. But it felt like my old life. The way I used to do things for women that didn't matter." He shrugged. "Anyway, I saw these daisies and thought about the ones that grow wild in front of my cabin, and I thought they were right for you." The sentiment touched her so deeply that for a second she couldn't find her voice. She felt ridiculous and immature and wonderful. She tried to think of something witty to say and came up empty. Nervously, she hooked her thumb toward the kitchen. "I'll put them in water." He grinned. "You do that." She took the flowers and lifted them to her face, breathing deeply of the fresh, watery scent. Turning, she led him into the kitchen and pulled out a chipped porcelain vase, the only one she had. At his look, she shrugged. "I don't have flowers in the house very often." He stared at her. "You should," he said in a feather-soft voice. "Now put them in water so we can go." She plopped them in the vase and wished fleetingly that she were gifted in floral arrangement. "Go?" she asked distractedly, moving one large blossom to the front of the vase. It snapped off in her fingers and she winced. "I have big plans for us tonight." She balanced the broken flower on the cracked golden rim. "I can't go out, Lena." "Lena called me before I left the house. She told me she was going to the movies with Zach." She turned to look at him. "Are you telling me we're going on a date?" He laughed. "I see those 15 years in college weren't a complete waste." She couldn't help laughing. The idea of a date with Angel made her feel almost dizzy. "Where are we going?" His smile faded, and for a second he looked so serious. She thought it must all be a lie, and then he smiled again. "You'll see." Before she could respond, he pulled a black bandana from his pants pocket and dangled it in front of her. She eyed the black and white strip of cotton. "What's that?" "I'm blindfolding you." A surprised laugh slipped out. So that stripper in Florida was telling the truth. "Get your mind out of the gutter, Doc. I just have a little surprise for you." "It doesn't involve handcuffs or dog collars, I hope?" He moved toward her. "Turn around." She turned slowly away from him. He came up close behind her, so close she could feel the warmth of his breath stroking the back of her neck. "Close your eyes." She did as he asked. He tied the bandana behind her head, and in the complete darkness, her other senses sprang to life. She heard the quiet ticking of the mantel clock, the even rhythms of their tangled breathing, smelled the fresh scent of the daisies and the musky heat of his aftershave. His hand slid down her arms and gently twirled her to face him. She could feel him. He was standing directly in front of her. The heat of his body touched her in a dozen places. She wanted to see his eyes, to know how he was looking at her right now. Very gently his finger traced her upper lip, and she shivered in response. Then he took hold of her hand and led her across the room. She heard the front door creak open again, felt the blast of cold evening air on her face. She reached up to touch the bandana. "This feels really weird." "Trust me," he whispered. She started to make a flip comment, but suddenly it felt important. She wanted to trust him, wanted it desperately. "Okay." "Now stand here. I'll go get you some walking shoes and turn off all the lights." "My room is the first door on the left. The shoes are in my closet." "Thank God you told me. I was going to look in the refrigerator." She heard his footsteps disappear down the hallway. Cautiously, she felt her way out the front door and stood on the porch. The night was full of sounds. She could hear a door opening and closing somewhere on her street. An anemic breeze rustled the last leaf on her apple tree. Cool air shivered across her cheeks and tangled in her hair. Beside her, the porch swing creaked. The metal chains jangled. She thought she heard a sigh, but it had to be the wind. Then she thought she smelled the tangy scent of Francis's cologne. "Francis?" she whispered, feeling like a fool. Angel shut the door behind her and led her to the porch swing, guiding her to take a seat. His knees creaked as he kneeled in front of her, gently took off her slippers, and eased her feet into shoes. She felt like Cinderella. Then he took her hand and led her down the steps, across the yard, and helped her climb into the passenger side of his Mercedes. In silence, he started the car and pulled away from the curb. Madeline tried to keep track of where they were going, and she did pretty well for the first few blocks. Then all the twists and turns tangled in her mind, and she leaned back, enjoying the drive. Finally, he came to a stop and killed the engine. She sat there, waiting for him to open her door. Anticipation was a sweet ache in her chest, a flutter in her breathing. He helped her out of the car. She felt his hands on the bandana's knot. When it was untied, he held it in place and leaned closer to her, whispering in her ear, "Welcome to 1978. He took off the blindfold, and she couldn't believe her eyes. They were in Carrington Park, but it had been transformed into a carnival, a garish, dramatic display of lights in the velvet darkness of the night. Stars were everywhere, drizzling down, getting captured in the flashing yellow and pink and red lights of the midway. A huge Ferris wheel sat in the center of it all, like a mechanical king, turning slowly on its well-lighted track. She could feel the magic of the carnival wrap around her, pulling her back into the past, until she was a young girl again, standing on the edge of forever with the boy of her dreams. It was so much like before. It smelled of popcorn and grease and possibility. The sounds of chattering barkers and mechanical ride music floated on the still night air. She turned to him, awestruck. "How did you know this would be here?" He smiled, tucking a flyaway strand of hair behind her ear. "I brought it here. For you. For me." She shook her head. "You mean you—" "My former doctor is a tyrant. I knew she wouldn't let me go out in public, so I hired these guys. I promise I'll wear my mask around strangers and only take it off for you. You really don't need a mask anymore, you know. Are you going to stand here analyzing our date, or are you going to enjoy it?" She looked out at the brightly colored midway. Closing her eyes, she drank in all of it. The past and the present came together in her mind until there was no then, no now. There was just her and Angel and the magic of the carnival. "I'm going to enjoy it." "Thank God." He took her hand in his and pulled her down toward the lights. Laughing, she followed him, clinging to his hand as he led her back to the place where it all began. Chapter 25. Madeline and Angel walked hand in hand down the midway. The surreal smear of sound and color and light exploded around them. Barkers called out, laughing, urging Angel to try his hand at the ring toss, or buy a corn dog, or get his photograph taken with Eloise, the fat woman in booth number 6. Madeline was mesmerized by all of it. With each step she felt the years falling away. Angel's betrayal faded into insignificance, and the days and nights she'd waited for his return were forgotten. She couldn't carry that weight anymore, not now, when she felt lighter than air and young. So young. "Look." Angel pointed at a booth on the midway and dragged her toward it. She stumbled after him, laughing, clinging to his hand. At the booth, he slipped on his mask and leaned over the wooden edge. The barker, a wrinkly-faced old man, grinned at him. "Win a bauble for your girl, mister?" Madeline saw what Angel was looking at, and her breath caught. It was a pair of gaudy, red plastic earrings, dangling from a coat hanger stapled to the wooden backboard. She knew she shouldn't look at him right now. If she did, he'd see everything in her eyes. He'd know what this moment meant to her, what his remembering made her feel. But she couldn't look away. When their gazes met, she felt a jolt of electricity. "The earrings," she whispered. He smiled and tenderly touched her cheek. "Okay, you lovebirds," the barker called out in a booming voice, jangling the change belt at his waist. You gonna play or what? Angel grinned. Or what? Before Madeline could ask what he meant, he'd grabbed her hand and was pulling her down the midway. Laughing, she clung to him, letting him sweep her away. It wasn't until they'd reached the edge of the carnival that she understood where he was taking her. She caught her breath and felt a tiny pinching pain in her heart. He took her to the tree. Their tree. The memories came back in a rush, squeezing her chest until she could barely breathe. He kneeled in the dying grass, dragging her down beside him. Wordlessly, he let go of her hand and started clawing at the earth, digging until there was a pile of dirt at his knee. Got him, he said at last, drawing the dirty red earrings from the damp, black ground. He pulled the mask from his face, let it hang limply around his throat. Then he turned to look at her. Madeline stared down at the cheap plastic trinkets and remembered their last night together, when they'd lain under this old oak tree and promised to love each other forever. It should hurt, remembering that. It always had in the past. But tonight, with the earrings in his hands and the smell of popcorn and magic in the air, nothing had the power to hurt her. You remembered, she whispered, biting down on her lower lip. When she looked at him, the tears came, cresting, slipping down her cheeks. She couldn't stop them, didn't want to. He used one muddy finger to push a strand of hair from her eyes. What did we say back then? Crazy teenaged words about our love never ending, about these earrings being a reminder of our love for always. She forced herself to laugh and wanted to say something glib or easy, but nothing came out except a croaking, quiet, silly words. No smile curved his lips. Not silly. You said, let's leave them here. That way a part of us will always exist under this old tree. When we're old, we can come back here with our grandchildren. Oh my God, she whispered. That's exactly what I said. I tried to forget, Mad. I ran and ran until there was nowhere left to go. A lot of the time I did forget. But the words were always back there, buried inside me. He took her hand in his and placed the cheap, filthy jewels in it. I never forgot you. I know that doesn't make everything all right, but I never forgot. She wanted to say, I love you right then, wanted to say it so badly the words burned in her throat. I never forgot you either. It wasn't the right thing to say, but it was all the courage she had. This moment meant too much. She couldn't jeopardize it with words he wasn't ready to hear. Let's go on the Ferris wheel, he said. She smiled at him and nodded. He pulled her to her feet and held her close. Together, clinging to each other like teenagers in love, they strolled down the midway. Halfway there, she bought a huge puff of cotton candy and pulled off a winding, sticky strip. He stopped in front of the Ferris wheel, shaking his head at her. I can't believe you're going to eat that stuff in front of a heart patient. You never did like it. Surprise darted across his eyes, and then he smiled. I forgot how well you knew me. She pulled off another piece and popped it in her mouth. He pulled out the bandana and wiped the sticky smear off of her nose. You should have had stuff like that as a kid, he said. She tried to laugh, but it wasn't funny, and they both knew it. Come on. He took her hand and led her onto the Ferris wheel. The ride operator, a young girl with bleached hair and a pierced nostril, stared at Angel in obvious awe. Mr. DeMarco, she said, are you the one who rented us for the night? He nodded. Give us a long ride, will you, darlin'? He dragged Madeline onto the wide, black vinyl-covered seat and clicked the safety bar in place. Then he gave a girl a thumbs up. The ride began with a whining, mechanical groan, and they were pulled away from the ramp. Madeline leaned back and stared up at the night sky. The seat swayed and rocked and lifted them higher and higher into the darkness, until stars were all around them, close enough to touch, and the midway was a faraway haze of yellow and white light. Angel draped an arm around her shoulders and drew her close to him. In the distance they could hear the rollicking calliope of the merry-go-round and the mechanical whoosh of the roundup. But up here, Tangled in the blanket of stars and touched by the light of a half-moon, the carnival seemed 1,000,000 miles away. Angel twisted around to face her. "Mad?" There was something in his tone of voice that frightened her. He sounded so serious. She was suddenly afraid that this was it, that he'd done all this just to say goodbye. Maybe he wanted to do it right this time. Now he had a daughter to think of. He didn't want to roar out of town on a Harley. "Don't say anything," she whispered, gazing into his eyes, knowing in that instant that she'd never be able to forget him this time, never be able to get over him. If he was going to leave, she'd rather he just did it, just picked up his stuff and ran. She couldn't take a goodbye. "I wanted to thank you for saving my life." Her breath escaped in a rush of relief. She was so thankful for what he hadn't said that it took her a second to realize what he had said. "Thank you for saving your life?" She swallowed hard. "Is that what this is about, Angel? Thanking your cardiologist?" The words tasted bitter. He smiled softly. "No, I don't mean thank you for saving my physical body, although I do appreciate it." He leaned toward her and touched her cheek, giving her a tender smile. "I mean thank you for saving my life. Without you in these past few weeks, I couldn't have found the strength to go on. I think I would have drunk myself sick and run away. But you and Lena, you gave me another way." She didn't know what to say. "That's my Mad," he said, laughing, tugging a strand of hair from her lip. "I'm going to kiss you now, Mad. If you've got a problem with that." Smiling, he leaned toward her. She stared at him, mesmerized by the yearning she saw in his eyes. The desire to kiss and be kissed by him was irresistible, and before she knew it, she was leaning toward him. He took her face in his hands and tunneled his fingers through her tangled hair, tilting her face up. Slowly, he kissed her. His mouth fit hers perfectly, just as it had so many years ago. It started out soft and gentle, that first kiss after so many lost and lonely years. She clung to him, kissing him with everything in her, as if she could draw that essential spark of him into her very soul, as if she could have some piece of him to take away from this magical ride. The kiss deepened, turned wrenching and dangerous. His tongue slipped into her mouth, tasting, exploring, memorizing, and still she clung to him, moaning her response, molding her body to his. The Ferris wheel bucked and carried them back up into the stars, but Madeline hardly noticed. All she felt was an overwhelming need to be touched and held and stroked by this man. The ride came to a jerking stop. "That long enough, Angel?" Madeline pulled out of his arms and stared at the young ride operator. The girl gave her a grin. "I think we're done," Angel said, pulling his mask back into place. "Come on, Mad." Madeline felt light enough to float off the ride. He took her hand and led her, stumbling, down the midway. They walked together for hours, talking, laughing, remembering the good times and letting go of the bad. Angel was his usual larger-than-life self, tossing dollar bills to the employees as he passed them, signing autographs, and standing patiently to have his photograph taken. Finally, they made their way back to the entrance. There he stopped to talk to an older gentleman in a ragged wool coat. "The first wave of kids will be here at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Show them a good time and you'll see a hell of a tip." Madeline frowned at Angel as they walked away. "Who was that? What kids?" He shrugged. "Tomorrow I've arranged for a bunch of kids from the Make-A-Wish Foundation to have the carnival to themselves. Them and the kids from Children's Orthopedic. No big deal." Madeline stared at him. "You really have changed." He pulled the mask down and grinned at her. "You got off the Ferris wheel with your clothes on. Now that's a change." She didn't blink. "What makes you think I want them on?" He swallowed hard. His smile fell. "Get in the car." "Where are we?" He unlocked her door and swung it open. "Let's go." Angel had never wanted to make love to a woman as desperately as he wanted to right now. Every time he looked at Madeline, he felt the ache grow and swell. It had taken all of his self-control, and probably some of Frances's, to get off that Ferris wheel without ripping her clothes off. It was all he'd thought about at the carnival, wanting her, needing her, and yet now that he had her close beside him, he was scared to death. He drove slowly through the deserted streets, his hands sweaty on the steering wheel. He tried not to think about having sex with her, but the thought kept coming back to torment him. He'd planned for it, fantasized about it, but could he do it? That was the question that paralyzed him, made the sweat break out along his forehead. He didn't know if he could last the distance, or if he could even start the race. Before the surgery? No problem. But that was a hell of a before. By the time they reached their destination, he was barely able to utter a coherent sentence. He eased the Mercedes up to the curb and killed the engine. She gasped quietly and turned to him. He didn't need to hit the interior light to see the look on her face. Her eyes would be wide and unblinking, her teeth nipping nervously on her lower lip. "Why are we here?" she said softly. He cracked his door open and let light splash across her face. "You'll see. Come on." He felt her reluctance and forced himself to ignore it. He'd given this thing a lot of thought, and it had to be done. Some demons could be swept under the rug, but some just had to be faced. He reached under his seat for a flashlight, then got out of the car and waited patiently on the curb. After a long minute, she hit the handle and opened her door. Climbing out, she slammed the door and stared up at the house he'd pulled up in front of. Her father's house. It stood on the hill like a castle, a peaked black silhouette against a starry sky. Moonlight glanced off the mullioned panes of glass and wound around the bars on her bedroom window. The white, pillared portico sheltered the front step from rain and cast the stoop in shadows. 4 sculpted brick chimneys rose from the peaked roofline. A spike-tipped black iron gate guarded the hillside lot, kept the riffraff from wandering in. It looked gloomy and angry, the darkened house she'd grown up in. Skeletal trees marched along the fence line, their limbs clinging to the last leaves of autumn. "Only thing missing is a sign that says Bates Motel," Angel said wryly. Madeline didn't return his smile. "Come on, Mad," he said quietly, reaching out his hand for her. She came toward him slowly, taking his hand, tucking her small, cold one in his. Wordlessly, he led her to the front door, then scouted around for a rock. Finding one, he drew back, ready to fling it through the plate glass living room window. She stopped his hand. "What are you doing?" "Getting us inside." She gave him a strange look. "Try the key. It's in the loose brick under the top step." He cast a look downward, saw the brick sticking out. "It's not half as fun." She didn't smile. "Use the key." He found the key in the crumbling mortar of its hiding place and slipped it into the lock. The door opened with a whining creak. He flashed his flashlight into the gloom and walked into the shadowy foyer, her hand held tightly in his. Slamming the door shut behind them, he led her down the foyer, past the massive kitchen, into the dark room that had once been her father's office. Even now, all these years later, it still smelled of cigar smoke and power. He fished a book of matches from his pocket and knelt before the huge white marble fireplace. Plucking firewood from the copper barrel on the hearth, he built a fire. Flames leapt and writhed on the long dry wood. Heat pumped into the cold room. And still she stood there, shivering, unmoving. He went to her and took her hands in his. When their gazes met, he saw her anxiety, and the words he'd practiced stuck in his throat. "Why are we here? You know how I feel about this place." He heard the fear in her voice, and he ached for her, just as he had so many times in the past. He didn't know the particulars of what had happened to her in this house, with that crazy, mean old man as her father, but he knew she'd been hurt. This is where it happened, and it seemed right that this is where it ends, and maybe begins. "I don't understand." He looked around the room. It was exactly as he remembered it, except for the fine layer of dust that clung to the furniture now, and the faint scent of mildew. Silver sconces, black with tarnish, still held thick white candles. 2 huge burgundy leather chairs sat huddled in the corner, backed up to heavily paneled walls. Long, dirty windows parenthesized the fireplace, their panes half covered by dusty drapes. The same bear rug covered most of the thick plank flooring. "This is where I sold my soul for $10,000. "We don't have to talk about it," she said, and he could tell she meant it. But there was too much between them, too much at risk, to pretend he hadn't done what he'd done to her. If they were going to have any chance for a future, he had to atone for the past. "I know we don't have to talk about it, but I need to apologize for what I did. I know an apology doesn't mean much, just a few words that are overused, but I'm sorry, Mad." His throat tightened. "If I'd known..." She went so still, she seemed to have stopped breathing. A thin vein pulsed wildly at the base of her throat. She looked like a frightened deer, ready to bolt. "Known what?" "I was 17 years old. What did I know about life? You were the first girl I fell in love with, and you made it seem so damned easy, sort of like finding a killer toy in the Cracker Jack box." He touched her cheek, felt its velvety softness, and he smiled. "I didn't know I'd never feel that way again. Or that you'd haunt me. I didn't know I'd spend the rest of my life dreaming about a girl I'd walked away from." Her eyes met his, the look in them frank and unflinching, a long way from the teenage girl he'd fallen in love with. "I always understood what you did, you know. I even forgave you a little bit, or I thought I had until you showed up again. My father was a powerful man, hard to deny." She gave a throaty laugh. "I know that better than anyone." She was offering an easy way out, and he wanted to take it. Before the surgery, he would have, but he couldn't do it this time. It was too important that he be honest for both of their sakes. "It wasn't your father. I could have stood up to that asshole. It was me. I was afraid to swear I'd love you for the rest of my life." He shook his head. "Pregnant or not, you were for keeps. I knew that. And I knew if you vowed to love me forever, you'd keep your word. You would love me." There were tears in her eyes. "Yes. It scared me mad. I couldn't handle your love. Not at 17. Hell, not even last year. I knew I'd start being the jerk, screwing around on you, drinking too much, all the things I always did." He moved closer and gently took her face in his hands. "I'm not that scared kid anymore. I know what I want now." "Don't say anything else, Angel, please." He knew what she was doing. She was afraid he'd say he loved her and then break her heart again. He wished he could blame her, but she had every reason to protect her heart from him. All he could do was try, and keep on trying, until one day she believed in him again. He thought of all the things he could say to her right now, all the words he could use to tell her he loved her, but in the end, they were only words, and she'd heard them from him before. Instead, he leaned toward her, took her fragile, beautiful face in his hands, and kissed her, slowly and thoroughly, the way he hadn't even imagined back when they were kids. He hadn't known anything about love. He didn't know then how it twisted your insides and made you feel like you were made of glass. How sometimes, like now, you felt so brittle that a good wind could shatter your soul. "Say something," he said softly. She closed her fist around the earrings and let them drop soundlessly to the floor. "I don't want to talk. I want..." "What?" he asked. "What do you want? Just tell me and I'll move heaven and earth to get it for you." "You," she whispered. A slow, seductive smile spread across her face. She kicked one shoe off. It clanged against a spittoon in the corner. The other one hit the clawfoot desk leg. "I want you, Angel DeMarco." His breath broke into wheezing little gasps. Had his heart been connected to his central nervous system, it would have been thumping out of control. Instead, it kept up its steady, unflappable rhythm. He swallowed, noticing that his throat was dry. She started to unbutton her sweater, and he grabbed her hand. The minute he did it, he felt like a fool, He tried to smile it off, but she'd seen the truth in his eyes. "I don't know if I can do it, Mad," he whispered, humiliation a cold stain in his stomach. She didn't smile or pretend not to understand. "Your doctor advised you that you could resume sexual relations whenever you felt up to it." A smile quirked one corner of his mouth. "I have to admit, it turned me on when she said it." "And how about now?" she asked softly, unbuttoning his shirt. He shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe we should wait." She smiled and undid another button, her hand splayed across his chest, each finger as hot as a brand on his flesh. "Should we?" He couldn't concentrate with her doing that. He felt her fingers working nimbly on his shirt, her fingernails scraping the tender flesh of his chest. She peeled his shirt away, revealing the bright red scar. He felt a moment's hesitation and uncertainty. It meant so much, loving her, and he was afraid he couldn't do it, afraid his second-hand heart would just give out. She pressed onto her tiptoes and kissed the very top of his scar. Her lips were warm and pliant against the new flesh, and he shivered in response. He couldn't hold himself apart from her. He wanted to crush her to him, bury himself deep, deep inside her, so deep he couldn't tell where she began and he ended. With a groan, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her with a passion he'd never felt before. He kissed her until he couldn't breathe for wanting her. Slowly, he lowered himself to the bear rug, and she followed him, her fingers still working on the buttons. When they hit the rug, she pulled his shirt off and tossed it away. He wrenched her soft green sweater off and threw it over his head. Then he unhooked her bra and let it slide through his shaking fingers to the fur. She knelt on the rug before him, her breasts glimmering and perfect in the firelight. She reached up to cover them. "The baby—" He pulled her hands away and studied the tiny, silvery lines she was trying to hide. He could tell by looking at her that she thought she was damaged somehow, that her woman's body couldn't compare to the girl's he'd loved before. Very slowly, he leaned forward and cupped her small, round breasts in his hands. "You're beautiful," he whispered, bending down to kiss the soft swell of one breast. She shivered and released a tiny moan, then arched slightly toward him. He took a nipple in his mouth as he unbuttoned her jeans and pushed her down onto the rug. He eased the pants off of her, then the underpants, until she lay there, glistening with firelight, her naked body stretched out before him, wearing nothing but a pair of fuzzy socks. He dug deep in his pocket for a condom and pulled it out, tossing the little foil packet on the floor. Drawing back, he yanked off the rest of his clothes and threw them toward the door. Then he came down beside her, kissing her again, stroking her body until she arched toward him and pleaded in his ear, quiet, breathy words that strained his self-control. He drew back, breathing hard. His heart pumped in an irritatingly calm rhythm, reminded him that nothing about this was normal. "I don't know, Mad," he whispered brokenly. "Don't worry." She took the condom packet and ripped it open, letting the bits of foil fall to the floor. Smiling, she reached down. Her fingers closed around him, squeezing, stroking. "You seem okay so far." Her hand was working magic. He moaned, closed his eyes. "Should we keep going?" she breathed at his ear, licking the sensitive flesh of his lobe. He felt drugged. It was all he could do to nod. His throat was too dry to form words. He felt her slip the condom in place and smooth it down the shaft. With a groan deep in his throat, he rolled over and kissed her, long electrical kisses that sent him spiraling over the edge. He felt her take hold of him again, guiding him toward her, inside her. He almost came right then, but he held himself back, biting down hard on his lower lip. She clung to him, whispering his name, her hips grinding, thrusting against his. They fell into a rhythm as old as time, but it felt new to Angel, so new. With incredible effort, he held his need in check, bringing her closer and closer to the brink. He felt the tiny pulse of her climax, and he was lost. His own release was a shuddering explosion. Afterward, he thudded down on the rug beside her, his breath coming in hacking gasps. "It was never like that when we were teenagers," he said. She smiled, snuggling closer. "Not quite. It was more like beat the clock back then." They laughed together and lay there, wrapped in each other's arms, remembering so many things. He rested his cheek on the swell of her breast and studied her naked body in the writhing golden firelight, tracing the flat surface of her belly with one finger. She was so beautiful. He didn't ever want to leave her. He wanted this moment, this intimacy to go on, his soul cradled in the warmth of her touch, her smile. But how did a man like him say that to a woman like her? What were the magic words that would make her believe that what they'd just done was special, and that he'd finally grown up enough to realize it? There were no words that he could think of, and so he used his body to tell her that he loved her, that he couldn't get enough of her, his hands, his lips, his tongue. He used them all to worship her body again, until she cried out with pleasure and then slumped against him. They lay entwined forever. Then, with a trembling laugh, she tried to draw away. "We'd better get going." "No way." He drew her closer, until their bodies were a sweaty, seamless whole. "It's probably not even midnight." She rolled over and smiled down at him, her hair spilled in a messy pile of honey brown, caressed by firelight, and her lips were puffy and swollen from his kisses. Her nipples caressed his bare chest. "Welcome to dating a single parent." The words were like the tiny flick of a knife. He winced. "Is that what I'm doing? Dating you?" A frown darted across her face. Nervously, she tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. "Well, what would you call it?" He lifted a hand to her face, touched her cheek, traced the pink outline of her upper lip. He wondered suddenly how a man could survive loving a woman this much. If she wanted to, she could rip his soul out and smash it beneath her foot, just like he'd done to her. For the first time he understood, really understood, what he'd done to that beautiful, trusting 16-year-old girl, and the shame was almost overwhelming. And more than shame, there was regret, deep and aching and unquenchable. He gazed up at her, loving her so much it hurt. "I'd call it falling in love." Chapter 26. I'd call it falling in love. For a second, Madeline couldn't move, couldn't even breathe. She lay beside him, still naked, the bare rug damp beneath her body. She bit her lip, afraid suddenly that she would say the words she shouldn't say, the words that, once spoken, couldn't be taken back, could never be unsaid. She didn't want to think about the past now, but it came back to her, creeping into her mind on tiny, whispering feet. All the things they'd ever said to each other billowed up between them, hanging in the air above them. So many of her dreams had been tangled up with this man, and she was afraid, so afraid, to let him have the power over her again. And yet he did. Already he did. She twisted around to look at him, her lips parted in a silent plea, an invitation. He lifted himself from the floor and reached out for her. She knew he was moving slowly, as if he were scared she would turn away. She remained motionless. His hand breezed down her bare arm, setting off a flurry of goosebumps. "Angel?" His name fell from her lips on a breathless whisper of longing. She stared into his green eyes, mesmerized by the possibility she saw there. She knew then, as certainly as she'd ever known anything in her life, that he wasn't the boy he'd been at 17 anymore. There was a depth of pain in his eyes that was new, a fear and a regret that she understood. He was, in his own way, as terrified in this moment as she, and seeing that, his fear and his insecurity was like the brush of a warm, soothing wind on her own uncertainty. He kissed her then, a light, breezing touch of lips that somehow stamped her soul more deeply than any of the lovemaking ever could. Her arms curled around him, held him close. One by one, the years of loneliness and loss seemed to fall away from her. When he drew back, she saw the same dawning sense of wonder in his eyes that swelled in her own heart. "Ah, Madeline," he said. Just that and nothing more. yet it felt like everything. At 12:40, Lena clicked off the television and stood up. For the 10th time in as many minutes, she glanced at the clock on the mantel. The red and brown papier-mâché turkey she'd made in kindergarten huddled alongside it, a yearly reminder that Thanksgiving was just around the corner. Where in the hell was Mom? She crossed her arms and paced back and forth in the room. She had every light in the room on, but still it felt dark in here, a little lonely. It was the first time she'd ever been in her house this late alone. Whenever Mom had an emergency call at the hospital, Frances always came buzzing right over to keep Lena company. The thought reminded her again of how much she missed Frances, and she sighed heavily. She plopped into the big overstuffed chair by the front door and sat there, waiting, her foot tapping impatiently on the hardwood floor. Her mother had no right to be out this late. Didn't she know that Lena would be worried sick? When Lena had spoken with Angel earlier, he'd said he had to talk to her mother tonight. Talk. So where were they? She glanced at the phone and thought about calling the hospitals. She was just about to stand up when she reined herself in. It was ridiculous worrying this way. Her mother was 33 years old. She could certainly stay out all night if she wanted to. But it wasn't like her mom. Madeline was way too responsible for something like this. It was Angel's fault. Suddenly she wondered about Angel. After all, what did they know about him, really? He'd come into their lives on a whirlwind, all smiles and promises and fun. But he had a horrible reputation. What if he'd earned it? What if he slept with anyone and forgot their names in the morning? What if he was really a serial killer and the police looked the other way because he was Angel DeMarco? What if... Get a grip, Lena, she said aloud, trying to shake the worry from her mind. Mom is fine. She's probably making him drive at 25 miles an hour and wear a crash helmet. But she couldn't make herself believe it. Deep down, she knew that something was wrong. She remembered the phone call they'd gotten in the middle of the night about Frances, and her heart started to race. She glanced nervously at the phone. A call like that could come at any time, could strike through your living room like lightning and leave you burning. She needed Zach right now, someone to talk to. From the corner of her eye, she saw headlights outside. Thank God. The Mercedes pulled up the driveway and stopped. The headlights flicked off. She sat there, arms crossed, staring out the window, waiting for them to come inside. They didn't. Finally, they left the car and strode casually up the walkway. The lock clicked and the door swung open. Mom and Angel walked into the room, holding hands, gazing at each other with starry, faraway looks in their eyes. Lena felt suddenly excluded. It was the way she wanted Angel to look at her. Only her. She knew she was being stupid and selfish and childish, but it hurt. God, how it hurt. She wanted a daddy who was hers and hers alone, her best friend in all the world. The way they looked at each other, as if they were in love, made Lena feel angry and empty inside. Mom, she whispered. They looked startled, as if they hadn't even noticed she was in the room, and their disregard pissed her off even more. Mom blinked and pulled her hand away from Angel's. Hi, baby, she said in a sleepy voice. We thought you'd be in bed by now. You didn't have to wait up. The words were like arrows driving deep. They hadn't even thought about Lena. They'd forgotten her completely. She laughed bitterly. Yeah, right. Like I could sleep with you out. She threw the words back at her mother and felt a tiny thrill when she flinched. Mom took a step toward her. The understanding in her eyes only made the hurt worse. There's nothing for you to be scared of, baby. Nothing could change the way either of us feels about you. Lena knew it was a lie. If her mother loved Angel, it changed everything. And suddenly she didn't want it changed. She wanted her old life back, wanted Frances out on that old porch swing and Mom puttering in the rose garden. She didn't want this dark-haired stranger to come between them. She felt as if she were about to explode, but she didn't know why. It was as if all her little girl dreams were crumbling around her. She stared at Angel. You said you were my friend. Hurt plunged through her at the words. leaving her shaken and angry. Suddenly she wanted to hurt them both the way they were hurting her. "You're not my father," she said in a cold voice. "You have his heart, but you're not him." Her voice broke, and it made her furious, that show of weakness. "You don't deserve his heart." "Lena," Mom said harshly. "Shut up," Lena hissed. Angel frowned suddenly, and the way it changed his face was frightening. He threw his coat toward the sofa, and it caught a lampshade. The crystal lamp crashed to the floor. "Don't you dare talk to your mother that way, young lady." It made her laugh, him trying suddenly to sound like her father. But he wasn't her father. He was up in heaven right now, and he'd never look at Lena that way, never made Lena feel like she was an outsider in her own house. "You're not my father." "Lena," Mom said, "you don't mean that." "You don't know what I mean. You don't know me. I hate you. I hate you." She heard herself screaming at them, and she knew it was a mistake, but she couldn't seem to stop. Anger and hurt twisted her up inside. "Go to your room," Angel said in a voice so quiet and calm it sent shivers up Lena's spine. "Get out of here, now." Tears choked her, stung her eyes. She spun away from their Christmas card love scene and stumbled blindly down the hallway, running into the refuge of her own room. But once she got there, it didn't even feel like her own room anymore. It felt alien and confining. She wrenched the window open and crawled outside. Yanking her bike from the side of the porch, she jumped onto the hard plastic seat and sped down the driveway, over the curb, and onto the pavement. Anger spurred her on, made her punch the pedals until she was speeding away from the house. By the time she reached the corner, it had started to rain. Infrequent, drizzling rain spat at her and fell in glistening drops on her handlebars. Wind whipped through her hair and stung her eyes. With every mile, she felt the dream she'd concocted about her father slip further from her. She'd been an idiot to believe in him, to believe some stranger could come into her life and be her daddy. She should have known better. "I'm afraid he'll break your heart." She heard her mother's warning again, and it made her feel even more stupid and naive. Lena knew better. She knew that dreams didn't always come true. Hadn't she always known that? Why had she let herself be so stupid? At Laurel Street, she remembered the Saturday night parties that were an institution at Quilcene Park. She veered left and sped down the hill. 10 minutes later, she turned the last corner and whizzed onto the driveway of the old park, her thin tires bumping over the ruts in the road, her fingers frozen around the rubber handles. She ditched her bike at the edge of the asphalt parking lot and looked around. She waited breathlessly for someone to yell her name, to clap her on the back and welcome her to the party, but no one came. Kids milled along the river and around the fire. She could hear the cackling of laughter and the quiet buzz of a dozen conversations. But the closer she got to the fire, the older the kids looked. She'd thought this was a party for high schoolers, but a bunch of the boys who were hanging out around the fire looked like they were in college, or should have been. "Zach," she whispered, wanting him with her right now. But it was too late to call his house, and he wouldn't be at a party like this. Plunging her hands deep in her pockets, she tried to look cool, like she fit in, as she strolled past one group of kids after another, looking for anyone to talk to. Finally, she reached the edge of the river and stood there, watching the swirling current. The anger she'd felt earlier slipped away, and without its heat, she felt cold. All around her, kids were laughing and talking and having a good time, but no one had spoken to her at all. It was as if she were a ghost, invisible and separate. She heard a quiet, warbling laugh, and it sounded familiar. She jerked her head up just as a girl and boy walked past her. Lena's eyes met the girls', Kara Milston. There was a moment of stunned recognition on both their parts. A long time ago, first through 7th grades, they'd been best friends, but now they were worlds apart. Usually they didn't even make eye contact, the cheerleader and the bad girl. Lena felt a sudden pang of loss for the girl she'd once been. She wondered what it would have been like if she hadn't changed friends in 8th grade, if she hadn't started smoking down by the river before school, if she'd never taken that first burning sip of whiskey when she was 14. She wanted it all back now, wanted Kara back, a best girlfriend to talk to. Kara gave Lena a quick, jerking smile and walked past her. Lena sighed heavily and sank slowly to her knees along the riverbank. She felt the cold, mushy mud squish all around her, chilling her to the bone, but she didn't care. She couldn't remember when she'd felt so lonely. Everything about her life was a joke. No one was ever around when it really mattered. Even now, in the middle of the best school party of the year, she was alone, forgotten. Suddenly, she wished things were different. She didn't want to be mad at her mother, didn't want to have the temper tantrums that seemed as natural to her as breathing. She wanted to be able to sit down with her mom and dad and tell them she loved them. But she'd felt excluded when they came home, left out. And so, naturally, instead of talking to them like an adult, she'd thrown a tantrum and run away. The dream of what she'd wanted, a daddy, seemed so far away, a little girl's nighttime wish. All she wanted now was to love him and be loved in return, loved for who she was. And that meant she had to love Angel for who he was. He wasn't Francis, and never would be. Francis had loved Lena in his quiet, gentle way. Angel's way would be different. He was like her, loud and reactionary and hot-tempered. Things with Angel would be unlike what she'd wanted. But had she really known what she wanted? No, she whispered into the night. She hadn't known until now, this very minute. She wanted them to be a family, all of them, and a family didn't happen overnight. A family didn't happen without tantrums and hurt feelings and apologies. Hot tears squeezed past her eyelashes and streaked down her cheeks, mingling with the cold raindrops and splashing on her muddy pants. She was tired of running and being mad all the time, tired of feeling like she didn't belong anywhere. She thought of home, the Martha Stewart perfect yard, and her mother's rose garden, and the porch swing Francis had given them for Christmas. And longing squeezed her heart. A family, she knew, meant going home. Angel slammed the bedroom door shut. "She's not there." He spun around, stared at Madeline. His mouth fell open for words that wouldn't come. She stood in the living room, unsmiling, unmoving, the color that had tinted her cheeks earlier replaced by a chalky pallor. She chewed on her lower lip and glanced worriedly at the front door. "Did you hear me? She's not there. We've got to call the police or something." He could tell that he was yelling, but he couldn't control himself. Panic was an ice-cold tingling in his blood. He ran to the front door and flung it open. All he saw out there was darkness. A gentle rain had begun to fall, studding the walkway, clattering on the roof over his head. She was out there somewhere, alone in the middle of all that blackness, alone and mad and hurt. What the hell had happened? What had he done so wrong? Madeline came up beside him. He could hear the silent padding of her footsteps above the ragged harshness of his breathing. Gently she touched his arm, and he could feel that she was trying to comfort him, but he didn't want comfort. "I didn't know," he whispered. Regret was a black, bitter taste in his mouth. He realized suddenly how lightly he'd taken everything, how cavalierly he'd accepted the burdens of fatherhood. "What didn't you know?" He heard the tenderness in her question, and it made him feel even worse. He turned to her, and for a second, when he looked in her worried eyes, he couldn't breathe. He couldn't be Lena's father or Madeline's lover. Most of all, he couldn't be what Francis had been to them. Francis. His brother would know what to do right now, what to say, how to make it all right. He threw his head back and closed his eyes in prayer. "What do I do now, Franco?" The question gutted him. Slowly, he turned back to Madeline, and what he saw in her eyes shamed him to the depth of his soul. She cared about him, even now. He could see it, feel it, and though he wanted to take her in his arms and feel her warmth, he didn't deserve it. "I didn't know what it meant to be a father. I thought I could just hang out with her and be her friend. I thought she'd love me unconditionally and never ask for anything I couldn't give." Even as he said the words, he heard how hollow and selfish they were. He closed his eyes and shut up, disgusted with himself. I didn't know it would be so hard. How did you do it alone all those years? She touched him, her warm hand molding to his cold, wet cheek. I should have told you what parenthood was like. His eyes flew open and anger came flooding back. It's not about you, Madeline. Don't make it about you and what you should have done. I screwed up. Me. I shouldn't have said I'd be her daddy. I took on that commitment as if it were no more important than deciding what coat to wear. I didn't think. She drew her hand back. So what are you going to do about it? You spent your whole life running from things like this, Angel. Are you going to run away again? Go nurse your fear with a bottle of tequila until you forget how much it hurts? The words hit him like blows. He flinched. I don't know. That's not good enough. She'll be back if she follows her usual routine. She'll be back in about an hour, and she'll be mad as a hornet. What are you going to say to her? Hello or goodbye? He shook his head. Don't put this on me, Mad. I'm not strong enough. She gripped him by the shoulders and shook him hard. Don't you dare say that to me, not this time. Nobody's strong enough to be a parent. We just do it, blindly, going forward on faith and love and hope. That's all it is, Angel. Being afraid. Being afraid in the marrow of your bones and going on. He stilled. A tiny shaft of hope flared in his heart. You're afraid of her? She made a snorting sound that was almost a laugh. I've been afraid since the moment they laid her in my arms. Every time she goes to school or to a friend's house or out on a date, I'm afraid. I'm afraid of what the world will do to my beautiful baby girl. Afraid of what I will do to her. It never goes away, ever. You just live with it and love her and be there for her. He let out his breath in a long, shaking sigh. I don't know if I can do that. She pulled away from him. Only you can decide that, Angel. Only you. Chapter 27. Lena brought her bike to a stop at the end of the driveway. The lights were on at her house. She could see shadows moving across the living room window. A sinking feeling of shame tugged at her, but she pushed it away. She walked her bike up the drive and leaned it against the wall. Slowly, she climbed the creaking porch steps and paused at the front door. Steeling herself, she turned the knob and opened the door. Her mother and father were at opposite ends of the room. As one, they spun to face the door and then froze. Her mother smiled at her, a tender, understanding smile that made Lena want to start crying all over again. Hi, baby. Lena looked at her father, but he looked away quickly. The panic she'd held at bay sneaked up on her, hit hard. She'd ruined it. Her stupid little girl temper tantrum had ruined it all. She raced for her bedroom and slammed the door shut behind her. Yanking the stereo on, she turned the music to an ear-splitting level. She collapsed on her bed and tried to cry, but the tears that burned so badly wouldn't fall. Her shoulders rounded and she hung her head, staring at her feet. Oh, God, she whispered. She thought of how her mother had looked earlier. Her hair was messed up and her sweater was only half buttoned. Her eyes were all misty and soft, and she had seemed unable to stop smiling. Happy. Her mother looked happy. And Lena had taken that away from her. She'd taken it away from them all. Someone knocked on the door. Go away, she whispered, waiting for the sound of footsteps. Her mother always paused a few seconds and then walked away. Tomorrow they'd both pretend this never happened. But the knock came again, louder, more insistent. Lena ignored it, and the door swung open so hard it cracked against her wall. A framed 8x10 of Brad Pitt crashed to the floor, spraying bits of glass across the blue carpet. Angel stood in the doorway, filling it. His dark eyebrows were drawn together in a frown, and the ever-present smile was gone. He looked uncertain and ill at ease. With barely a glance her way, he stepped into the room and shut the door quietly behind him. He crossed the room and clicked off the stereo, then slowly turned to face her. Go away, she said. The minute the words came out, she willed them back. What she wanted to say was, don't go. but she couldn't find her voice. He stood there, his hands plunged in his Levi's pockets. "Look, I think I handled this thing badly. I don't know shit about being a father." He let out a little sigh and sat down beside her. The mattress squeaked in the silence. "But I know one thing. That woman in there loves you, and you hurt her feelings tonight. You know you did." She felt a surge of regret and looked away, unable to meet his eyes. He touched her chin and gently but firmly forced her to face him. "You acted like a selfish child out there, and I was ashamed of you. You should have been ashamed of you." She knew he was telling the truth, and it stung. She felt the tears returning, and she tried to brush them away with her sleeve, but they kept coming back. I know," she whispered. She waited for him to soothe her, to tell her it wasn't her fault, or it was okay to be a bitch sometimes, or that he understood, all the things her mother would have said. But he just sat there, letting her feel the weight of her own shame. Finally he smiled, smoothed the strand of hair from her face. "Growing up is hard, but at least you didn't have to get your heart cut out to do it." It reminded her of what she'd said to him. I'm sorry about what I said. I didn't mean it. You know, about the heart." He sighed quietly. "It scares me too, Angelina. Francis was the best human being I've ever known, and I can't be him. I can't even try to be him. But—" He fell silent, looking at her. She felt as if everything were hanging, suspended between them. She couldn't even draw a full breath. But what? "I was wrong to want to be your friend. It was a kid's answer to a man's question. I know now what I really want." "You do?" "I want to be your dad. And if you'll let me try, I'll give it everything I have." She felt the tears again, stinging and burning. "I want that too," she said with a little hiccup. "It's not going to be easy. I don't always do things right. Like tonight, I should have told you I wanted to take your mother on a date. I should have told you that I love her, and that I want us to be a family. But no matter what happens between your mom and me, it won't change how I feel about you. You're my daughter, and I love you." She launched herself at him, holding him tightly. "I love you too, Daddy." He stroked her hair, and his touch was soft and gentle, and made her feel safe for the first time in her life. After a long time, he drew back. "Now, I think you have someone else to talk to, don't you?" She stared into his green eyes and saw acceptance. It gave her strength, that look in his eyes. She nodded and slowly rose to her feet. At the door she paused and glanced back at him. He smiled. "You can do it." And she could. She knew that now. She turned away from him and left her room, walking down the long hallway toward the living room. Her mother was standing alongside the fireplace. She was biting her lower lip, the way she always did when she was nervous. And Lena understood at last how much and how often she'd hurt her mother. Her mother who'd loved her and kept on loving her no matter what. "I'm sorry, Mom," she said softly, wishing that she could take it all back. Everything, all the little slights and unkind words and cruelties. Madeline gave her a slow, understanding smile. "I love you, baby." Lena threw herself in her mother's waiting arms and clung to her. "I love you too, Mommy." The sheer volume of knickknacks was astounding. Everywhere Angel looked, he saw turkeys and pilgrims and cornucopias, candle holders, candy dishes, centerpieces. As he stood in front of the fireplace, feeling the warmth of the flames against his ankles, he stared at the row of decorations along the mantel. A rust-colored, half-painted papier-mâché turkey roosted in the middle of it all, Lena's illegibly scrawled name across one folded wing. He moved from item to item, touching each one. He felt as if he were moving backward in time. The only store-bought decorations were candles. Everything else Lena had made in school. From kindergarten, there was the turkey. First grade was represented by a pilgrim's hat made from a shopping bag. Second grade was a glazed clay thumb pot in the shape and color of a pumpkin. He lingered over that one, his fingers gliding over the slick surface. With each year, he could see the progress in her writing and artistic skill. He tried to imagine her as a 5-year-old with long black braids and a toothless smile, erupting through the front door with her newest treasure, but he couldn't quite picture it, and the inability made him sad. He'd missed so much of her life, so much, and there was no going back, no reclamation of lost years. Thanksgiving. He forced himself not to think about the past and instead to look to the future. True, he hadn't been there to hold her on her first day of life, or to take her hand on the first day of school, but he was here now, and he wasn't going anywhere. He would be there on her wedding day, and he would walk his first grandchild to school. He turned back around, thinking that the painful swelling of emotion in his chest should somehow translate into the perfect words of love, but nothing came out. Instead, he watched them, the women in his life. Madeline was busy following a recipe for low-fat gravy, and by the scrunched-up expression on her face, it was not going well. Lena was setting the table. He'd never seen such goings-on for a meal. Ma never worked hard at Thanksgiving, that was for sure. He unearthed a sudden memory of the holiday from his childhood. "Who wants white meat?" He could hear his mother's gravelly voice barking through the dingy darkness of the trailer. No one answered. A minute later, she stumbled from the kitchen, carrying 2 steaming Hungry Man turkey dinners, tossing them down on the brown Formica table. "Yours is on the counter, Angel. I couldn't carry 3. She hadn't made it through the entree before the booze kicked in. Mid-sentence, she pitched face first into the mashed potatoes and gravy. He and Frances had laughed until they cried, then carried their tin trays into the living room. Together, they sat on the spongy sofa, eating, watching television, and talking. Brothers. "Dinner is ready." Madeline's voice brought Angel back to the present. The misty memories of the past faded. He blinked and looked at the table. Long and oval, it was covered in a white linen tablecloth. It was dotted with flickering candles and layered with platters of food. He moved away from the fireplace and headed toward the dining alcove. Halfway there, he stopped. Splashes of color marred the perfect white of the tablecloth, and it took him a second to realize what he was seeing. There were 3 sets of multicolored handprints on the fabric. At one end of the table, on either side of the white and burgundy china place setting, were 2 navy blue handprints, and painted carefully alongside was the name and date, Madeline, 1985. To her left, a tiny red set that read, Lena. At the head of the table, stark and alone, a yellow set, Frances. Across the table, Lena's gaze met his. We did these a long time ago. I didn't think." Angel noticed his own place setting beside Madeline's. There were no handprints, of course, just pristine white linen on either side of his plate. It made him feel ridiculously out of place. Finally, Madeline emerged from the kitchen, and she was carrying a jar of green paint. She caught his eye and stopped. He couldn't help noticing the pallor in her cheeks and the gentle tremble in her lower lip. "It's a family tradition," she said softly. She gave him a tender smile. "It's a little messy." He took the paint and brush from her hands and wordlessly painted his palms. Then, carefully, he pressed a hand on either side of his plate. When he was done, he stared down at his work, at the whole table, and felt as if he'd finally come home. "I'll paint 1996 above your hands after dinner," Lena said. Angel went to wash his hands, and when he came back, Madeline and Lena were both seated. They were both staring at Frances's handprints at the head of the table, at his empty place. It hadn't occurred to Angel how hard this would be for them, this first holiday without Frances. It should have, but it hadn't. Quietly, he took a seat. Silence settled in around them, leavened the mouth-watering aromas. "You both are lucky," he began softly. "You have so many memories of him, and you'll never lose those. Your tradition has brought him to this table with us, and he'll be here forever. His spirit in those crazy yellow fingerprints." He heard Lena sniffle and saw her wipe her eyes. There are so many things I need to say to him and to you, but we'll have to do it one day at a time, one holiday at a time. For now, let's be thankful that we're here together. It's what Francis would have wanted." Madeline looked up at him, smiling across the table, and reached for his hand. "I guess it's up to you to carve the turkey." He felt the ghost of his brother leaning over him, breathing against his ear as he reached for the knife. 1,000 things crowded in his mind, things he wanted to say, needed to say, but all that reached the surface was, "Come on, bro, show me how to cut up this bird." He was just getting to his feet when a familiar voice burst inside his head. "Start at the breast, Angel. God knows, you should know how to do that." Angel felt himself starting to laugh. When he looked up, Madeline and Lena were smiling at him, their tears gone, and he started to carve the bird. December settled on Seattle in a creaking, moaning layer of gray and white. Thick clouds hung low in the sky, obscuring all but the hardiest rays of the weak sun. Bare, shivering trees huddled along the roadsides, the wind a whimpering lament through their empty limbs. Evening had just begun to darken the horizon. Angel felt a fluttering of nerves as he drove up to Madeline's house. He'd been here a dozen nights and mornings since he'd first made love to her, but today the place looked different. Frost glazed the brick of the walkway, sparkled on the old brown shingles of the roof. The cold made everything seem glassy and fragile. He left the engine running and got out of the car. Puffs of smoke rose from the exhaust pipes and disappeared in the chilly air. He strode up to the front door and stopped, adjusting the fit of his dark blue suit, and then he knocked. Lena answered the door. She was wearing a green velvet dress with a white lace collar and a big white sash. She looked so beautiful. He felt a swift surge of joy that, after all the missed years and missed moments, he was here, reaching out his hand for this lovely young woman who was his daughter. "How's my best girl?" he said. She smiled. "Fine. Is everything ready?" He shrugged, feeling his nervousness return. "I hope so. I spoke with Father McLaren about 1,000,000 times yesterday. He said my choice in music was unusual, but he let me do what I wanted." This time her smile was a little shaky. "Good." He took her hand, gazed into her eyes. "Are you up to this?" She nodded. Before she could answer, Madeline came into the living room behind them. Lena stepped back and Angel walked into the house. He couldn't believe how breathtakingly gorgeous Madeline looked. She was wearing an elegant navy blue wool dress and a single strand of pearls. She smoothed the creaseless lines of her dress. "Why are you looking at me that way?" "Nothing. Come on, let's go," he answered. For a second she looked scared, and he understood. He reached out for her hand and smiled when she took it. "Don't be afraid," he whispered. The three of them left the house and climbed into the warm Mercedes. Wordlessly, each steeped in his or her own thoughts and memories, they drove to the church. Angel pulled up at the curb and killed the engine. The huge brick church glinted in the last rays of the setting sun. Frost glittered on the mullioned windows and sparkled on the slanted roof. Together, hand in hand, they walked up the walkway to the 2 huge open doors of the church. The first thing Angel noticed were the candles. They were everywhere, dozens and dozens of white candles standing on brass and silver candelabras, their dancing golden light sprayed against the walls. Boughs of evergreen were looped along the pews, held together by huge white bows. Noble firs lined the west wall, their green branches draped with glittering golden ribbon and tiny white lights. And on the altar there was a huge heart-shaped wreath made of white roses and evergreens held together by golden ribbons. In the center of the wreath was a picture of Francis, his face crinkled in a big smile, his hand lifted in a thumbs-up sign. He looked so young and naive and full of life. "Ah, Jesus," Angel whispered as the grief hit. "I haven't seen that picture in years," Madeline said quietly beside him. "We took it up at Lake Crescent about 3 summers ago." He heard the throaty catch in her voice, and it almost undid him. It took all his willpower to keep the grief at bay. He turned to her, saw the sadness that had settled deep in her eyes, and he tried to smile. He wanted to tell her again how much she meant to him, but he couldn't seem to find his voice. Not here, not now, when Francis seemed so close and the pain of his death was so frighteningly real. She touched his cheek, and he started, realizing how long he'd been standing there saying nothing, just staring into her eyes. "I don't know if I can do this." He glanced at the people congregated behind them. The smile she gave him was steeped in confidence. "Of course you can. It's not a funeral. It's a mass to celebrate his life." He nodded and closed his eyes for a second, trying to banish the sorrow that kept creeping into his throat. He wanted so badly for this to be a celebration of Francis's life, but sweet Jesus, it was hard. How could you celebrate when all you wanted to do was crawl into a hole and never come out again? He followed Lena and Madeline into the front pew, surprising himself when he genuflected. He thought instantly of Francis, how his big brother would have laughed to see Angel kneeling in the house of the Lord. Angel clung to that memory. That was the Francis he wanted to remember, not the priest, but the big brother who'd tried to protect Angel, the man who'd taken care of Madeline and Lena all those years, and never asked for anything from anyone except that he be allowed to love them. After what seemed like hours, Father McLaren strode to the altar, his white robes radiant in the candlelight. "We come together in this holiday season to remember one of our own, Father Francis Xavier DeMarco, who was one of the shining lights in this parish. You all remember him as a loving, caring gentleman who was always there for you when you needed him, beside you with a ready smile and a willing heart. We have mourned his passing and will continue to, even as we celebrate that he is now with the God he loved so keenly in life." He turned, lifted a hand toward Angel. "We have with us Father Francis's brother, who was unable to attend the funeral, and wishes now to say a few words about his brother." Madeline gave his hand a squeeze. Angel swallowed. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done, just standing. Unsteady on his feet, he walked toward the altar and took his place beside Father McLaren. He looked out at the crowd of oval faces and felt suddenly out of place. All these people, strangers, knew Francis better than he did. Each one of them probably had better, truer words to say. The sadness that came was almost overwhelming. Angel bowed his head. After what seemed like hours, he found his voice. "You all know a different Francis than I did." He started softly, finding his way through the darkness one word at a time. "You speak of a caring, quiet priest, but that's not who I knew at all. I knew a big brother who always waited to walk me home after football practice, even though he had so many better things to do. I knew a lanky kid with a crooked grin who always believed the best in me, even when I proved him wrong. I knew a boy who stole cookies with me one day, and then made me eat them all because wasting food was a bigger sin than stealing. I knew a young man who held me when I cried, and promised that someday he would make things okay. But I never gave him the chance. I used to think I was afraid to believe in him. Truth is, I was afraid to believe in myself. If I had," he sighed, "if I had, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you about a man I loved but didn't know." He turned and looked at the picture of Francis in the wreath, and suddenly felt a deep longing for his brother. He couldn't seem to latch on to his memories, couldn't find one that he could talk about. He wanted to find something that would make them all laugh, take this wrenching moment and make it something different, something that didn't hurt so badly. But he didn't know what to do or say or think, except, "I miss you, Francis. I'm sorry." He saw Madeline rise to her feet amidst the crowd. She turned to the choir director and gave a quick nod. There was a momentary fumbling of cassettes, and then the music hit. That old-time rock and roll by Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band. The lyrics came at him like an old friend. That kind of music just soothes your soul. Music swelled in the church, wildly inappropriate, and it took him back to his childhood, back to the crazy days when he and Francis were together all the time, when all they had was each other. They'd danced to songs like this one, and laughed to them and played them again and again on that old turntable in the living room. He looked at Madeline and saw that she was laughing through her tears. He saw the glassy, faraway look in her eyes and knew that she was remembering Francis. Their Francis. Not the quiet, serious priest, but the gangly, blonde kid with the blue eyes and the smile that seemed to light up a room and a heart as big as tomorrow. In the space of a heartbeat, he remembered it all, the good times and the bad, the nights when they'd laughed and the mornings they'd cried. And he couldn't imagine why he'd ever left all that, or why he'd never come home. At the thought, he felt tears sting his eyes, and within seconds he couldn't focus. The glittering church swam before him until it was nothing but a smear of white flowers and flickering candlelight. He knew that he'd remember the smell of this church forever, that from now on, when he smelled evergreens and roses, he would think of his big brother. "I'm home, Franco." He squeezed his eyes shut, unashamed of the tears that coursed down his cheeks. "I'm home again, big brother, and I'm not going anywhere this time." Thoughts crowded his head, and he tried to sort them out, tried to come up with the words he should offer to the man he loved so deeply. But in the end, he realized it didn't matter. It wasn't about words or apologies or memories. It was about the simplicity of love. Just that. Love. A brother's love, a father's love, a family's love. And love wasn't like bodies. It didn't go away. Not ever. It stayed there inside of you, tangled in moments and memories. He opened his eyes slowly, saw Madeline and Lena through the burning glaze of his tears. "I'll see it through with them, Franco. I swear to God I will." The music came to a sudden, crashing halt, and silence fell again, blanketing the church. Angel looked at the crowd and realized that they weren't strangers at all. He saw old Mrs. Costanza from the corner flower shop, and Mr. Tubbs from the garage on 10th Street, and Mr. Fiorelli, the pharmacist. He focused on Madeline and Lena, gave them a trembling, heartfelt smile. "I can't thank you all enough. When I look around, I see my brother, see glimpses of the man he became. I can see the way he touched all your lives, and I know how much you all must have mattered to him. And most of all, I thank you for loving him, for caring for him, for letting him love you. The world will be a little dimmer place without him, but I know now that he'll never really be gone, because he's inside all of us." Chapter 28. Lena looked at herself in the mirror and she wanted to scream. Her hair looked awful. She glanced at the dress her mother had bought for her. It lay on her unmade bed, a glorious, sophisticated swath of midnight blue velvet. Longing tightened her chest. It didn't matter if she wore that beautiful dress. She was never going to fit in. All those snobby cheerleader types were going to laugh themselves silly when hell-raising Lena Hillyard walked through those gymnasium doors in a strapless dress. She could practically hear their snickers now. Get a load of Owen's date. What grave did he dig her out of? She wouldn't go. Couldn't go. A knock rattled her door. "Come in," Lena said, turning around. Her mom stood in the doorway, carrying a big wicker basket. She was wearing a pair of black wool pants that made her look about 4 inches across the hips, and a fuzzy emerald sweater that highlighted her silvery green eyes. Not a hair was out of place, and her makeup was flawless. She looked so beautiful that Lena wanted to throw up. Mom gave her a tentative, fleeting smile. "I thought maybe I could help you do your hair." Instinctively, Lena bristled. She heard the subtle censure in her mother's voice, and she almost lashed out. Then she looked at her mom, really looked at her, and saw that there was no disapproval in her face, just an honest willingness to help out, and maybe a little fear that Lena would throw a fit and say no. "Lena," she said, moving forward, easing the door shut behind her, "are you okay?" At the question, so quietly spoken and full of concern, Lena almost crumpled. "I don't know, Mom. I was thinking of bagging the whole thing. Who cares about a stupid school dance anyway?" Her mom set the basket down on the dresser and pulled up a chair. "I remember when I was almost your age. just a few months younger. I read about the local homecoming dance in the newspaper." A smile tugged at her mouth. "I wanted to go, but of course it was out of the question. My father wouldn't have considered it, and I had no one to take me anyway." Lena stared at her mother in shock. She sounded so human, not Miss Perfect and in-control cardiologist at all. Lena pushed the hem of the dress aside and sat down on the bed. "Keep going." Mom flashed her a conspiratorial smile. "I told my father I needed to go to the UW Medical Library to research a paper for my tutor. He dropped me off, and I waited at the window for him to leave. When I was sure he'd gone, I sneaked out of the library and walked 16 blocks in the pouring rain to Ridgecrest High School." Lena leaned forward. "What was it like?" Mom sighed wistfully. "It was magical." They'd taken the most ordinary things, glitter, tissue paper, foil, and turned that huge gymnasium into a snowy castle, like the one in Dr. Zhivago. The theme was knights in white satin. She laughed, apparently surprised that she remembered something so insignificant. Anyway, I huddled at the doorway like a church mouse, watching all those Cinderellas dancing. Her smile faded and her voice dropped to a whisper. That's when I realized how lonely I really was, how different from the other girls. My mom would have let me go, or at least I like to believe she would have. Lena was beginning to see her mother as a young girl, frightened and alone in that big house on the hill. She remembered the bars she'd seen on her mother's old bedroom window, and her words, "See, you don't have the worst parent in the world." All at once she felt connected to her mother, as if they had something in common after all, as if her mom could truly understand her. "But maybe you wouldn't have fit in. No one knew you. They might have made fun of you." "Yes," Mom said, gazing steadily at Lena. "There are always times in life when you don't fit in. But you have to go forward and make a place for yourself. That's what growing up is all about. Being strong and believing in yourself, even when you're most afraid." Lena bit her lip. "Zach's friends won't like me. I have a bad reputation, and he's so squeaky clean." Mom looked as if she really understood. "I wish I could give you a magic pill that would make it all okay. But I think I've screwed up with you in always pretending that life was easy. Sometimes it's hard and unfair, and sometimes people are cruel and selfish." She reached out, took Lena's hand in hers. "But I know this. You're a bright, beautiful girl, and you have a wonderful young man who wants to spend an evening dancing with you. If you don't go because you're afraid, then you'll be heading down a long, lonely road. Believe me, I know how fear can get a hold of you, and once it gets inside, it ruins everything. Don't let that happen to you, baby." Lena knew her mother was right. She had never let fear run her life before, and this was no time to start. She gave her mother a quick, darting smile. "Could you make me pretty again?" Madeline grinned. "Oh, baby, that's the easy part." The doorbell rang at exactly 7:45. Madeline jumped at the sound and dropped the tea kettle on the burner. It hit with a clang and slid sideways, sloshing water across the black steel surface. She laughed at her own nervousness and wiped her hands on a dish rag. Reaching for her camera, she hurried to the door and wrenched it open, expecting to see Zachary in his rented tuxedo. But it was Angel who stood on her porch. He was wearing a pair of baggy blue mechanic's coveralls that were zipped all the way to his throat. She smiled at him. "Come to fix my bathroom pipes, have you?" The grin he gave her was so sexy it took her breath away. He whipped a huge bouquet of pink roses from behind his back. She bit back a sudden smile. "For me?" He shook his head. "You're not the only lady in my life, you know." Madeline loved him more in that moment than she would have thought possible. Smiling, she backed up to let him come inside. He set the flowers on the table. "Is she ready?" Madeline saw the nervousness in his eyes as he glanced toward Lena's bedroom, and she had to stifle a smile. "Almost. Are you?" He looked startled by the question, as if he thought he'd hidden his anxiety. Then he caught her gaze and he smiled. I don't think so, Mad. Are you sure she's old enough to date? I was her age when I met you, and we... Don't remind me of that. He tried to smile again, but it looked weak and a little sick. He spun away from the table and paced the room. He kept glancing at Lena's room, then at the front door, and with each look, his lips tightened. She sat on the sofa and patted the cushion beside her. Come here. He strode over and slumped to a sit beside her. Easing an arm around her shoulders, he drew her close. Christ, I'm as nervous as a cat on a hot tin roof. I don't know about this fatherhood crap. I don't think I'll be any good at it. She leaned against him, reveling in the comfort of his body, the feel of his arm around her. Welcome to parenting. It's not a job, it's an adventure. The fire in the fireplace crackled in the silence that fell between them. She snuggled closer. She still felt fluttery and nervous about the dance, but something about having Angel here with her, sharing her anxiety, made it all seem manageable, maybe even a little fun. I guess this is how all parents feel when their daughter goes to her first school dance. He turned to her then, and his face was serious. This dad shit scares me. She touched his face, gazing up at him. It scares you because it's forever, and you're a never kind of guy. Even as she said the words and heard the truth in them, she felt the sadness spreading through her. But you're doing a great job. Really. Before Angel could answer, the doorbell rang again. Instinctively, they snapped apart like a couple of teenagers getting caught by their parents. Then they looked at each other and burst out laughing. With a sigh, Angel got to his feet and went to the door, ushering Zach inside. Zachary Owen? Angel said, studying the boy with narrowed, disapproving eyes. Hello again, Mr. DeMarco. Angel didn't smile. He turned to Madeline. Give me that camera. I want to take a picture of him, for identification purposes. Angel, Madeline said on a burst of laughter, rising to her feet. Angel laughed uneasily and slapped Zach on the back. Just a little parent humor. Zach deflated and coughed up a wan smile. Oh. You'll have her home by midnight? Angel said sharply. Zach nodded and showed them his watch. I will. You have batteries in that? If not... Angel started to take the Rolex watch off his wrist. Madeline grabbed Angel's arm, squeezing so hard he made a little sound. Don't worry, Zach, she said, flashing Angel a pointed look. We trust you. Angel turned to her, and there wasn't one iota of trust on his face. His thick black eyebrows were drawn forbiddingly together, and his lips were pressed into a thin line. When he opened his mouth to speak, she shook her head firmly. His gaze cut to Zach, then back to Madeline. I'll go get Lena, he said. Madeline almost laughed out loud at the sullenness in his voice. You do that. Angel snagged the bouquet of roses and strolled down the hallway toward Lena's room. To his credit, he didn't look back once. Madeline smiled at Zach. He's just learning how to be a father. Zach pulled uncomfortably at his collar. He's doing a good job. Silence fell between them after that. Madeline surreptitiously studied the young man. He looked rail-thin and awkwardly tall in his rented navy blue tuxedo, his sandy hair a fresh-cut path across his brow. His cheeks looked like they'd been scrubbed with low-grade sandpaper. Before she could ask how school was going, she heard Lena's door open and she glanced down the hallway in time to see her step from her bedroom. Madeline's breath caught. Lena stood in the hall, facing her father. The strapless blue velvet clung to her body in waves that looked electric blue in some places and black in others. Her jet-black hair was pulled back from her forehead and held in place by a glittery silver headband that matched her shoes and handbag. She looked so grown up. Madeline felt a rush of emotion, regret, fear, pride. She realized suddenly that her little girl would be a woman soon, and then she'd be gone, and the realization brought a needling sting of tears to her eyes. She dashed the tears away and stared at Lena and Angel, watching breathlessly as Angel gave his daughter the dozen roses. Even from this distance, Madeline could see the tears that sprang to Lena's eyes. Oh, God, Madeline thought. She wanted to tuck this moment in her heart like a treasured photograph. When she was old and gray, she'd bring it out, stroke it, remembering. Instinctively, she turned to look for Francis, but he wasn't there. Wiping the moisture from her eyes, she glanced up at the ceiling, trying to imagine the stars sparkling in the black heavens beyond. I hope you're seeing this, Francis. Her first dance. Lena came around the corner and stood beside the fireplace. Zach gasped at the sight of her. Oh my God. Lena paled. Her hands flew to her hair, smoothing it back. Is something wrong? You look great, Zach said, grinning from ear to ear. A smile swept across Lena's face, lighting her eyes until they looked like blue flames dancing between her thick black lashes. Pink tinged her cheeks. Thanks. Zach surged toward her, thrusting out a small plastic box. It's a wrist corsage. The florist said they were the best kind. Geez. Lena sighed, staring down at the delicate white blossom. It's beautiful. She slipped the elasticized band on her wrist and lifted it for them all to see. Okay, guys, Madeline said, reaching for her camera. Get in front of the Christmas tree. I want to take some pictures. Lena rolled her eyes. Oh, Mom. Madeline made a sweeping gesture with her hand, laughing. Come on. Lena and Zach came awkwardly together. He slipped his arm around her tiny waist, and she held the wrist corsage up for the photo. Behind them, the Christmas tree sparkled in 100 multicolored lights. Grinning, Madeline snapped a few quick shots. Okay, one with your dad now. Zach faded to the left, and Angel took his place. He curled an arm around Lena and drew her close, smiling for the camera. Madeline saw them through the viewfinder and frowned, easing the camera from her face. Don't give me that poster boy smile, Angel. I want to see her father, not some Hollywood hotshot. Angel looked nonplussed for a second, then a slow, admiring grin spread across his face. God, she's a demanding woman, he said to no one in particular. Cardiologist, was Lena's laughing reply. They're all like that. Madeline laughed, clicking away. God, how she loved this moment, this feeling. It was the antithesis of every memory of her childhood, the coming together of every dream she'd ever had. She wondered how long it would last this time, how long a person could be allowed this happiness in life. She wanted to go to him then, slip her arms around him and know that he would always be there, standing in her living room as if he belonged, smiling down at her with that recklessness in his green eyes. Mrs. Hillyard? Zach said, interrupting her thoughts. Let me get a picture of the whole family. Whole family. God, she wanted it so badly she hurt. She relinquished the camera and hurried to the fireplace. She saw the 3 stockings hung from the evergreen-laden mantel and couldn't help smiling. She slipped into place beside Angel and felt his hand settle possessively on her hip. It felt so incredibly right to be standing here, the 3 of them, linked by so much more than the arms that bound them together. If only it could last. She knew the smile she gave the camera was sad and more than a little wistful. Smile, Dr. Hillyard, Zach ordered. She forced her melancholy away and focused on the joy of the moment. At the tiny click of the camera and the blinding flash, Madeline knew they'd captured the moment forever, and she told herself that it was enough for now. The high school sat on a big corner lot, its brick sides lit here and there by spotlights implanted in the winter-brown grass. A huge dark sign identified it as the home of the Panthers. When she saw it, Lena's nervousness jumped up a notch. Her mouth went dry. Zach maneuvered the car into the student lot and parked it. He rushed around to her side of the car and opened her door. She stepped out into the cool night air, clasping her hands together to keep them from shaking. All around, kids were getting out of cars and congregating in giggling, chattering groups. The boys slapped each other's hands in high fives, and the girls oohed and awed over each other's dresses. Lena recognized a dozen faces as she and Zach came up to a crowd of kids. There was a moment of stunned surprise as everyone turned to gape at her. But it was one face that held her attention, one pair of eyes she couldn't look away from. Kara Milston stood in the center of the crowd. She was staring at Lena. Zach slipped an arm around her and squeezed gently. You all know Lena? Slowly, Kara let go of her jock boyfriend's hand and moved toward Lena in a cloud of glittery white satin. Killer dress, Lena? Her voice was quiet, a little uncertain. Lena hadn't even realized she'd been holding her breath until it came whooshing out of her in a sigh. A tentative smile crooked one corner of her mouth. All at once, she remembered a million things about her and Kara. Times they'd shared lunch on the playground and spent the night at each other's house. She realized with a sudden ferocity that she wanted that again. Thanks. She tried to think of what to say to Kara, but nothing came. Kara smiled. I missed you, Lena. Lena realized then how simple it was. All she had to do was say what was in her heart, and it was a beginning. I've missed you too, Kara. She smiled. After that, the night took on a magical, larger-than-life quality. The sky looked bigger and darker, a velvet drapery beaded with stars. Fallen leaves lay scattered across the road up to the school, catching on the girls' high-heeled shoes and sticking to their shimmering hose. They all went, talking and laughing, into the gymnasium. Lena was the only girl in the crowd who hadn't volunteered on the decorating committee, and when she saw what they'd done, she stopped dead. God, it looks great! Gauze hung draped in rippling folds against the vanilla-bland walls. White butcher paper was taped to the basketball court floor, its surface littered with gold and silver glitter. A huge Christmas tree dominated the room, its branches full of white lights and tinfoil stars. In the corner, a winter wonderland photographer's backdrop memorialized each couple's night. The band hammered out raucous music on an octagonal stage at one end of the gym. Kara sidled up to her. We could use some help on decorating for the spring Sadie Hawkins dance. Lena felt unsure of herself. I don't have much talent. Kara laughed, a high, clear sound like the tinkling of silver bells. Can you use masking tape? Lena immediately felt like a fool. A hot blush spread up her cheeks and angry words popped onto her tongue. She bit them back when she realized that Kara wasn't making fun of her. She was inviting Lena in. And Lena, idiot that she was standing there with her mouth hanging open. I can use masking tape. Before Kara could respond, Zach took hold of Lena's hand and dragged her onto the dance floor. A hackneyed version of a Hootie and the Blowfish song was pulsing from the huge speakers in the corner. Lena couldn't help laughing as he twirled her into the crowd and started dancing. It was the beginning of the best night of her life. Madeline paced back and forth across the living room, picking up knickknacks and moving them from table to table, studying the manufacturer's marks on her china candy dishes as if she'd never seen them before. Each and every Christmas decoration held her avid attention. For the 15th time in as many minutes, she looked at the mantel clock. The Christmas tree sparkled in the corner. 30 minutes, she said, more to herself than to Angel. They should be dancing by now. Angel turned away from the window, where he'd been standing motionless and silent for the same 30 minutes. Okay, enough is enough. Madeline stopped and looked at him. What do you mean? She's at the dance. She's having a great time. She hasn't been kidnapped by terrorists. I'm going to try and forget my negative fantasy, which is, by the way, that she gets in a car with that red-faced kid and keeps on going, stopping only long enough to get pregnant and rob a liquor store. Madeline laughed, and it felt good to make light of it all. You're right. We have to relax. He whipped the living room curtain shut and turned around, giving her a smoldering smile. Now I have you all to myself. She felt a shiver of anticipation. So you do. Good. Let's talk. She knew she looked ridiculously disappointed, but she couldn't help it. We're alone for once and you want to talk? He grabbed her hand and led her to the sofa. They sat down side by side, and he turned to her. You said earlier that I was a never kind of guy. Her heart seemed to stall for a second, then pick up speed. She tried to make light of it. Forget it, I didn't mean... What did you mean? There was no laughter in his eyes, just an intensity that stole her breath. She knew it mattered to him, what she said, and she didn't know what was the right thing. She wanted to blurt out that she was afraid of so many things, loving him, not loving him, everything. I meant that I know you, Angel. I understand the kind of man you are. She gazed up at him, trying to smile. I'm not 16 anymore, and you can't break my heart like you did before. We can just be this time. No promises, no guarantees. It's enough for me. He looked at her sadly. It's not enough for me, Mad. What do you mean? His gaze left her face, traveled around the room as if he were searching for something. After what seemed like hours, he took hold of her hand and held it to his chest. She felt the fluttering rhythm of his heart beneath the heavy cotton fabric of his coveralls. I want so much for us, Mad. I want to be here for you, with you, forever. I want to bounce our children and our grandchildren on my knee. I want to go to bed with you every night and wake up with you every morning for the rest of my life. But I don't know how long that will be. The words sank deep inside her, twisted around her heart, and brought tears to her eyes. No one ever knows those things, Angel. I missed so much of Lena's life. He looked away again. I wish I could have those years back. I threw them away so easily. I'll never do that again. I love you, Madeline Hillyard, and I know I've said that before, but you're just going to have to give me a second chance. It was all there in the words he was offering, in the look in his eyes, everything she'd ever wanted. The love, the family, the commitment, everything. She wanted him, beside her on this couch and in her bed for as long as forever could be. She wanted to answer, but the words tangled in the thickness in her throat and wouldn't come out. And then he was holding her, kissing her so passionately, the world began to spin. She clung to him, loving him so much that the emotion was a sharp pain in her chest. He pulled slightly away. His breathing was ragged and shallow as he rested his lips against her cheek. Say it, Mad. Say it before I rip the house apart. She drew back, laughing. It would always be this way with him, she realized. He would always be able to rattle her senses and confuse her, and he would always demand things in that arrogant, selfish way of his, as if the world owed him everything. And he would always be the one person in the world she wanted to sit on this sofa with. I love you, Angel DeMarco, and if you take that lightly again, I'll... He covered her mouth with his, whispering, Never. He kissed her until she was breathless. Then, with a suddenness that should have surprised her, but didn't, he lurched to his feet and dragged her into the center of the living room. Stand there, he ordered. She protested, and he ignored her. Instead, he went around and flicked off all the lights until the room was completely dark, except for the glowing red of the firelight and the sparkling gold and white of the Christmas tree. Close your eyes. She couldn't help laughing. It's a little pointless, don't you think? The room is dark. Doctors, he said with mock disgust. Just close your eyes. Grinning, she complied. I'm getting the feeling you're not used to dating career women. She heard him chuckle. Most of my women had the IQ of field mice. Now keep your eyes closed. And the bodies of Playboy bunnies, Madeline muttered under her breath. She stood there, eyes closed, arms crossed, trying to figure out what he was doing. She heard the front door open, then close. She listened and knew he was no longer in the house. She thought about peeking and decided it would be no fun. In the distance, she heard a car door open and close. A few seconds later, her front door shut again. He dragged something, a chair, across the hardwood floor. Wood creaked and groaned, and she thought he was climbing onto the chair. Then he pushed it back across the floor. Okay now, don't look, he said again, and she heard him walking toward her. She felt him come up close, so close she could smell the musky tang of his aftershave and feel the moist heat of his breath on her forehead. He started to unbutton her sweater. She kept her eyes shut by sheer force of will. He didn't say anything, didn't touch her anywhere except on the sweater, unpopping each button. Then he peeled the sweater off, his palms dragging sensually across her bare shoulders. Cool air swept across her flesh, sent goosebumps scurrying down her arms. She heard his bones creak as he knelt in front of her. He unhooked her leather belt and let it dangle. Then he unbuttoned the waistband and slowly lowered the zipper. She felt his fingertips brushing against her belly. Her pants fell to the floor. His hands formed to her thighs, branding her with their heat, then moved up her legs, dipped in at her waist, and kept moving toward her breasts. At the last second, his touch moved to her back, and he unhooked her bra, let it fall to the floor with the pants. She tried to imagine herself as he saw her now, standing there in the middle of her living room, lit only by the soft gold of firelight, wearing nothing but white underwear and black knee socks. It was amazingly erotic, fantasizing about how she looked, about how he saw her. She waited breathlessly for him to touch her. Her skin seemed to tighten in anticipation, her heartbeat sped up. But he didn't touch her. Instead, he slipped something silky and slippery over her head. She knew it was a gown, maybe a nightgown, that hugged her every curve and fell all the way to the floor. The silk felt whispery and delicious against her bare skin. He moved away from her, and she felt a flutter of frustration. "Angel," she said, wanting him back, aching for his touch. There was an electronic click, and music came on. The slow, romantic voice of Dan Fogelberg drifted through the room. Longer. She recognized the song instantly, and she smiled at the sheer romance of it. "Open your eyes," Angel said, and she realized that he was right in front of her. Smiling, she opened her eyes. He was wearing a gorgeous black tuxedo, and he looked stunningly handsome. He'd dressed her in an elegant black silk-sheath dress that was so sexy and daring, she'd never have bought it for herself. She started to reach for him, to throw her arms around him and kiss him, and then she noticed everything else he'd done, and her breath caught in her throat. There was a huge mirrored ball hanging from the chandelier above the dining room table. Each little square of glass caught the candlelight and threw beads of light across the walls, the ceiling, the floor. He'd created a high school prom in her living room. "Oh my," was all she could think of to say. It was such a wild and crazy and romantic thing to do, so totally Angel. He reached his hand out, and in his palm lay a black velvet box. "Open it," he said softly. She looked up at him. Slowly, her hand shaking, she reached for the box and snapped it open. A brilliant diamond blinked up at her. "Oh, Angel." He eased the ring from the box and fit it onto her finger. "Marry me, Madeline." She stared down at the ring, laughing and crying at the same time. It was an absurdly big diamond, conspicuous and dazzling and flashy, just like the man who'd bought it. She knew suddenly that her life would be different with Angel, more different than she could imagine. He would never do things the way other men did. He was like a flame, hot and dancing and capable of great destruction. But she knew, God, she'd known since she was 16 years old, that there was no one else for her. "It's so big, you shouldn't have... Angel." He grinned. "I'm from Hollywood, the land of big jewelry. I want the world to know you're mine." He moved closer, and his smile faded. He looked at her with a seriousness that made her heart feel achingly full. "You are mine, aren't you, Mad?" "Always." His grin came back, brighter than the diamond. "Good. Now dance with me, Mrs. DeMarco." The laughter rose through her and spilled out in a light, airy sound of pure joy. "Why, Mr. DeMarco, I thought you'd never ask." Epilogue. He sits on the porch swing, trying to make it sway beneath him. He can hear the high, clear sound of Lena's laughter floating on the air. In the yard just in front of him, Madeline and Lena and Angel are untangling a strand of Christmas lights. On the corner beyond, a young man stands in the shadow of a 100-year-old oak tree, his hands jammed in his Levi's pockets. No one in the yard has seen the boy yet, but he knows that they will. Soon Lena will look up and see the boy and go running down the walkway toward him. He feels himself start to smile. It feels good, that slow, easy curving of the lips, and he realizes halfway into it that he can feel himself smiling. He notices that the wind is brushing his cheek, rustling his hair, and that he can smell the thick, puffy snowflakes that blanket the winter grass. He notices, too, that the birds have come back, and he can hear their magpie chatter. He looks down, and for the first time in forever, he can see himself again. He places his feet firmly on the ground and gives a little push. The porch swing begins, very slowly, to rock beneath him. He hears the quiet, creaking whine of its movement. In the yard, Madeline pauses, her arms full of dark lights, her eyes, her beautiful mist-green eyes, riveted on the porch swing. He feels the heat of her gaze on him, and the heat grows stronger and stronger until it is so hot he feels as if he'll surely melt beneath it. The sunlight seems to come at him from all angles, sparkling on the new-fallen snow, glancing off the white fence posts, sifting down from a blue break in the clouds. It's as if he's standing in the path of the sun, and it warms him. Oh, how it warms him. "Look," Angel says quietly, slipping his arm around Madeline's waist, drawing her close. "The porch swing," Lena says, moving toward her parents. Together they walk toward him. He can feel their eyes on him, and he wants to sing out in triumph. He concentrates very hard and rises to his feet and keeps rising. He feels the laughter welling up inside him, spilling everywhere as he hovers above the ground, weightless and free. He hears his laughter in a dozen sounds: the chatter of the birds, the creaking of the swing, the falling of the snow from overburdened branches. In the distance, a snowblower whirs to life, and he hears his laughter in that, too. And through it all, he can hear his old heart beating in Angel's chest, beating and beating and beating, like the steady hum of the wind as it pushes through the leaves. For the first time in his life, he doesn't feel as if there's a hole inside him. Instead, he feels lighter than air, giddy with a sense of promise and discovery. He looks up at the sky, sees the distant blues and grays and whites whirl together in an impossible glow. He looks at Madeline, his Maddie girl, and in a flash he sees her whole life spinning out in front of him like the stuttering scenes of an old black-and-white movie. Her hair will never turn gray. It will instead turn a bright snow-white, and she will live in this house and sip lemonade on his porch swing up until the day she dies. She will wear baggy sweats as an old woman and never need glasses. And she and Angel will name their son Francis, and they will call him Frank, because there's already been a Francis. He knows that she will miss him, always, and for the rest of her life, just as he will miss her. But she will have Angel, an Angel he never really got to know but always believed in, and she will have Lena, his precious Lena. And he knows suddenly what kept him on the porch swing, watching the days bleed into one another and turn into shadowy nights. He is still part of that family on the snow-covered lawn, his family, and he always will be. He had it all wrong, and he realizes that perhaps that's what life is. Getting it wrong and going on and still believing, always believing. He feels himself going higher and higher until they are 3 specks of darkness against a white, white world. After a few moments, the porch swing settles again, and the family below goes back to setting up the Christmas lights. He stares down at them, the 3 he loved so well, and knows that they will talk about this moment in the years to come. They will talk of the afternoon that the porch swing creaked on its own, and the winter sunlight seemed hot enough to cook eggs. They will offer to one another the comfort of belief, the promise of magic. And they will spend their lifetimes watching that old porch swing and thinking of a man they loved. Francis smiles at the thought, and in the whisper of the wind, he hears their laughter for the very last time. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Home Again by Kristin Hannah. Copyright 1996 by Kristin Hannah. Performed by Tani Eby. Directed by Kevin Yan. Engineered by Justin Van Haven. Performance copyright 2010 by Brilliance Audio. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225 or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.
Audible hopes you have